Chapter 2360. Zichun and Iqian walked out of the crafts manor, followed by the owner and servant Lotus. Looking at the scene outside, Zichun was dumbfounded. Outside the crafts manor, there were many people gathered. They were all looking at the crafts manor curiously. The two beast ancestors had already revealed their true forms. They stood outside the crafts manor, releasing a terrifying aura around them. That aura was suffocating, and no one dared to approach them. Behind the two beast ancestors, there was a carriage. Pulling the carriage was a Qilin beast that was shining with colorful lights. It lay on the ground, ignoring the people gathered around it. The carriage behind it was also colorful, as if it was made of colorful gems. Below the window, there was a mysterious symbol that looked like a crown. A suffocating aura was emitted from that symbol. Goddess, it's really the goddess. Look, she's Goddess Iqian. I heard that she'll be crowned soon. I didn't expect Goddess Iqian to be here. Who's that guy who dares to walk with the goddess? How dare you walk side by side with the goddess? Following Iqian's appearance, voices were heard from all around. These people looked at Iqian with admiration and respect as if they were looking at their idol. However, when they turned to look at Zichun, their gazes quickly turned into hostility. Zichun, I'm leaving. Iqian turned back and glanced at Zichun, then walked towards the carriage. When the servant Lotus walked past Zichun, she turned back and glanced at him as well. However, there was a sense of malice in her gaze. What's going on? Zichun looked at the owner of the crafts manor in confusion. The goddess's status here is like a princess in the mortal world. How can the appearance of such a big figure not cause a commotion? So powerful? Silly boy, that's just a metaphor. How can a princess in the mortal world be compared to Goddess Iqian? If you really want to compare, only an emperor in the mortal world can be compared to a goddess. Zichun was shocked. He turned back and looked at Iqian again. In order to reduce unnecessary attention, Iqian lowered her head and entered the carriage. She didn't look at Zichun again. The servant Lotus sat on the carriage and glanced at Zichun. The Qilin pulled the carriage and left. Wherever the carriage passed, the crowd would step aside to make a path for it, looking at the departing carriage with reverence and awe. Just as the carriage disappeared from sight, these people turned back and looked at Zichun with obvious hostility. He was just talking to Iqian, so Zichun didn't know why there were so many hostile gazes. These gazes made him feel pressured. He turned back and reminded himself that he couldn't be so high-profile when he was with Iqian. Where's that guy from? Find out his background. Similar voices continuously sounded out from the crowd after Zichun entered the mansion. After entering the mansion, the elder looked at Zichun and said, Goddess Iqian treats you well? We're friends, Zichun said. The old man smiled and didn't say anything else. This is the craftsman manor. Are you a blacksmith grandmaster? This time, Zichun didn't get much information from Iqian. He could only put this matter aside. He turned to the old man and asked curiously. The old man laughed and said, It's good that you didn't say I'm a useless blacksmith. Are you the master that old Fartway mentioned? Zichun's heart moved and asked again. Actually, he had a guess in his heart. It was just that he didn't see the old man these few days and didn't have time to ask. It's me. You can call me the craftsman ancestor. The old man stroked his white beard and revealed the appearance of an expert. After getting an accurate answer, Zichun was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, Before I came, old Fartway asked me to say hello to you. He said you can refine saint weapons and also have a way to help me upgrade this weapon. Zichun took out the flying dagger that had been tempered again. The craftsman ancestor glanced at it but didn't take it. He nodded and said, Not bad. As expected of my eldest disciple's masterpiece. Wait, there's a problem with the technique. Before Zichun could explain the origin of this throwing knife, the craftsman ancestor nodded again and said, It was made by my youngest disciple. It seems he really didn't die. As expected of the craftsman ancestor, he saw through so many problems with just a glance. Can it be upgraded into a saint weapon? Zichun looked at the craftsman ancestor and asked with some expectation, Of course. The craftsman ancestor stroked his beard and tilted his head, appearing unfathomable. Before Zichun could state his request, the craftsman ancestor said. However, it's not possible for now. I don't have that many materials here. Where are the materials? I can go find them. The craftsman ancestor shook his head and said, don't be in such a hurry. After a while, something big will happen here. It's also an opportunity for you. You have to grasp it well. What is it? You'll naturally know when the time comes. The craftsman ancestor walked forward, and Zichun followed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I came this time mainly because I promised the Jiatu family that I would bring back a saint weapon. If I can find the way back. The craftsman ancestor smiled and said, if you can go back now, I'll give you a saint weapon right now. Really? Zichun looked at the craftsman ancestor with some disbelief. One had to know that a saint weapon was an extremely precious existence. Until now, among the items that Zichun knew of, there was nothing more precious than a saint weapon. And his biggest transaction was with the Jiatu family. The goddess has already told me the purpose of your transaction. A saint weapon in exchange for a passage. No matter how I look at it, we've profited. You sacrificed yourself for that matter. So of course we old fellows who can't do anything here have to help you. The craftsman ancestor turned around and patted Zichun's shoulder. A saint weapon might be precious, but compared to an entire life star, it's nothing. You've done what many of us couldn't do. Little guy, you're really good. With that, the craftsman ancestor left. Zichun stood in place, very touched. The next day, outside the craftsman manor, there was a commotion. The sound directly traveled into the craftsman manor. At first, Zichun didn't pay much attention to it, but soon he heard his name being called from time to time. Zichun, there's someone outside looking for you. At this time, Lei Ming came to Zichun's residence. Looking for me? Who? Zichun asked, puzzled. You'll know when you get out. Lei Ming smiled. Could it be Jiatu Huangtu? Besides Zichun's other friend was Jiatu Huangtu, and he knew that Jiatu Huangtu had come to the City of God. I didn't expect you to come first before I went to find you. Zichun sped up. Along the way, he saw the patrolling heaven-devouring wolf. He suddenly stopped, bowed respectfully to the wolf, and then quickly left. The patrolling heaven-devouring wolf looked at the departing Zichun and nodded. After Zichun left, the craftsman ancestor appeared outside his residence. It seemed that he was looking for Zichun. He didn't see Zichun, but he saw Lei Ming. Master, what do you think about this? Lei Ming asked the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He muttered, it seems that the City of God has been peaceful for too long and wants to have some fun. But don't go too far. I haven't fought for many years, and I don't want to. Master, are you going to fight? Lei Ming looked at the craftsman ancestor with anticipation. As far as Lei Ming could remember, the craftsman ancestor had only made a move once, but the commotion it had caused had been so great that even the City of God had been shaken. At that time, the City of God was shaken, and the gods all appeared. They wanted to harm the craftsman ancestor because he had seriously broken the rules of the City of God. In the end, their side sacrificed 2 people to resolve the crisis. After that battle, the craftsman ancestor became very low-key. They also didn't do anything ostentatious. It had been like this until now. However, this time, the craftsman ancestor had the intention to fight. This surprised Lei Ming. It also showed how much he valued Zichun, just like how he valued that person. However, he just hoped that it wouldn't be like so many years ago, where people had to be sacrificed. Zichun walked briskly. He thought that Jiatu Huangtu had come. He didn't know what would happen after he stepped out of the craftsman pavilion. He also didn't know what it would mean to the craftsman pavilion, the people on the Life Star, and the entire City of God after he took that step. The door opened, and Zichun walked out. He didn't see Jiatu Huangtu. Instead, he saw dozens of people standing outside. With the 2 beast ancestors present, they didn't dare to approach the craftsman manor. They stood in the distance and kept shouting. Each of them was holding a piece of paper in their hands. Zichun, come out. I'm here to challenge you on behalf of my young master. Zichun, you disrespected the goddess. I'm young master Luan Wei's servant. I'm here to challenge you. Zichun, come out quickly. Atone for your evil deeds. Voices kept echoing. Hearing these noises, Zichun knew that they weren't holding letters of worship, but letters of challenge. The reason for their letters of challenge was that Zichun was disrespectful to the goddess. Where was the disrespect? Was it just to walk side by side with Yiqian? Zichun didn't know. He only knew that these people were idiots. What young master? He didn't even know him. Why should he accept the letter of challenge? After confirming that there was no one he knew, he turned around and entered the craftsman manor. Disdainful mockery and shushing came from behind him. In this world, there were many poor people who couldn't even have enough to eat and wear. Similarly, there were rich people. For example, the craftsman ancestor and those people outside. They had nothing to do all day. Looking for fun was their only interest. Every day, they would come to the craftsman manor and stay from morning to afternoon. Some of them didn't even want to leave at night, shouting outside. For a time, Zichun's reputation shook the city of God. However, it was all negative. The craftsman ancestor didn't say anything about the clamoring outside. It was as if everything depended on Zichun's wishes. Chapter 2361. There were many people living in the artisan manor. They all came from the Life Star and were once prominent existences. There were also many existences at the level of the beast ancestor. Perhaps they were suppressed in this world and had no choice but to stay in the artisan manor. However, they were still experts. Every one of them was a very powerful existence. This was a place where so many experts resided, yet a group of people were wantonly shouting at them, ignoring them, or even despising them all day long. Although no one stood out to criticize him, Zichun couldn't stand it anymore. They were all experts. They couldn't be humiliated because of their own existence. No matter what the cause of this matter was, since they had nothing better to do and had to provoke him, he would fulfill their wish. Hence, he walked out of the artisan manor for the second time. Just as he was about to leave, Lei Ming went to report this matter to the artisan ancestor. He's a bold and steady little fellow. If it wasn't for us old fellows' reputation, their provocation might have failed. The artisan ancestor chuckled when he heard that. He didn't talk to Zichun these few days, nor did he express his opinion on this matter. He didn't want to put too much pressure on Zichun and let him make his own choice. Seeing the door of the artisan manor open again, all the noise disappeared. Those people were all staring at the door of the artisan manor. They saw Zichun walk out with a sheathed saber in his hand. He's out. That cowardly fellow finally came out. How dare he disrespect the goddess? He must be punished. After a short moment of silence, a commotion broke out again. This time, it was even noisier than before. Many of them were waving the letters of challenge in their hands. Judging by their postures, if it weren't for the presence of the two beast ancestors, they would have rushed over and slapped the letters of challenge on Zichun's head. Shut up, all of you. The commotion caused Zichun's head to buzz. He furrowed his brows and shouted coldly. The surrounding noise gradually disappeared and became quiet again. Everyone was looking at Zichun coldly. Zichun walked forward, bowing as he passed by the two beast ancestors. He walked in front of a man and said coldly, "What's the background of that shitty young master of yours? What's his strength?" The servant glared fiercely at Zichun and said, "It's young master Pu Lei." Zichun, be more polite. Don't say that my young master bullied you. He's also a level 5 like you. My young master said that as long as you can last 20 rounds in front of him, it'll be your win. Idiot. Zichun glanced at the other party and snatched the letter of challenge from the other party's hand. He said coldly, "Tell your bullshit young master to come out and die. Within 3 rounds, I will end this battle." Humph. Shameless boasting. Zichun, you have to accept the challenge. 3 days later, you have to go to the arena in Wayne Square to fight. If you don't go, Zichun interrupted him and said indifferently, "There's no need to wait for 3 days. Tell him to go there and wait now." Then, he walked in front of the second servant who was holding the letter of challenge and said, "Is this a shitty young master or a shitty young master? What's his background?" "My young master, Hong Yin, is a level 5. Don't talk about bullying you. You just need to." Before the servant could finish his arrogant words, Zichun snatched the letter of challenge from his hand and said, "Tell your bullshit young master to go to the arena and wait for his death." After that, he asked a few more people and found out that those who delivered the letter of challenge were all level 5. It was obvious that they had purposely chosen these people to challenge him after knowing his cultivation level. After that, Zichen asked these people, "Is there any idiot young master who is level 6 and wants to challenge me?" This sentence caused more dissatisfaction. For a moment, these servants expressed their arrogance and disdain to use their level to suppress Zichen. When Zichen heard this, he was elated. At the same time, he confirmed his guess. He didn't choose deliberately. Instead, he took the remaining letters of challenge and gathered a total of 10. "Go and tell your young masters that I will fight 10 battles in a row today. If they don't dare to come, they can get lost as soon as possible." Looking at Zichen's arrogant expression, these servants were obviously enraged. They first reprimanded Zichen for his arrogance. Then, they all boarded the carriages behind them and went back to their own mansions. Very soon, the people here had all left. Obviously, they had all gone to report to their own families. Therefore, Zichen, who was left alone, realized helplessly that he couldn't find the arena at all. He couldn't even find anyone to ask for directions. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he heard the sound of a carriage coming from the side. Then, a Qilin beast with flames all over its body appeared in front of Zichen's eyes, pulling a carriage. Zichen had seen that Qilin beast before. It was in the crafts manor. When he saw it, he was very shocked. At this moment, Lei Ming was waving at Zichen from the carriage pulled by the Qilin beast, asking him to come over. Zichen walked over and was about to ask what they were going to do when Lei Ming said, "I've accepted the challenge. You can't find the way, right? I'll take you there." It's not appropriate, right? Looking at the Qilin beast pulling the carriage, Zichen was bewildered. He hesitated. The Qilin beast pulling the carriage was the real ancestor-level existence of the life star. It was obviously inappropriate to let it pull the carriage for him. "Let's go. We don't care about these things here. Moreover, we need to show off wherever we go, right?" Zichen couldn't persuade Lei Ming. He could only bow to the fire Qilin and then get on the carriage. It was the fire Qilin. Its quality wasn't any weaker than the colorful Qilin that pulled the goddess carriage. Wayne Square was a big square. Of course, it wasn't the only square in the city. It was closer to the crafts manor, where there was a fighting arena. In a place like this, which was similar to a prison, those existences who couldn't feel pain would have all kinds of perverted fun. Thus, this fighting arena was born. When Zichen arrived, he found that many people had gathered here. Moreover, each of their carriages was more luxurious than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other in terms of beauty. Of course, when the Qilin beast, which was the same as the goddess carriage, appeared, no one dared to challenge it. The square became quiet. Everyone was looking at them. After a brief moment of shock, these people revealed looks of dissatisfaction on their faces. It was because the goddess was high and mighty. You disrespected the goddess, so you came here to receive punishment. However, you dared to bring a Qilin that was the same as the goddess carriage. It wasn't just showing off, but also looking down on everyone. Thus, before the fight started, all kinds of scolding voices arose. Lei Ming completely ignored this and directly walked towards the battle stage in the plaza. At this moment, there were already 10 young people standing on the fighting arena. Of course, they were all men. Their expressions were ugly. Their faces were full of anger, as if they were arguing about something. When they saw Zichen's carriage appear, they all turned around and vented their anger on Zichen's carriage with their gazes. Zichen walked down from the carriage. The scolding voices around him became more and more intense. They kept repeating the same words about how dare you disrespect the goddess. Zichen ignored them completely and walked up to the fighting arena step by step. You're finally here. Your opponent is me." A young man took the lead. He held a long sword in his hand and stared coldly at Zichen. "Your opponent is me. It should be me." However, before Zichen could speak, the others stepped forward one by one. Every single one of them expressed the same desire to fight first. Obviously, this was the reason why they were arguing earlier. At this moment, there were many influential people in the square. For example, there was an old man surrounded by many people. He looked at the square and said, These young people are all outstanding talents with extraordinary strength. That little kid called Zichen dares to say that he can fight 10 battles a day. He's completely arrogant. If he can't even win a single battle, it'll be embarrassing. The people around him nodded in agreement. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, I know a little about these 10 people. Let's see how this arrogant little kid chooses later. If he's unlucky and chooses the stronger one, I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than a few moves and will lose. The people around him agreed with him once again. At this moment, Zichen looked at the 10 people who were arguing until their faces were red. He said calmly, Aren't you all here to get beaten up? Don't tell me you can't wait anymore. Don't worry, I've always been a fair person. I won't beat the other party less just because they came first. Zichen's words completely angered the 10 people. They stared fiercely at Zichen, their eyes full of anger. Obviously, they were not scared. So Zichen pointed at one person and said, Okay, then you. The others don't need to go down. The battle will be over soon. Arrogant. Zichen didn't try to suppress his voice, so it spread out. Everyone who heard his words immediately had this thought in their minds. Among them, the old man from before snorted and said, What an arrogant kid. This person is called Hong Yin. Whether it's speed or strength, he's at the peak of his level. If he's up against someone else, he might be able to hold on for a while, but against Hong Yin, I'm afraid he'll be defeated in less than 20 moves. All of you, go down. 20 moves. I want to destroy him in 20 moves. Hong Yin, who was Zichen's chosen opponent, said angrily, 20 moves? Huh? Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Zichen nodded, then looked at his opponent and said, Is there a referee for the battle? No, let's start now. As Hong Yan's words fell, Zichen rushed forward. His footsteps changed, leaving behind afterimages. Your speed is useless against me. Hong Yan's voice sounded, and he punched at one of the afterimages. Is that so? Chapter 2362. One move. Hong Yin, who was in the air, heard a cold voice. Bang! Immediately after, he felt another pain in his abdomen. The force that had just landed on his body reappeared, and his body was lifted up again. Zichen's voice sounded again. 2 moves. Hong Yin had lost his center of gravity, and his body was completely out of control. His ears were filled with the sound of the wind, and he couldn't see Zichen at all. With a flash of light, he was hit again. 3 moves. Bang, bang, bang. Similar muffled sounds of impact rang out continuously. Hong Yan's body flew around the fighting stage uncontrollably. The noise had disappeared at some point. Everyone looked at the arena in shock, and Zichen, who already had the absolute advantage. His figure changed and appeared in various places, punching Hong Yin again and again. The powerful Hong Yin was like a puppet at this moment, letting Zichen hit him here and there. What was even more infuriating was the cold voice that came from outside the arena. 10th move. 11th move. 12th move. In the carriage, Lei Ming saw this scene and shook his head with a smile. Beside him, the fire Qilint's eyes revealed a trace of gratification. The old man, who had previously given Hong Yin a high evaluation and was surrounded by many people, was now speechless. 15th move. The battle continued. Apart from the first punch, Hong Yin didn't attack again. At this moment, he was completely passive. 16th move. 17th move. The cold voice still sounded, and blood sprayed on the arena. 18th move. Following this voice, Zichen increased his strength, and a powerful force burst out. Hong Yin coughed up blood again, and at the same time, his body fell out of the arena uncontrollably. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The surroundings were silent, or rather, deathly silent. The battle ended just like that, and it was too unbelievable. Hong Yin, who had only punched once, was still alive. He climbed up with difficulty and looked at Zichen on the arena, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, I couldn't let you last 20 moves. However, it's not because of me. It's because you're too weak. If I had given you 2 more punches, I might have killed you. Zichen said apologetically as he looked at Hong Yin below the stage. How arrogant. How arrogant. These were the words that appeared in everyone's minds once again. However, with Hong Yan's violent beating, no one dared to criticize Zichun anymore. Pooh. Hong Yan coughed up another mouthful of blood. Before he could say anything, his vision turned black and he fainted. The surroundings were quiet, and many people looked at the old man from before. The old man's previous comments were still echoing in his ears. Back then, he had predicted that Zichun would be defeated within 20 moves. But in the end, Zichun had used 18 moves and almost killed Hong Yan. This is considered a sneak attack. Hong Yan lost because of his carelessness. This can only be considered a trick. He won't be able to do it next time. Facing the gazes of the surrounding people, the old man said calmly. The battle continued, and Hong Yan was quietly taken away by someone. However, when the remaining 9 people looked at Zichun again, there was less contempt in their eyes and more seriousness. They no longer fought to be the first to fight with Zichun. Which one of you wants to go first? Zichun looked at the 9 challengers who had not been able to get off the stage in time. Hong Yan was just careless. If he hadn't lost at the beginning, how could you have defeated him? I'll go first. With a cold snort, a man came forward. He held a long sword in his hand, and the light of energy surged around his body. As soon as the man appeared, there were exclamations from below the stage. Obviously, he was quite famous here. However, Zichun did not think that a mere level 5 could be famous in this city. The reason why there were so many exclamations was that this guy was at most a foppish existence. It's Pulei. It's said that Pulei is stronger than Hong Yan. I wonder how he'll fare against Zichun. Someone below the stage said as he looked at the old man. The old man was very famous, and he had made a prediction before, although it was not accurate. Pulei will win. His reaction is faster than Hong Yan's, and with the lesson he learned from Hong Yan, he will not be careless. As long as he can defend against Zichun's speed, the battle will be over soon. The old man said again with certainty. The people beside him nodded again with admiration. The other 8 people spread out, and Pulei walked forward. Zichun looked at him and said, Pulei, right? That's right. Do you have the thunder attribute? Pulei was stunned. He did not understand why Zichun would ask such a question. If you don't have the thunder attribute, then please don't use the name Thunder as your name, because you'll bury the word, Zichun said calmly. You're courting death. Pulei's body was shining brightly, but his energy attribute was not thunder. Zichun looked at him and said indifferently, Looks like you'll have to change your name. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and he rushed toward Pulei. Die! Pulei shouted. He shook the long sword in his hand and stabbed it toward Zichun. Puff! A phantom was pierced by Pulei. At the same time, Zichun's real body was already at Pulei's side. He followed up with a punch that landed on Pulei's lower abdomen. The tremendous force caused Pulei's body to bend like a cooked shrimp. The excruciating pain almost made him drop his weapon. He could not imagine how a mere level 5 Zichun could have such speed and strength. Just as Pulei's body was bending, Zichun hit him on the chin with a backhand. The powerful force caused Pulei's body to be lifted up. After that, Zichun did a 360-degree turn and chopped the back of Pulei's neck with his hand. Bam! With a loud bang, Pulei fell. The battle was over. 3 moves. Just 3 moves. The powerful Pulei fell just like that. Rubbing his palms, Zichun said unhappily, I can't help it. Who asked you to come up with this name? I asked you to change it, and you didn't want to. Did he deserve to be beaten like that just because he didn't change his name? The spectators were speechless. After kicking Pulei off the ring effortlessly, Zichun looked at the other 8 people and said, Which one of you wants to fight? The 8 of them became more alert. Standing in the ring, they saw everything clearly. Zichun's speed and strength were far superior to Pulei's. That was why he could end the battle in 3 moves. Although they had some tricks up their sleeves, they were not sure if they could suppress Zichun. After these 2 battles, they had a clear understanding of Zichun. At this moment, their expressions became more and more solemn. Below the ring, more eyes fell on the old man. The old man's expression was clearly a little unsightly after his 2 consecutive predictions were wrong. But after all, he had lived for an unknown number of years. He could still remain calm at this moment. But regarding the evaluation of the next battle, the old man was tactful and did not continue to make predictions. This was because the third battle also ended very quickly. Or rather, the old man did not have time to predict and the battle ended. Bang! 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 Just like before, the battle ended in just 3 moves. Even the battle scene was very similar to the battle with Pu Lei just now. Zichun quickly stepped forward and punched his opponent's abdomen. The intense pain made his opponent's body bend. Then, he released his fist and used his wrist to hit his opponent's chin with the back of his palm. He lifted his opponent's body up again. Finally, he chopped his opponent's neck directly and ended the battle. Zichun clapped his hands and kicked the person who fell under his feet off the ring again. He looked at the remaining 7 people and said, "What about you? Do you want to come one by one, or all of you? I don't have much time. You have to make a decision quickly." His words were obviously more arrogant and arrogant. But the people below the ring did not react as fiercely as before. They did not even blame him in their hearts, because the 3 rapid battles in a row had made them completely aware of Zichun's strength. The remaining 7 people were all reputable people in the City of God. Of course, they would not choose to join forces. Thus, the 4th person rushed forward. Zichun made his move. 3 moves. It was still 3 moves. It was the same method as before. It was the same method of eliminating the enemy. Zichun had already eliminated 3 people with this move, but they still could not defend against it. The 4th person fell in the same way. Then, the 5th person rushed forward. Zichun rushed forward again. His body glowed, and he made his move at lightning speed. There was an uproar all around. 3 moves. The battle ended in 3 moves again. There were 5 people left in the ring. Their expressions became very ugly. At first, they had thought that it was their bad luck that Zichun had chosen them. This time, no matter what, they would make Zichun pay the price he deserved. However, Zichun had eliminated the 5 of them so quickly and had even used the same method. This made the 5 of them feel a lot of pressure. When they saw Zichun's gaze, they even wished that they were the one who attacked first. If they did, they would have been knocked unconscious and would not have felt the pressure from all around. Go to hell. Another person rushed forward. Obviously, he was gritting his teeth. He was seriously lacking in confidence and exposed his weakness. Zichun's lips curled into a smile. His figure flashed, and it was the same attack again. The opponent had also guessed the direction of Zichun's attack and was completely focused on blocking it. He did not care about other places. But guessing was one thing, and blocking was another. Zichun's body shone brightly. In an instant, he had struck 3 times. The opponent, who had only made a movement of turning his head, fell limply to the ground. It was the same move again. There were only 4 people left on the field. Looking at the 4 people with ugly expressions, Zichun said, "Don't waste any more time. Let's attack together. I don't have much time. I can't let you waste it like this." "Are you the one who said that?" One of them looked at Zichun and said, "Of course I said that. The 4 of you haven't attacked yet. Aren't you waiting for me to say that? Come on, I'm in a hurry." Although the 4 of them had ugly expressions, they did not give up this opportunity to join forces. Moreover, Zichun's attitude was very arrogant, which angered the people below the stage. Therefore, they ignored the shameless behavior of the 4 of them. As long as they could defeat the opponent together, it would be a victory for them. They were afraid that the 4 of them together would not be able to defeat Zichun. Too slow. Still too slow. Zichun's voice rang out beside the 4 of them. He shuttled back and forth like a ray of light. At the same time, he continuously attacked, one hand knife after another falling down. After 4 breaths, Zichun appeared behind the 4 of them. When he looked at the 4 people in front of him, they all stopped moving and fell down. Chapter 2363. The 4 of them had only lasted for 4 breaths. There was no doubt about Zichun's strength. Although this was only a battle between level 5 fighters, which was equivalent to a battle between the weakest fighters in the City of God, these people were still the cream of the crop among the level 5 fighters. For them to be brutally beaten up by Zichun, who was of the same level, was undoubtedly a huge blow to their reputation. Even their forces felt that they had lost face. However, this also showed how strong Zichun was. When they were at his level, they didn't have such terrifying combat strength. After the battle, Zichen glanced at the crowd and took out the 10 challenge letters from before. He waved the challenge letters lightly and said, "In the future, let's not do such boring things. You guys go worship your goddess. I still have to live my life. Let's mind our own business." After he finished speaking, Zichun confidently threw away the 10 challenge letters in his hand. The letters of challenge fell on the fighting ring, landing on the bodies of the people who had fainted. He then turned around and walked down the fighting ring. Arrogant, arrogant, extremely arrogant, extremely arrogant. However, at this moment, no one dared to stop Zichen. Or rather, they didn't have a reason to stop Zichen. The fire Qilin's body was burning with raging flames. It released a terrifying aura as it walked towards them. Perhaps there were many experts among the spectators. Their realms were very high, and they were very strong. However, no matter how strong they couldn't be stronger than the fire Qilin. This was because the fire Qilin had existed for a very long time. It could be traced back to when the Life Star was formed. Most importantly, the fire Qilin came from the Craft's Manor. There were no weak existences from the Craft's Manor. If one had to say who was weak, it would be Zichun, who had defeated 10 experts of the same level. The memory of that battle was still fresh in their minds. The experts of the Craft's Manor were endless, to the point where they were lawless. If it wasn't for the appearance of those gods, there wouldn't be any forces in the City of God that could suppress the Craft's Manor. They could find a reason to challenge Zichun, but that was within the rules. If they broke the rules, they would definitely be dealt a devastating blow by the Craft's Manor. Not to mention the others. Just take the man and the beast in front of them as an example. How many people present could guarantee that they could stop Lei Ming and the fire Qilin? Thus, the crowd parted and Zichun walked towards the carriage. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed politely and got into the carriage. The fire Qilin pulled the carriage and headed towards the Craft's Manor. Wherever he passed, everyone naturally took a detour. Looking at the departure of the carriage, sighs could be heard from time to time. They originally wanted to teach Zichun a lesson, but this time, they were slapped in the face by Zichun, and it was a heavy slap to their faces. Inside the carriage, Lei Ming looked at Zichun and said with a smile, "You did a clean job. Not bad." Zichun smiled and said, "They are too weak. A bunch of idle existences. Their combat strength is really trash." Along the way, Zichun had been fighting nonstop and had rich combat experience. In today's battle, he could naturally tell that these people were inexperienced. Their combat strength might be stronger than those level 5 existences outside, but it was definitely not to the point where they could dominate those of the same level. And such experts were simply too weak for Zichun, who was known to be invincible among those of the same level. Don't be careless. In the City of God, there are still some existences with great potential. They are not like those people who would not appear under normal circumstances, Lei Ming reminded. So you're saying that they will appear this time? Who knows? No one can guess what those people are thinking. Lei Ming shook his head and said, "Why?" Zichun asked the question in his heart. He did not understand why these people wanted to challenge him, and what was the so-called disrespect to the goddess. It was as if he had become the public enemy of the entire City of God within a day, and everyone wanted to kill him. Lei Ming smiled bitterly and said, "For now, we are not sure. Perhaps we will find out after some time." The two of them walked towards the Craft's Manor, and they did not encounter any trouble along the way. However, one could imagine that today's battle would quickly spread to every place in the City of God that paid attention to Zichun. As for what would happen next, they could only wait patiently. After Zichun returned to the Craft's Manor, he did not see the craftsman ancestor. Instead, Lei Ming went to find him. "Sir, you don't seem to be paying attention to today's battle?" Lei Ming asked, puzzled. "What's there to pay attention to?" The craftsman ancestor smiled and said, "As a heaven-defying cultivator of a life star, even if he is greatly suppressed by the laws, it is still not a problem for him to deal with some nobodies. As for the outcome, is there a need to pay attention to it?" Lei Ming nodded and said, "That's true. The outcome was already predicted, but I did not expect him to win so easily against 10 people." "Very easily?" The craftsman ancestor looked at Lei Ming in surprise. One had to know that if Lei Ming said it was easy, it meant that the battle was not difficult at all. It should be very easy. Thinking back to that battle, Lei Ming smiled and said, only in the first battle did he use 18 moves. After that, all the battles ended within 3 moves. Oh, by the way, those people were all knocked out within 3 moves, and it was the same move. Oh, that's interesting. It seems like this heaven-defying cultivator is stronger than we imagined. However, whether he is the strongest or not, we still need time to prove it. The conversation ended here, and the Crafts Manor returned to its peaceful state. Although the people living in the Crafts Manor did not make things difficult for Zichun, after Zichun's victory, they undoubtedly felt that the atmosphere here was much more cheerful. Indeed, in a Crafts Manor like this where experts were as common as clouds, how could they tolerate others acting presumptuously and shouting outside the door? However, this peaceful atmosphere only lasted for 2 days. On the 3rd day, voices came from outside the door again. However, this time, the voices were clearly more orderly and no longer rude. However, they were still filled with hostility. When Zichun walked out of the Crafts Manor, he saw more than 10 people standing outside. This time, the 2 beast ancestors did not appear. They were still standing far away obediently. In their hands, they were holding the same letter of challenge. Since they dared to issue a letter of challenge after Zichun's victory, these people must have absolute confidence. Zichun, I'm here to deliver a message on behalf of my young master. He can defeat you within 10 moves. Now that the letter of challenge has been issued, do you dare to accept it? The servant looked at Zichun and said coldly. This servant had the strength of a level 6, but the young master he mentioned was only a level 5 existence. The others were in the same situation. The people they represented were all level 5s. For the time being, there were no forces that could use their realms to suppress Zichun. These people's gazes were aggressive, and they were all level 6. However, Zichun was not afraid. This was the Crafts Manor. If they dared to act recklessly, it was guaranteed that they would die on the spot within 3 breaths. Unlike the previous time, he did not accept 10 letters of challenge directly. Instead, he took the letter of challenge from the most arrogant servant and said, "Ask your master to go to the arena and wait for a beating." Shameless boasting. This servant snorted angrily, turned around, and left quickly. As for the others, when they saw that Zichun did not intend to accept their letters of challenge, they also turned around to report. After everyone had left, Lei Ming once again arrived just in time. After Zichun bowed and got on the carriage, Lei Ming said, "The guy you chose this time has some background. His combat strength is stronger than those from the previous time." Zichun nodded and did not say anything. "Why only one?" Lei Ming asked curiously. Obviously, he did not think that Zichun would lose this battle. However, he could not understand why Zichun, who had chosen 10 people previously, only chose one this time. Could it be that he was being cautious? "I'm a little tired. I don't feel like fighting anymore." Zichun closed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage as he spoke. He was indeed very tired. After coming here, he could not find the way out. He had no clue at all. Moreover, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could leave this place. Now, he could only passively wait for news from Ichien. This kind of passivity was undoubtedly not in line with Zichun's personality. Moreover, Ichien had not come for a few days. Obviously, it was inconvenient for her to appear. "If you're tired, then do you want to fight 1 battle a day?" Lei Ming asked with a smile. Zichun shook his head slowly and said, "No, I'll only fight today." When he came to the square again, there were more people gathered here than last time. Obviously, they had all heard the news and came to join in the fun. On the battle stage, a young man with a prominent head stood indifferently. Obviously, he was Zichun's opponent this time. When the fire Qilin arrived, the crowd dispersed. Zichun walked out of the carriage and looked up at the young man. "What big words. I'd like to see how you'll beat me, Hayden." The person who came was called Hayden. Although he was only a level 5, he was quite famous. It was said that he had not lost to a level 6 before. Even if Zichun wins this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The old man from yesterday appeared again. He looked at Hayden, who had a cold expression on his face, and gave such an evaluation. When the people around heard this, They nodded in agreement. Zichun walked up the battle stage step by step and stood in front of Hayden. Hayden said coldly, "Are you ready?" "Before the battle, I have something to say to you, and to everyone here," Zichun said indifferently. "Say it." "You won't have the chance later," Hayden said coldly. Chapter 2364. Zichun's words were resounding and powerful, echoing throughout the area. Everybody listened to him quietly, but their expressions slowly changed. As for what Zichun had said, Hayden's face was filled with murderous intentions. Everybody's face became unsightly. Arrogant, arrogant, very arrogant, very arrogant, extremely arrogant, extremely arrogant. Zichun's words had enraged everybody. What did he mean by a very good friend? He was just a mortal. What right did he have to be a very good friend of the goddess? What did he mean by apologizing? Shouldn't he stay away from the goddess? What did he mean by not being a kind person? Did he mean that they were kind people? What did he mean by setting a good example? Did he not take Hayden seriously? Did he think that he could kill him like a chicken and play with them like monkeys? Was he killing the chicken to warn the monkeys? Everybody was enraged. They were thoroughly enraged. They hated that they couldn't chop Zichun into 8 pieces right now. However, when they saw the fire Qilin and Lei Ming nodding with a smile, they endured. However, tolerating didn't mean surrendering. They hoped that Hayden could kill Zichun. This kid is too arrogant. Does he think that there's no one in the city of God, so he can do whatever he wants? Since when can people from the life star ride on our heads? The old man who had predicted was so angry that he was shivering. Next to him, the others were also enraged. They hated that they couldn't beat the other. Go to hell. Hayden was enraged. He didn't say anything and just dashed towards Zichun. Compared to those people from last time, Hayden was indeed very strong. His attacks were full of power, speed, and a very strong aura. However, this was only compared to those 10 people. To Zichun, this kind of attack was barely acceptable. Thus, he clenched his fists to meet the attack. Lightning sparkled on his fists. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, creating a loud explosion. The energy on Hayden's attack was shattered instantly. At the same time, he was pushed back. The bones in his fists cracked. After just one collision, Hayden's attack was shattered. It had to be known that in the last battle, although the 10 people were in a sorry state, only Hong Yin had suffered some injuries. The others were relatively unharmed. However, in today's battle, Hayden's arm was shattered right from the start, and it was during a head-on confrontation. From this, it could be seen that the difference in strength between the two was huge. After retreating, the pain from his arm woke Hayden up from his anger. He endured the pain and pulled out his weapon, but at this moment, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a strong force landed on his chest. His body flew backward uncontrollably. Along the way, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Along with the sound of bones breaking, Hayden screamed in pain. Zichun chased after Hayden like a flash of light. He grabbed Hayden's wrist with one hand, and the lightning energy in his body surged towards Hayden's wrist. Crack, crack. His bones began to crack, and the intense pain caused his screams to become even more shrill. This voice caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The powerful Hayden was actually defeated in an instant. But this wasn't the end. Zichun's expression was cold as he dodged again, aiming for the opponent's waist. Pong! A powerful force exploded as the attack landed, and the bones in Hayden's back shattered again. Kacha! Kacha! Following that, the bones in his legs were also shattered by Zichun. Hayden's screams had become hoarse. He was in so much pain that tears flowed, and his eyes were filled with hatred. This wasn't just pain. His bones had been shattered in front of so many people. This was more of a humiliation. Zichun, you'll die a horrible death. Hayden's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he cursed. Crack! Zichun dislocated Hayden's jaw, making him unable to say a word. The pain from his body caused Hayden's body to twitch continuously, and tears flowed down his face. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone looked at Zichun in shock. Obviously, such a quick victory was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone, see? This is the limit of my mercy. If anyone still refuses to accept this next time, it will be more serious than this. Don't worry. Although I'm not merciful, I always keep my word." After saying that, Zichun walked down the battle stage. The outcome had been decided. What a sinister brat. Die. An angry roar sounded from the crowd, and a powerful aura emerged. This aura caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change drastically, and they all moved aside. Zichun felt a strong pressure, but his expression didn't change much. He just looked ahead and sneered. What's wrong? Did the old come after beating up the young? You little brat, you're too cruel. Today, I must get rid of you. The person who emitted the powerful aura was a middle-aged man. He stared coldly at Zichun as he rushed over. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. At this moment, an even colder and more indifferent voice sounded from another direction. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded, bringing with it a powerful force. A thunder gate appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Thunder and lightning moved around the thunder gate, twisting the space around it. Under the thunder gate, Lei Ming stood on the carriage, his long hair fluttering. Lightning surged around his body, and his robe fluttered crazily. A scorching fire wave emitted from the fire Qilin's body, bringing with it the terrifying power of fire. It made the people who came close to it change their countenances, and they backed off crazily as if their bodies would be set on fire if they moved a little bit slower. These two powerful auras dashed towards the arrogant middle-aged man, their strong, murderous intents locking on him. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. He halted his steps, turning his head to look at the carriage. Don't stop. You can try. I can guarantee that at this time tomorrow, your family's mansion will become a pile of ruins. Lei Ming looked at the man, speaking coldly. At this moment, he showed the aura of an expert, which was both arrogant and domineering. His voice spread everywhere, making more people discolored. At this moment, many people couldn't help but remember the great battle that had shaken the entire city of God many years ago. The existences from the Life Star, which had always been oppressed by others, had shown their crazy powers, which had almost shaken this terrifying city. If the God clan hadn't shown up in the end, many forces that year would have disappeared because of this. And today, when Lei Ming said those words, no one thought it was a threat because it was an objective fact. Perhaps the people from the craftsman house had been waiting for this day to happen. They had been accumulating for so many years, waiting for this day to explode. Harumph. Others are afraid of your craftsman house, but our high family isn't. This middle-aged man was also very aggressive. His aura didn't decrease as he dashed forward, jumping up and down and landing on the fighting platform. Just as everyone was waiting in anticipation to see if an extremely earth-shattering event was about to erupt, the other party landed in front of Hayden and bent down to pick him up. What a ruthless brat. Today's matter isn't over. Then, he looked at Zichun coldly, leaving behind some harsh words. He turned around and jumped down from the fighting platform, disappearing into the distance after a few leaps. Sighs arose everywhere. Apparently, the High family had made a big noise, but they didn't dare to do anything to the people of the craftsman house. In the sky, the thunder gate disappeared. The fierce aura of the fire Qilin also vanished. The oppressive aura in the surroundings disappeared. The battle was over. Zichun walked to the carriage. Sighs arose unceasingly. Of course, the onlookers didn't mind the commotion. They just hoped that there would be a force that could challenge the craftsman house. If that happened, perhaps the structure of the city of God would change. Unfortunately, they didn't get to see it. Zichun left. Today, when he fought Haideng, he had done something to intimidate. An injury like Haideng's couldn't be healed in a short time. As for the effect of this intimidation, it would depend on whether someone would come to challenge him the next day. In Zichun's expectation, even if this group of people didn't know what was good for them, with his battle record against Haideng, no one would dare to challenge him for a few days. However, he didn't expect that Zichun would receive a challenge the next day. It was also a challenge from a level 5. Zichun was a little surprised, so he went to the fighting platform without hesitation. Under the witness of many onlookers, Zichun used almost the same amount of time to completely defeat his opponent. All the bones in his body were shattered, and the degree of shattering was much more serious than Haidang's. Only his head was left intact. After the battle on the second day, Zichen didn't say anything more and walked down from the fighting platform directly. The people of the other party's family seemed to have learned their lesson from yesterday and didn't go berserk, because the result of going berserk would only be to humiliate themselves. On the third day, another challenge came. Zichen went up to the fighting platform. This time, he didn't go all out immediately. Instead, he used an invincible divine art that he hadn't used for many years. The level 5 young master's face was quickly beaten until it was swollen. It was impossible to recognize his original face. His opponent's mouth full of teeth rolled around the platform, followed by the sound of bones breaking. In the end, Zichen shattered all the bones in his body. Compared to yesterday, his face was even more humiliated. His face was swollen like a pig's head. However, on the fourth day, there were still people who came up to challenge him. Zichen didn't believe that his methods didn't have the slightest effect. The only possibility was that someone was secretly manipulating the situation. Zichen guessed that they wanted to test his strength. As for why they didn't send a level 6, it was obvious from the attitude of Lei Ming and the Fire Qilin. No one dared to use their level to suppress Zichen. As for when this test would end, Zichen didn't know. Zichen fought around every day, and he would beat his opponents very badly. His name quickly spread throughout the entire City of Gods, and the evaluation of Zichen's battle prowess also appeared. Speed was the most important factor, followed closely by strength. Chapter 2365. Zichen's opponent was a young man. In fact, he had been challenging young men all this time. But this one was different. He didn't actually send out a letter of challenge. He only sent a servant to inform Zichen that there would be a battle and that his young master was already waiting there. Of course, it was impossible for Zichen to participate with such a simple sentence. The servant then said that if he continued to win after this battle, no one in the City of God would dare to challenge Zichen again. This indicated that this would be the last battle. And so, Zichen came. Even when Zichen stepped onto the stage, the crowd was still in an uproar, and there was a clamor of discussion. Because no one knew which faction this young man was from, and no one knew who he was. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," the young man said calmly when he saw Zichen step onto the stage. As soon as he said this, the noisy crowd fell silent. So far, Zichen had fought more than 10 battles, and he had completely defeated his opponent in every battle. During this time, he had defeated several extremely famous existences, and each one of them was more miserable than the last. Although they hated Zichen, they couldn't help but admit that Zichen was one of the best of his level. They were all at the 5th level, so it was impossible for anyone to defeat Zichen. And since this person dared to challenge him, it was impossible that he didn't know about Zichen's battle record. But now, he dared to speak like this. Was it confidence? Or arrogance? "I've already fought so many battles, I don't care about this last one," Zichen replied calmly. "Don't compare me to those trash. Today, I will announce that if you defeat me, no one in the City of God will ever challenge you again. If anyone challenges you, they will be dealt with by me. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can defeat me." This one sentence represented the entire City of God. How arrogant was this? The crowd was silent, and no one spoke. In the past few days, even though they knew that Zichen was very strong, there were still people who recklessly stepped up to be beaten up. This was enough to explain many things. "So, you're the one who wants to test me?" Zichen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other man. "Were you the one who arranged for those people to come to you and get beaten up?" The young man sneered and said, "If I want to deal with you, I won't bother to play tricks." The conversation came to an end here. Whether he was truly strong or just arrogant, it would soon be revealed. "Should we start the battle now, or should we wait for you to rest for a while?" The young man asked Zichen. "Let's begin." After saying that, Zichen rushed forward. Opposite him, the young man also moved in an instant. Just a moment ago, the two of them were still talking casually, but in the next moment, they used their full strength to attack. The fluctuations were extremely intense. The movements of the two were surprisingly similar. They were both charging forward and punching out. Their fists were shining with a strong light. This was a pure head-on clash. In the past few days, the spectators outside the battlefield had seen many people clash head-on with Zichun. Very few were able to last more than 2 moves. Most of the time, they would have their arms broken by Zichun in 1 move. Then, they would be beaten up one-sidedly until the end of the battle. Boom! When the 2 fists collided, a powerful force exploded in an instant. A ripple of energy spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. In the strong collision, the young man's arm was not broken by Zichun. He was only pushed back a few steps. As for Zichun, he was also pushed back by this punch. The 2 of them were actually evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. It seemed that this was the first time such a situation had happened since Zichun had fought. Swoosh! Zichun's figure flashed and rushed forward again. He punched out again, lightning flashing. The young man was not to be outdone. He tapped his foot on the ground and moved forward in a straight line. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out on the battlefield. The 2 of them were constantly exchanging blows, their figures constantly changing. This was a pure head-on attack. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a competition of strength and the strength of the physical body. Zichun's relaxed expression gradually became serious as the battle continued. If his opponent was the person behind the scenes, Zichun believed that he would not be that strong. However, that was not the case at the moment. He had never met anyone at the same level whose physical strength was comparable to his, but now he met one. His opponent's arrogance clearly had something to rely on. In fact, Zichun did not know that there was indeed someone behind the scenes who was very wary of Zichun. That was why he was probing him. However, he was stopped by the person in front of him. He knew that it was useless. No matter how long he probed, without a strong combat strength, everything would be in vain. There was nothing wrong with knowing one's enemy, but the prerequisite was that one had to have the strength to fight back. Which family's disciple is this? How could he be so strong? His physical strength is comparable to Zichun's. He should be an extraordinary existence. How come I have never seen him before? Looking at the 2 of them who were equally matched on the battlefield, the spectators began to discuss. Of course, to be able to suppress Zichun, who had always been arrogant, they were still very happy. To be able to fight against a heaven-defying cultivator's physical body, it seems that this guy has a strong background. Lei Ming glanced at the battlefield, then turned his head and looked into the depths of the City of Gods. There was a tall building there. To many people in the City of Gods, that was a forbidden area. That building separated the entire City of Gods. The noble people all lived in the forbidden area, while the ordinary people lived outside. Although Lei Ming had been there many times, he still did not know much about that place. It was a mysterious forbidden area within the city. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his head. He saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd. There were many people around him, who were all there to join in the fun. However, Lei Ming saw him immediately. He was the kind of person who attracted people wherever he went, and Lei Ming knew him. The man also sensed it. He turned his head and looked at Lei Ming. He smiled faintly at him and continued to watch the battle. So he really is from there. Lei Ming's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be thinking about something and did not have time to watch the battle. As for the fire Qilin beside him, it did not say anything. It was just watching. Of course, there was still some surprise in its eyes. Boom! On the battle platform, there was a strong energy fluctuation. The 2 of them both retreated. This time, the 2 of them did not continue to move forward. Instead, they stared at each other. Zichun looked serious. This was an opponent who was not inferior to him in terms of physical body and strength. He had met a real opponent in the same level. I say, it's meaningless to continue probing. I'm not like those useless people. Show me what you've got. The young man looked at Zichun and said, whoosh! Lightning flashed on Zichun's body, and he disappeared from his original spot. Then, he appeared beside the young man as if he had teleported. He slapped at the young man's head. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up into a smile. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot as well. Then, the 2 of them appeared in different places like 2 beams of light. The 2 of them changed their bodies so quickly that the audience was dazzled. The 9 bolts of lightning. That's the lightning clan's extreme speed. The 9 bolts of lightning. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. This voice successfully caused an uproar. The spectators present had lived for tens of thousands of years. Each of them was a famous figure in the outside world. It was impossible for them not to have heard of the 9 bolts of lightning. That was the real extreme speed. It was recognized as the fastest speed in all the worlds. It was the first and only one, not one of the fastest. In the previous battles, Zichen was also very fast, but obviously not as fast as this one. The fact that the young man could force Zichen to use his extreme speed this time was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. The crowd was in an uproar, but soon after, a shocking scene appeared. They saw that the publicly recognized fastest person in the world didn't help Zichen gain the upper hand. Just as Zichen changed his body, the young man was not to be outdone. He kept flashing and changing his direction. What kind of speed is that? How can it be compared to the world extreme speed? Isn't the world extreme speed the best in the world? What's going on? What a fast speed. It's not inferior to the world extreme speed at all. After seeing the world extreme speed, the crowd was already in an uproar. Then, they saw another footwork that was not inferior to the world extreme speed. It is said that there is a footwork called the Fleetfoot Stride that is comparable to the world extreme speed, but it was created by God, and it is said that only God can use it. Just as the crowd was puzzled, an old voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. The old man had lived in this world for a long time and remembered many things clearly, so he recalled it at this moment. Then, several similar voices sounded, and more people said that this technique was unearthed. After that, the uproar disappeared and the scene was silent. Everyone looked at the battlefield in a daze, guessing in their hearts. Could it be that the other party was God? God is not that weak. That is the Fleetfoot Stride, but it was obtained through other means. It seems that his body is comparable to Zichen's because he refined the divine blood. This time, they came prepared. He looked back at Lei Ming and snorted. There was no joy on his face. The world extreme speed is just elf. The young man's disdainful voice sounded in the fighting ring. His body flickered a few times, and he easily got rid of Zichen. God's wrath. He quickly retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. He looked at Zichen and shouted in a low voice. His face was full of majestic anger. In the sky, the void distorted and a blurry face appeared. It was vast and majestic. Chapter 2366. A thunderous rumble shook the ninth heaven, reverberating in the entire city of God. An indescribable energy appeared above Zichen's head. The space there began to distort, and a door that flashed with the light of lightning appeared from within. It was a door of lightning. It was simple and ancient, and there were countless snakes of lightning swimming around its surface. It faced the strange face from a distance, both emitting intimidating pressure. They looked at each other with hostility. The face was the god's wrath, which represented the wrath of the God clan. The Thunderbolt door represented the Thunder clan, which was a powerful technique of the Life Star. At the moment the two techniques were displayed, it stirred up a big commotion in the entire city of God. The beast ancestor guarding outside the craftsman house revealed his real body from the statue. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, his eyes filled with nostalgia. In their glorious era, a similar scene had happened. It was the collision between the Thunderbolt and the God's wrath. It was also the critical moment of the life or death of the Life Star. It seemed like every time the battle between the God Clan and the God Clan broke out, it was the most dangerous moment of the Life Star. It was the moment of life or death, and at that time, they won, and the God's wrath vanished. Then, they stepped on the road of revenge. Inexplicably, they arrived in this world and couldn't return. In the craftsman house, experts lifted their heads one after another. Their eyes seemed to pierce through space to see the sparkling thunderbolt door and the cold, imposing face. The craftsman ancestor walked out of his room, lifting his head to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and emotions. Who could still remember the scene of a high-spirited existence holding a hammer and smashing the strange face into pieces? The one who defies the natural order always defies the natural order. The collision with the God Clan's technique this time. Does it mean that the pattern will change? He mumbled to himself. However, he didn't seem to be worried about Zichun. Not only the craftsman ancestor, but the beast ancestors in the craftsman house also didn't seem to be worried about Zichun. He was Zichun from the Life Star. He had to win. He was a member of the Thunder Clan. After so many years of fighting, the Thunderbolt Ninth Heaven had to win. He was the one who defied the natural order of the Life Star. He was known as the strongest existence on the Life Star. He had to win. He had no reason to lose, so he could only win. A powerful aura was wreaking havoc on the fighting stage. Lightning surged on the lightning gate, and the sound of thunder was deafening. His face became clearer and clearer, and the expression on his face became more and more lifelike and cold. He was the first to give a cold snort. A strange power surged towards Zichun. That power was similar to a sound wave. It was a physical attack that could be seen with the naked eye, but it was much stronger than a sound wave. However, Zichun knew very well that this was not a sound wave, but a type of law that he had never encountered before. These rules had a will to destroy. It was as though they wanted to destroy Zichun by force at this moment. Zichun began to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were resolute as he shouted, "Thunder fall." As if it had heard Zichun's call, the lightning gate suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling light. Then, the lightning gate opened wide, and a small beast that was almost 2 meters long crawled out from it. It was a small beast with lightning radiating from its entire body. It had a lightning horn on its forehead. It was the thunder beast that only the Thunder Tribe had. Some were strong, and some were weak. It was a common kind that belonged to the Thunder Tribe. This kind of thunder beast wasn't strong, and it shouldn't have appeared in Zichun's lightning gate. Because Zichun was the one who defied the natural order, he was a strong existence. How could there be such a weak existence in his thunderclap ninth heaven? Normally, when the lightning gate appeared, it would be an existence at the level of the Thunder Dragon. Even if it was a thunder beast, it should be a powerful mutated one. Only that kind of thunder beast could match Zichun's lightning gate's first sky. How could it be? As a member of the Thunder Tribe, Lei Ming could not understand the situation in front of him. The appearance of the thunder beast in the first layer of heaven would greatly reduce the power of the ninth layer of heaven. With such an unforeseen event happening in this battle, Zichun might lose. Zichun, who was in the middle of the battlefield, didn't think too much. With a low shout, the lightning gate opened, and the thunder beast came out. He didn't feel the strength of the thunder beast. Instead, he felt that the thunder beast was very friendly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, as if it had met its master. It looked at Zichun affectionately. Zichun raised his head and nodded at the thunder beast. The thunder beast nodded and then let out a soft cry. Its front paws stepped on the void and rushed towards the face. The eyebrows on the face became clear. It seemed to be frowning, and anger appeared on its face. God's wrath. The thunder beast that was rushing forward suddenly swayed, as if it had suffered some kind of strong impact. The light on its body dimmed. However, its eyes were very bright, and it didn't stop at all when it collided with the face. Boom! The thunder beast exploded and turned into pure thunder power. Like a thunder cloud, it spread out in all directions and shrouded the face in it. Under the raging thunder, the face trembled in midair, as if it was about to be destroyed. Its facial features began to distort. How is this possible? Seeing such a scene, Lei Ming's face revealed a touch of disbelief. According to the status of the Thunder Beast in the Thunder Clan, it shouldn't be so strong. Not to mention an ordinary Thunder Beast, even a mutated Thunder Beast wouldn't have such strong destructive power. On the battle stage, the young man formed a seal with his hands, and a burst of energy rushed to the sky. The distorted face became clear again, and the surrounding power of thunder and lightning began to dissipate. Lightning gate, open. Zichun's voice sounded again. Another lightning gate appeared in the middle of the lightning gate, which represented the gate of the second heaven in space-time. That lightning gate opened, and an oppressive aura swept out from the gate. A small deer with flashes of thunder and lightning around its body appeared from the lightning gate. Thunder spirit deer? Lei Ming's expression became very strange when he saw the thunder and lightning creature that appeared from the second gate. This thunder spirit deer was much rarer than the previous thunder beast. However, in the Thunder Clan, it wasn't good at attacking. In fact, its attacking power was at the bottom of the Thunder Clan. When the Thunder Clan was prosperous, the thunder spirit deer was actually raised as a lucky spirit beast. Most girls like to use them as mounts. However, this 1-meter-long thunder spirit deer was obviously still in its infancy. It could only be used as a playmate. It wasn't even qualified to be a mount. Such a small existence that could only be used as a playmate, how much fighting power could it have? Moreover, it occupied the second heaven of the lightning gate. Seeing this deer, a smile appeared on Zichen's face. In his heart, he thought that Mingyao and the others would be very happy after seeing this. As for its fighting power, he didn't care about it because he couldn't perceive it. The only feeling he had was that this thunder spirit deer was amiable. This thunder spirit deer looked up to the sky and neighed. Then, it came down, not to fight with the face, but to Zichen. It cheerfully circled around Zichen, sprinkling thunder and lightning along the way. It was like a very cute deer circling around its master. Outside the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt that this thunder spirit deer had no fighting power at all. At this moment, they saw the thunder spirit deer gently rubbing its head against Zichen's arm. Then, like an arrow leaving the bow, it rushed towards the face. During this time, there were ripples of laws attacking the thunder spirit deer. Every time it rushed forward, the thunder spirit deer's spiritual light would become dimmer. However, the attack that was said to contain the god's law still couldn't kill this deer. The deer came in front of the face, and its antlers fiercely hit the face. Boom! The deer turned into thunder and lightning and exploded. Boundless thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc. The face that had just stabilized began to distort again. The young man, who was originally calm, had an obvious change in expression at this moment. No matter how he looked at it, the thunder spirit deer didn't seem to have such terrifying power. Not to mention the other party, even Lei Ming, as a member of the Thunder Clan, didn't understand what was going on. It was obviously a very weak existence. How could it show such great power? Lightning Gate, open. On the battle platform, Zichen's cold voice resounded again. His words reverberated in the sky. The gate to the third heaven opened. Thunder and lightning scattered, and the atmosphere on the battlefield became more and more oppressive. A strange beast with lightning scales all over its body walked out of the lightning gate. Compared to the previous two creatures, this one was undoubtedly more ferocious. There were sharp barbs on the scales of its limbs. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed, and it was full of majesty. It was very similar to a tiger-like creature, but it looked more ferocious than a tiger-like creature. Thunder Spirit Beast. This is the Thunder Spirit Beast. Lei Ming's expression was undoubtedly strange. Although this creature was somewhat famous in the Thunder Clan, it was far from being comparable to the Thunder Dragon. It was still considered a weak existence. Of course, it was indeed stronger than the previous two creatures. It was said that the Thunder Spirit Beast was the grown-up version of the Thunder Dragon, but it had never been confirmed. The Thunder Spirit Beast glanced at Zichen. A rare touch of gentleness appeared in its ferocious eyes. Then, it stepped in the air and rushed towards the face that had just stabilized. Destroy! The face, which was facing the Thunder Spirit Beast, finally opened its mouth and said a word. It was as if his words were law. He drove the might of the rules and went straight for the Thunder Spirit Beast. Bang! The Thunder Spirit Beast's body dissipated directly, as if it had been destroyed by the rules. Lei Ming sighed. As expected, this Thunder Spirit Beast was too weak. It couldn't do anything to the god's wrath. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the void shook. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the Thunder Spirit Beast that had just dissipated reassembled. After reassembling, the light on its body became dimmer than before. Then, it turned into a flowing light and rushed towards the face amidst the exclamations of many people. Boom! The Thunder Spirit Beast exploded, forming an even more terrifying thunderstorm that raged on the face of the god. Chapter 2367. The god's wrath that had already taken form represented the face of God and the laws of God. Its power was much stronger than before. Facing this violent energy, it frowned. More power of laws appeared, dispersing the violent lightning energy. Around the face, the power of lightning was completely dispersed, and the face reappeared. But if one looked closely, they would find that the space around the face was no longer stable, and the face was also trembling slightly. Thundergate, open. The cold voice once again resounded through the world. The Thundergate that could open the 9 heavens was now open to the 4th heaven. An oppressive aura swept through the field, like a violent lightning storm wreaking havoc. Facing this oppressive aura, the young man's body surged with energy light. This light corresponded with the god's wrath in the sky. What walked out from the thunder gate of the 4th heaven was a creature with lightning and fire around its body. It was a combination of lightning and fire, and it emitted a blazing and violent aura. It was impossible to see its appearance clearly. Only a pair of bright eyes could be seen, telling the story of its brutality. This is the legendary Thunderfire Beast. I didn't expect it to actually exist. The moment Lei Ming saw the creature, his expression changed. Thunderclap 9th heaven opened the 9th heaven gate and summon lightning creatures to battle. But under normal circumstances, these lightning creatures would appear according to their own will. They represented the will of an individual, and they were usually stronger than the previous one. For example, if the 1st heaven was a thunder dragon, then the 2nd heaven would be a 2-headed dragon or a 3-headed dragon and other powerful creatures. But in the entire Thunder Clan, only the Thunder Dragon was real. Whether it was the 2-headed dragon or the 3-headed dragon, they were not real. They were the products of imagination, and the creatures that Zichun summoned were undoubtedly real. They also had a common characteristic, and that was that they all belonged to the Thunder Clan. In other words, in the entire world, only the Thunder Clan had them. Lei Ming was an ancient existence of the Thunder Clan, but he had never seen a Thunderfire Beast. This was because it was said to have gone extinct many years ago, and only legends were passed down. And today, he saw a Thunderfire Beast. This was a powerful species. It was said that it could even fight against the Thunder Dragon back in the day. When the Thunderfire Beast appeared, it also lowered its head to look at Zichun. Within those bright, merciless, cruel eyes, there seemed to be a trace of gentleness. After that, it became brutal once more, and with a sky full of thunder and fire, it went straight for the face. Divine destruction? His face trembled slightly as he uttered these 2 words, which transformed into a strange destructive force that shot toward the Thunderfire Beast. Roar! The charging Thunderfire Beast suddenly roared towards the sky. Endless thunder fire spewed out from its body, forming a cloud of thunder and fire to protect its body. The clouds of thunder and fire quickly dissipated, and the Thunderfire Beast charged forward. The moment the Thunderfire cloud dissipated, the Thunderfire Beast arrived in front of the face. Boom! The Thunderfire Beast exploded, and a large cloud of thunder fire appeared in the sky, spreading into the distance. The sky was filled with violent thunder and fire, and the rumbling sound resounded throughout the world. Thundergate, open. Amidst the rolling thunder, Zichun's voice was clearly heard. His voice was unusually cold. Above his head, the thunder gate flashed with a dazzling light. Following that, the door to the 5th heaven was about to open. However, after a few flashes, the door to the 5th heaven suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the entire thunder gate disappeared. Puff! When the thunder gate disappeared, Zichun suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which spilled onto the fighting platform. This was the first time in so many battles that Zichun had spilled blood on the fighting platform. Seeing this, the spectators felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. How could this be? Lei Ming looked at the fighting platform in disbelief. The Thunderclap 9th heaven was actually interrupted midway. This was somewhat illogical. He looked at Zichun and found that after coughing up blood, there were no other injuries on his body. Only then did he feel relieved. In his heart, he guessed that Zichun's situation might be due to the fact that he was unable to summon other creatures because of his cultivation level. After all, Zichun had already summoned 4 types of creatures exclusive to the Thunder Clan, and their power was far beyond that of ordinary existences. Seeing Zichun coughing up blood, the spectators were very excited. At this point in the battle, Zichun was finally unable to be arrogant. At this moment, as long as the face withstood the havoc of the thunderfire cloud, as long as it appeared again, it would definitely be able to teach Zichun a very big lesson. The idea was beautiful, but the result was cruel. Not long after Zichun coughed up blood, the young man also coughed up blood. His face suddenly turned pale, and the energy radiance on his body also dimmed. Above his head, the crazily distorted face in the thunderfire cloud could not withstand the havoc of the thunderfire cloud in the end and directly dissipated. The outcome of this battle was already clear. Zichun was just unable to summon a more powerful attack, but the thunderfire beast had destroyed God's fury, so it could be considered a victory. However, the spectators at the scene did not think so. They felt that this battle was a draw. How could God's fury be destroyed by a mortal? It was just that the young man had used up too much energy and could not hold on any longer. Moreover, to be honest, the other party had lasted longer than Zichun. The battle between God's fury and the thunderclap ninth heaven had ended, but the outcome of the battle between the two on the battle stage had yet to be determined. A sword appeared in the young man's hand. There were barbs on the body of the sword, flashing with a cold light. In Zichun's hand, the broken saber was unsheathed. With a flash of the saber, he was already in front of the young man. Clang! As the weapons collided, clanging sounds were constantly heard. The two figures were constantly flashing. Waves of energy ripples spread out in all directions as the two collided. This was an evenly matched battle. Neither side could do anything to the other. This was also a collision between the Thunderfire Nine Deaths and the Fleetfoot Stride. It was a confrontation on another level. With a flash of brilliance, Zichun retreated. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he stared at the young man opposite him. The other party's Fleetfoot Stride surprised him, but this was not his ultimate speed. However, Zichun could also see that the other party was actually holding back at this moment. Zichun did not use the heavenly thunder wings. In his sharp senses, even if he used the heavenly thunder wings, he would not be able to secure victory. This was a tough opponent that he had never met before. Swoosh! The young man tapped his foot and rushed forward again. On the long sword, cold light was overflowing. He stabbed straight at Lin Huang at lightning speed. In Zichun's hand, the saber flashed. It was also the extreme slash. When it collided with the long sword, clanging sounds were heard. As the saber and the sword collided, Zichun and the young man looked at each other coldly. Then, they suddenly exerted their strength. The saber and sword exploded with a strong light. The two of them quickly retreated. Extreme slash, cross slash technique, triple slash. In an instant, Zichun made 3 moves. They were all saber techniques that came with the broken saber. They were very sharp. Looking ahead, the young man was not to be outdone. He also made 3 mysterious moves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two of them in the field had no doubt displayed their real powers. People watching were shaken. This kind of fighting competence had surpassed level 5. Even some level 6 existences couldn't resist it. Since they had guessed the young man's origin, they thought highly of him. At this moment, seeing that Zichun and the young man were neck and neck, they couldn't believe it. This was the difference between a mortal and a god. However, at this moment, Zichun was neck and neck with him. The eye-catching man in the crowd calmly looked ahead. A gleam of surprise flashed in his eyes. This existence from the life star could fight evenly with his fellows. Shurian had to admit that this was a man with great potential. Once he grew up, he would be a big trouble to them. Just like the trouble that year, he had almost pierced the sky. However, that incident was uncontrollable. Apparently, the situation in front of them was under control. Because Zichun was still weak. He wasn't strong enough yet. Don't dawdle. It's time to end this. Looking at the battle in the field, the man muttered. On the fighting ring, the young man seemed to hear his whisper. After one round of confrontation, he kept retreating, increasing the distance between him and Zichun. As the distance between the two of them increased, the young man's gaze towards Zichun became cold and stern. The surging light of energy on his body suddenly changed. It changed from the previous bright light to the current black light. Inside that black light, there was a strong aura. This aura was similar to the god's fury. It contained principles. Is this the god's aura? Although it's not pure, how could he have it? Lei Ming looked at the battlefield, frowning. A gleam of surprise crossed his eyes. He looked at Zichun worriedly. The competence that Zichun had shown was strong enough. He could be the strongest among the warriors at the same level. Even this existence from the city within the city couldn't do anything to him. If the two of them fought, they would be neck and neck. However, he didn't expect that the young man would use the god's aura at this moment. This aura might not be strong in the outside world, but in the world of gods, it was like fighting on home ground. The power of the god's aura would be greatly enhanced. This was why the young man could fight Zichun to a draw. If they were in the outside world, Zichun's combat power alone would be enough to defeat the young man. However, now that he had the god's aura, the situation might change. The young man looked at Zichun coldly. Zichun, it's time for the battle to end. The god's aura was activated. A terrifying might spread out, bringing with it an extremely oppressive aura. Outside the battlefield, the people nearby all had the urge to kowtow at this moment. They knew that this was the final confrontation, so they all started to retreat. At this moment, the aura coming from the young man was undoubtedly very dangerous. Zichun knew that he could only use his last resort. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really die here today. Therefore, the light of energy released from his body suddenly retracted. Chapter 2368. Gold and silver light flashed around Zichun, each occupying half of his body. At the same time, Zichun's black eyes became one gold and one silver. As the energy changed, Zichun's body released an even stronger and more violent aura. This aura confronted the aura around the young man. The divine aura seemed to slow down slightly in the face of the yin and yang lightning, as if it was being suppressed. When the audience saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Or rather, they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. This was because the current Zichun seemed a little too strange. This is the dual attributes of yin and yang? Lei Ming, who had been worried, was shocked when he saw the changes in Zichun's body. Similarly, the man in the crowd was also moved. His indifferent expression finally changed at this moment. He appeared to be very surprised, very shocked. He even blinked a few times, thinking that he was hallucinating. There was a deathly silence outside the arena. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Zichun, who had displayed the fusion of yin and yang energy, brought great shock to the audience. No one looked at the young man who had been favored by the god race. No one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were on Zichun, and their expressions changed drastically. He had only summoned his energy and hadn't fought yet. Logically speaking, no one should be so sensitive or exaggerated. But that was the case. However, the reason they had such a big reaction wasn't because of Zichun, but because of the two energies. Many years ago, an existence similar to this had come to the city of God, and then the city of God had fallen into chaos. That chaos had caused a great shock, and even led to an uncontrollable war. If the god race hadn't intervened in the end, that war would have affected many people. Perhaps the total population of the city of God would have been reduced by 1/10. But even after many years, those who had seen that war still couldn't forget what had happened. At the same time, they couldn't forget the extreme destructive power brought about by these two opposite energies. Although the energy Zichun was displaying was not the same as that person's, the aura was very similar. He was obviously that person's successor. How could this be? Not only did the man's expression change, but even Lei Ming had the same expression on his face. This was simply unbelievable. The heaven-defying Zichun actually possessed two types of energy. It's Wuji's ridiculous theory. I didn't expect it to come true. Yin and yang energy in one body, not yin and yang doppelgangers. This little kid Zichun is really impressive. This is something that even the Wuji Jr. couldn't do. I really didn't expect this little kid to have hidden his strength so deeply. He only revealed his final trump card now. At the same time, many similar sighs could be heard in the craft's manner. From their words, it was not hard to tell that they were shocked by Zichun. At the same time, when they mentioned Wuji's name, it was clear that they valued this junior a lot. It's the same situation as Limitless. It seems even more special than Wuji. Is the city of God going to fall into chaos again? The previous Wuji almost messed up the city of God. I didn't expect such a special one to appear. Luckily, he's not as strong as Wuji back then. In other parts of the city of gods, similar noises could be heard. This is fate. The craftsman ancestor looked up at the sky with an inexplicable smile. On the battle stage, Zichun did not know that after using 2 types of extreme energy, he had caused a huge commotion in the city. He was ready to go all out. Whoosh! He tapped his foot and charged forward. The broken saber in his hand drew an arc. The young man's rule of God surged as he charged at Zichun with his sword. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Yin and yang energy converged and clashed head-on with the rule of God. The evenly matched scene did not continue. The yin and yang energy released a destructive aura at the same time and forcefully destroyed the rule of God. The young man's expression changed drastically, and he began to retreat. Whoosh! Zichun's figure flashed as he transformed into yin and yang light and pursued. Compared to before, Zichun's speed was much faster. The young man, who had also used the fleet-foot stride, was also faster because of the rule of God. However, this time, he no longer had a relaxed smile on his face. He could no longer mock Zichun's 9 lightning strikes. This was because Zichun's speed was slightly faster than his. Whoosh! Zichun was even faster than the young man. He stood where the young man was about to appear and slashed his saber across the void. The young man had just appeared when he was hit by the saber. He panicked and used his sword to block. Clang! Zichun's figure flashed again and disappeared. Then, the black saber swept across the void. The young man had just appeared when the saber landed on his body, leaving a wound on his abdomen. Poof! Poof! The saber flashed quickly and clanged continuously. Halfway through, the sound of the saber slicing flesh could be heard. With the support of the yin and yang energy, Zichun had improved greatly in all aspects. He was now very powerful. Wherever the saber passed, the young man cried out in pain. Hearing this, the faces of the people outside the field turned ugly. It was very similar to the scene in the past. Wuji, who had displayed different attributes, had come here as if there was no one around. Today, even an existence with the rule of God could not suppress him. The saber was still flashing and landing on the young man. The rule of God light on the young man's body was constantly being extinguished. His face was filled with pain and anger. However, at this moment, he could not do anything to Zichun. Zichun was like a beam of gold and silver light that revolved around the young man. Whoosh! As the dazzling light flashed, Zichun appeared behind the young man. He stood there without moving. Blood dripped from the broken saber. His body shone with 2 colors and was surrounded by gold and silver lightning. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His breathing became rapid. There were 2 obvious wounds on his body, but they were not serious. Behind him, the young man was also standing. The long sword in his hand was dripping blood. There were many tears on his robe. From the tears, one could see the saber marks on his skin. There was complete silence outside the arena. At this moment, the outcome was clear. Zichun was injured. Lightly injured. The young man was also injured. Seriously injured. The blood on his long sword was not Zichun's. It was from his arm. It was his own blood. Zichun, who had displayed the yin and yang energy, had extraordinary combat strength. Seeing his performance today, the crowd had an illusion that Wuji had returned. Zichun had won. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked worried. You lost. Remember what you said. Zichun said coldly. The broken saber in his hand slowly returned to its scabbard. The young man loosened his grip on the long sword, and it fell on the fighting ring. He spat out blood. His vision turned black, and he fell backward. In the crowd, the man leaped into the air. Like a blacklight, he landed on the fighting ring and left with the young man. The other party's speed was so fast that Zichun couldn't see the other party's face clearly. The people who were watching the battle also had very surprised expressions on their faces. He won. Such a heaven-defying person is really scary. Lei Ming, who was in the carriage, muttered to himself. He had a gratified smile on his face. The fire Kirin, who was pulling the carriage, nodded in agreement. Zichun walked down the fighting ring. Everywhere he passed, there was silence. Everyone consciously made way for him. At this moment, there was an obvious trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Zichun. Well done. Lei Ming smiled at Zichun when he reached the carriage. Zichun nodded with a smile and got into the carriage. After that, the news of the Wuji successor's arrival in this world was immediately spread. Along the way, Lei Ming did not ask Zichun how he managed to merge the yin and yang energies. He did not mention a word about the previous battle. He just closed his eyes and rested. Looks like I'll have to ask him to make a trip there. The craftsman ancestor retracted his gaze from the sky with a smile on his face. When Zichun returned to the craftsman manor, he realized that the two beast ancestors had revealed their true forms. They were staring at him with an inexplicable look in their eyes. He quickly got out of the carriage and bowed to the two beast ancestors. Little guy, well done, Longhu Sovereign said in a low, muffled voice. His eyes were full of praise. Thank you. Zichun thanked him and entered the craftsman manor. After entering the craftsman manor, he realized that the other beast ancestors were looking at him differently. Could it be because I won this battle? Zichun couldn't help but guess. After returning to the craftsman manor, no one came to challenge him on the second day. Similarly, no one came to challenge him on the third day. It seemed that the young man was right. On the fourth day, Lei Ming, who had not appeared, came to look for Zichun. Come, follow me to a place. Lei Ming came to Zichun's room with a lunchbox in his hand. Where are we going? What are you holding? Zichun followed him out and looked at Lei Ming with a puzzled look. This is a lunchbox. There's some food inside. Let's go. Lei Ming handed the lunchbox to Zichun and walked straight ahead. Zichun followed behind him with a puzzled look. He felt that Lei Ming was a little mysterious today. When they arrived outside the craftsman manor, the carriage pulled by the fire Qilin was already waiting. The two got on the carriage and headed towards the center of the City of Gods. See that? We're going there today. Lei Ming pointed at the towering city wall through the window. A city within a city? Why are we going there? Zichun was astonished. Of course, he knew about the existence of a city within a city. Iqian lived there. Chapter 2369. The fire Qilin pulled the carriage and headed towards the city within the city. Along the way, there were naturally many people who cast sidelong glances at the carriage from the craftsman's manor. They seemed very curious. Are we going to deliver food to people? Are we going to deliver food to people in the city within the city? Zichun looked at Lei Ming in confusion. One had to know that those who lived in the city were all existences related to the gods. Zichun wasn't sure if such existences ate in this world, but he knew that even if they ate, they wouldn't care about the things from the craftsman's manor. Lei Ming, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Zichun. If you don't have some special connections, it's impossible to enter the city within the city. I've been here for so long, but I can only reach the outer area. Unless your godlike girlfriend is willing to help, no one has the right to enter. Then who are we delivering food to? Zichun asked, confused. At this moment, the fire Qilin stopped. An indifferent voice came from outside. Who dares to trespass into the city of gods? Lei Ming pulled open the curtain and looked outside. Zichun also lowered his head. Through the curtain, he saw two armored guards appear in front of the fire Qilin. Even though they were separated by the carriage, Zichun could still feel an oppressive aura. It was obvious that these two guards had great power. This power would far surpass the power that Zichun currently possessed. Lei Ming held a shining token in his hand. There were words engraved on it. This was a special entry token. It should lead to the city of gods. The guards in armor glanced at them and nodded indifferently. Then, they moved to the sides and made way for them. After a long and dark corridor, Zichun's eyes lit up. They had finally arrived at the mysterious city within the city. However, the fire Qilin didn't move forward. Instead, it took a detour and walked towards a remote place. There was a huge black castle. There was still a distance from the castle, but there was an inexplicable pressure coming from it. This pressure made even Zichun, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Lei Ming pulled open the curtain and pointed at the Black Castle. That's the City of Gods prison. The only prison in the City of Gods. There's a prison here? Zichun was in disbelief. Could it be that there are still people who committed crimes in the City of God and were imprisoned here? Lei Ming nodded and said, if you stay in the City of God for a long time, all sorts of things will happen. However, ordinary people did not have the qualifications to be locked in here. Those who had the qualifications to be locked in here were true experts, and also some very difficult characters to deal with. Don't underestimate this prison. Even rank 9 experts can't get out. Its existence is very meaningful. Are we here to visit someone in prison today? What realm is this person at? Zichun asked curiously. It should be level 9. Lei Ming said after thinking for a while. A level 9 being locked up? Level 9 is only the strongest among ordinary people. But this is the City of Gods. There are gods here. What is a level 9 in front of God? What about you? Are you at level 9? Zichun asked Lei Ming curiously. The law of gods here is a bit special. There's only one requirement for level 9, and it's very simple. However, it's very difficult to enter level 9. Even a great saint can forget about entering level 9 if they can't meet that requirement. Lei Ming said with a slight sigh. Of course, even if you're not a great saint, as long as you meet that requirement, you'll still be level 9. What requirement? Zichun asked curiously. Saint body. Lei Ming said. Saint body? Zichun didn't understand. It's the body of a saint. The realm where you can fight against a saint weapon with your bare hands. Zichun now had a saint body, but it wasn't a saint body. The latter was equivalent to a saint body, and he could fight against a saint weapon with his bare hands. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Zichun was very surprised. He never thought that level 9 in this world would require a saint body. Then there shouldn't be many existences of this realm here, right? Zichun asked. Lei Ming looked at Zichun and smiled. All the experts in this world are gathered here. Do you think there are many of them? Zichun was very shocked. If that was the case, wouldn't there be a lot of level 9 experts here? In his thoughts, Zichun didn't believe that the fire Qilin in front of him, who was at the level of a beast ancestor, didn't have a saint body. There were also the 2 gatekeepers of the Crafts Manor, the world's first Longhu sovereign and the flying divine tiger. As true beast ancestors, how could they not have a saint body? There was also the sky-devouring wolf. There was also the craftsman ancestor, who had stayed in this world for a long time. If that was the case, there would be several level 9 experts in just the Crafts Manor alone. Then how many of them were there in the City of God? Seeing Zichun's shocked expression, Lei Ming smiled. In the eyes of these experts, a saint weapon is nothing. What's truly precious is freedom, just like the person we're going to find. If there are no accidents, he won't have freedom for the rest of his life. Could it be a life sentence? You'll know when you see him. Now, let's get off the carriage. The fire Qilin had stopped at some point. Lei Ming jumped off the carriage, followed by Zichun, who was holding a box of food. Stepping into this land, the oppressive aura became even more intense, making one's hair stand on end. There were no special signs at the entrance of the castle, only 2 armored guards standing there. When the 2 guards saw Lei Ming, a smile appeared on their faces. They seemed to be very familiar with Lei Ming. Lei Ming, why did you bring a little guy here today? Lei Ming replied with a smile. A junior from my family has just arrived in the City of God. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I brought him here to see the world. One of them laughed. Then you've come to the right place. Kid, be careful when you go in. Don't be so scared that you pee your pants. After that, the 3 of them laughed heartily. The guards opened the castle door for the 2 of them. In the dark castle, there was a ray of light. It was obvious that there was a deep passage, and one couldn't see the end of it. Lei Ming walked in, with Zichun following closely behind. Behind them, the large doors of the castle slowly closed. As the door closed, the 2 of them saw nothing but darkness. Moreover, there was a suffocating, oppressive aura, as if there was a ferocious creature at the end of the darkness. In the dark castle, it was quiet. The oppressive aura made Zichun's hair stand on end. Do you know what I said before? Holy weapons aren't valuable here. Freedom is. In the dark castle, Lei Ming's words suddenly rang out, followed by echoes, making one feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this moment, he couldn't see anything. The energy in his body was also suppressed by an aura, making it impossible for him to use it as light to illuminate his surroundings. At this moment, Lei Ming stretched out his hand, and a flash of lightning appeared in his hand. The light began to flash, illuminating the surroundings. As the surroundings became clear, Zichen was shocked to find that he was standing in a corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were special rooms. The rooms were tightly sealed, and there were only steel fences in the corridor. Through the steel fences, Zichen saw that there were things in the rooms. Some of them were humans, while others were huge creatures. Although they were different, they were all lying there, motionless. Seeing these almost full rooms, Zichen was shocked. Didn't they say that ordinary people couldn't enter? Why were they all full? This is not only a prison, but also a cultivation room. Lei Ming maintained the flash of lightning and walked forward. What cultivation room? Zichen followed closely behind. Having a level 9 physical body is equivalent to having a physical body comparable to a holy weapon. You came from the outside, so you should know how hard it is to find holy level materials. And this is the place where holy level materials are cultivated. The special rules here will slowly extract the life force of these existences and then purify their physical bodies. Under the constant purification of the rules, the ones that remain are naturally holy level materials. What? Zichen was shocked when he heard this. When he came here, he only felt that his energy was suppressed, but he didn't feel the loss of life force. This should be the reason why he was standing in the corridor. These people are not criminals. Most of them were brought back by gods who went out for the purpose of cultivating holy level materials. If you want to successfully cultivate some saint-grade materials, it will take a very long time. What you see here has already existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Zichen followed Lei Ming and asked, "Does no one care? This is God's world, and it's God's arrangement. Who would care? Who would dare?" Lei Ming's words revealed a hint of sarcasm. Along the way, Zichen saw many prisoners who had lost their life force. They hadn't committed any crimes. If there was a crime, it would be that they shouldn't have reached level 9, and they shouldn't have been encountered by God. After walking deeper, Zichen saw a flight of stairs. The two of them walked down the stairs and reached the second level. Zichen, who was following behind Lei Ming, was shocked and angry. What did God take these powerful existences for? He casually caught them and cultivated them into weapons? Was he going to domesticate them like livestock? On the second level, Zichen, who had walked a few hundred meters, suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the fence in front of him and saw that there was a huge, shriveled creature in the middle of the fence. However, he recognized at a glance that this huge creature belonged to the dragon clan. Moreover, it belonged to a special kind of dragon clan, the lightning dragon clan. The lightning energy, which was originally suppressed by the laws, seemed to be restless at this moment. That's right, he was a lightning dragon. However, he was caught and should be dead by now. Zichen looked at the corpse of the lightning dragon. He didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. He could imagine that the powerful lightning dragon, who had a body comparable to a holy weapon, must have fought a great battle against the God clan. After that, he couldn't defeat the God clan and was captured and imprisoned here. Don't be kind. We don't have the strength to save him. Moreover, he's already dead. Lei Ming reminded him when he saw Zichen's expression. Zichen nodded his head. At this moment, he appeared to be very helpless and felt that he was very small. The lightning energy in his body couldn't leave as it was firmly suppressed by the laws of God. However, he was very unwilling to accept this. A wave of anger spread in his chest. At this moment, a golden mark appeared between his eyebrows. It was the lightning mark from before. Chapter 2370. The golden light illuminated the corridor, illuminating the oppressive ground with a golden glow. Lei Ming's face, which seemed to be covered in a layer of golden frost, revealed a look of astonishment. He had been here many times, so he was very familiar with the situation here. Zichun was only at the 5th rank. Even if he was a heaven-defying being, it was impossible for him to break free from the suppression of the laws. As a member of the Lightning Clan, he immediately recognized the mark on Zichun's forehead. It was the mark of the Lightning Clan. At this moment, the mark was emitting a golden light, making Zichun seem even more mysterious. What Lei Ming didn't expect was that Lei Long, who should have been dead, actually began to emit light. Bolts of lightning began to appear from his body. They were like specks of light as they flew towards the fence. When they passed through the fence, half of them bounced back, while the other half successfully passed through the fence and arrived beside Zichun, entering his body. Is this the remnant soul being awakened by the mark? Lei Ming was moved when he saw this scene. There was no doubt that the remnant soul that had been awakened by the mark had given Zichun all of its remaining energy without holding back. This was a kind of inheritance, an inheritance of energy. The laws of this place were still present. Even with the royal mark, only half of the energy could be transmitted out. The other half remained within the fence. Soon, the energy within the Lei Long's body was divided into two. One half was absorbed by Zichun, while the other half turned into specks of light that floated within the fence. Then, the specks of light started to fuse together and turned into a dazzling Lei Long. The Lei Long danced in the air and rolled a few times. Then, it gazed at Zichun through the fence and nodded its head. Its eyes were filled with affection, as if it was a senior looking at a junior that it was satisfied with. Then, it dissipated and completely extinguished. The moment the specks of light were extinguished, the Lei Long's corpse also dissipated. The fence was already empty. His soul had been destroyed. Lei Ming shook his head with a complicated expression. This Lei Long Sr. would no longer exist in this world. He bowed deeply to the empty fence to show his respect for this senior from the Lightning Clan. Originally, although he would die, there would still be a remnant of his soul left in the world. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to revive with the help of a sacred weapon. However, his choice at this moment was to completely give up on himself and let Zichun have his way. These energies entered Zichun's body and fused with his body. These energies came from the same source, and Zichun didn't feel any discomfort. His physical strength became stronger, and he felt that there was another powerful energy in his body that was about to erupt. The golden mark between his eyebrows dimmed once more and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Looking at the empty fence, Zichun also bowed and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior." He didn't know who this Senior Lei Long was, but this Senior actually agreed to help him because he was from the Thunder Clan, a junior of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan imprint from before was equivalent to a bridge that opened a corner of the fence, allowing him to obtain the Thunder Dragon's energy inheritance. "Let's go." Lei Ming turned and continued onwards. Zichun followed behind without saying a word. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd floor. According to Lei Ming, this was the last floor. After arriving at this floor, Zichun clearly felt that there were several powerful auras here. These auras all came from the fences. As they continued onwards, Zichun saw that there were many huge creatures in the fences. They weren't dead, but all of them were alive. They also saw the light in this pitch-black space, and all of them turned their heads and walked over. Through the fence, they looked at the 3 of them with eyes full of greed. Were these all captured? Zichun asked curiously. In the City of Gods, there are less than 10 people who are qualified to be imprisoned here, Lei Ming said expressionlessly. Bullshit. I killed a god. How can you say I was captured? I was imprisoned. At this moment, a sound came from one of the fences. It was a 3-eyed beast. Its eyes were like copper bells, and even though it was separated by a fence, Zichun could still sense a thick aura of death coming from it. Lei Ming ignored the 3-eyed beast and continued forward. At this time, another behemoth stuck its head out and stared at Lei Ming, saying, "I say, little doll Lei Ming, every time you bring food, can't you bring more?" "No," Lei Ming said indifferently. You little kid, you're too much. If I go out, I can kill you with a breath." The being said angrily. "Then we'll talk when you come out. With your current state, you won't be able to last for tens of thousands of years." Lei Ming laughed coldly. Zichun followed Lei Ming. He could feel that the beings here were all extremely powerful. Moreover, each of them should be at least grade 9, which was equivalent to the beast ancestor in the Crafts Manor. After that, some other huge creatures opened their mouths. Of course, they couldn't do without asking for food from Lei Ming. Some even threatened Zichun. It could be seen that they were very eager and greedy for food. It wasn't just food. Zichun could also see that the way they looked at him and Lei Ming was also very greedy. It was as if they wanted to devour the two of them. Zichun was very curious. Who was the being that Lei Ming wanted to see? Why would he be imprisoned in such a place? So noisy, all of you shut up. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the deepest part of the fences. This voice seemed to contain a strange magical power. Those powerful beings who heard it all shut their mouths. Although they all turned their heads, their eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, they didn't dare to say anything. Just as Zichun was guessing whether this was the person they were looking for, he heard the voice again. Lei Ming, you're a little later than usual. When Lei Ming heard this, he chuckled and said, I was delayed by some matters. However, I brought a little friend here. I believe you'll be interested. I'm late because of him. As he spoke, Lei Ming walked forward. Zichun naturally had to follow. I'm not interested in meeting anyone. The voice was still as cold as ever. Perhaps that's true for others. However, you'll definitely be interested in this one. Lei Ming's words were very firm. At this moment, a ray of light lit up somewhere in the deepest part of the fences. When those powerful beings saw that ray of light, their eyes were filled with envy. In this pitch-black place, not only was food a luxury, but even light was a luxury. Lei Ming quickened his pace. Zichun also quickened his pace. When he reached the fences, he looked inside and saw a person standing in the middle of the fences. His posture was tall and straight. He stood with his hands behind his back. There was a sense of arrogance between his brows. He looked like an indomitable hero. As he stood in the middle of the fences, it was as if he were the ruler of this world. He didn't look like a prisoner at all. Zichun couldn't help but take a second look at this person. However, he couldn't see his full appearance. It was as if there was a layer of laws shrouding him. He shifted his gaze and saw that there was another person on the other side. This was a beautiful woman in green clothes. She sat there quietly and raised her head to look at the man. As Zichun looked over, the beautiful woman also sensed his gaze. When she saw Zichun, she nodded and smiled at him. The other party's eyes were bright and pure, like a pool of clear spring water. The moment he saw her beautiful face, Zichun's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed in disbelief, Qingnu, you're Lady Qingnu. This woman was exactly the same as the Qingnu clone he had seen in the Boundless sect. However, her aura was even more outstanding. Zichun recognized her immediately. You've seen me before? Qingnu spoke with a gentle voice. Zichun nodded and said excitedly, back in the Boundless sect, I saw Lady Qingnu's clone. It was Lady Qingnu's clone that saved me. Lady Qingnu's clone told me that Lady Qingnu went to find. Qingnu nodded with a smile on her face. Zichun immediately reacted. His eyes widened as he looked back at the man and said in a trembling voice, Could it be? This is Master Wuji? Hearing Zichun's voice, the man turned around and saw Zichun. However, with just a glance, a beam of light shot out from Wuji's eyes. His resolute face also changed a little. This ray of light seemed to materialize as it passed through the fences and landed on Zichun's body. Then, the energy in Zichun's body that had been suppressed by the rules was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It was completely uncontrollable. His body started to emit a strong light. One side was gold, and the other side was silver. His eyes, which were filled with excitement, also turned into gold and silver. The smile on Qingnu's face disappeared when she saw Zichun's change. She stared at the scene in disbelief. The tall man's indifferent expression also underwent a drastic change at this moment. Beside him, Lei Ming smiled faintly without saying a word. He had long expected such a scene to occur. This is the fusion of yin and yang energy. How did you do it? The tall man looked straight at Zichun. At this moment, Zichun could feel that the energy in his body was changing uncontrollably. Moreover, it was being drawn out by the same energy. Thus, the identity of the man in front of him was obvious. In fact, when the man turned around, Zichun was sure of his identity. This person was indeed the same person who had taught him the extreme yin and extreme yang techniques. Thus, he knelt on the ground and called out, "Master." He had mastered the yin and yang energy. Wuji was indeed his master. The fusion of yin and yang energy. Husband, your theory has been verified. Qingnu's expression was very excited. She was even more excited than Wuji. Wuji's expression changed, but he didn't lose his mind. He turned to look at Lei Ming. Lei Ming smiled and nodded, giving Wuji an accurate answer. Chapter 2371. The surroundings were silent. Only the occasional sound of Zichun's excited breathing could be heard. Wuji didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on Zichun. The energy in Zichun's body was still flashing uncontrollably. Qingnu stood up and walked over to Zichun through the bars, carefully sizing him up. Lei Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled at the scene in front of him. The food box was next to him. The attention of the big shots who were imprisoned nearby also shifted from the food box to Zichun. To be precise, they were focused on the light of energy on Zichun's body. As powerful beings, they knew how unbelievable it was for such a situation to occur. Limitless, who was in a similar situation, was already shocking enough. However, the situation that this little fellow was displaying was even more shocking than Limitless. It could be said that this was the most perfect state of yin-yang energy in Wuji's heart. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After a long time, Wuji's expression returned to normal. The strange energy in his eyes disappeared. The light on Zichun's body also disappeared. The rules here had once again suppressed him. "What's your name?" Wuji asked calmly. "Zichun," Zichun said while kneeling on the ground. "Get up. You're stronger than me." Wuji waved his hand and revealed a rare smile. "How was it? This little guy didn't disappoint you, did he?" Lei Ming said with a smile. "Where did you find him?" Wuji looked at Lei Ming and asked. "He came here on his own. We were lucky to have found him early. Otherwise, we would have died here." After that, Zichun gave them a simple explanation of how he'd come to this world. Everyone was moved when they heard that Zichun had actually come here as a saint and even had hope of leaving this world. "He's been here for so long. Why didn't you bring him to me earlier?" Wuji said with dissatisfaction. "He hit it too well. A few days ago, when he fought with a junior in Divine City, he revealed his yin-yang energy. As a matter of fact, I hurriedly brought him here after clearing up the connections." Lei Ming looked at Wuji and said, "Before we came, Master said that he couldn't see through this child and couldn't see his future. At the same time, he didn't want to disrupt this change. He said that you might be able to help. Of course, if you have something good, you can give me some." The moment Limitless heard, he snorted coldly and said, "I'm just a lowly prisoner. What good things can I have? However, I can really teach him some techniques regarding the power of yin and yang." He turned back to look at Zichun and saw that his eyes had suddenly turned into one gold and one silver. This was very similar to the yin-yang eyes that Zichun had long mastered, but there seemed to be some differences. At this moment, two dots of light appeared in Wuji's eyes. One was gold and the other was silver. They were the size of cherries. They passed through the fence and landed in Zichun's eyes. "This is an eye technique that I have comprehended. It might be useful to you. Go back and study it," Limitless said. Zichun closed his eyes and opened them after a while. The gold and silver light in his eyes had disappeared. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Master. Since you've already called me Master, there's no need to be so polite." Wuji glanced at Lei Ming with a rare look of hesitation on his face. But soon, he extended his hand and a walnut-like ball of light appeared in his palm. That ball of light blossomed with multicolored light. It was very dazzling and gorgeous. "Is this divine blood essence? Wuji, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing on you." At this moment, a voice came from next door. The voice was filled with envy. "Divine blood essence. Old dog, open your dog eyes wide. This is divine essence that is countless times more valuable than divine blood essence. It's divine essence." Another voice sounded. Another huge creature stared at the item in Wuji's hand. "Bullshit, you're the old dog. I'm the Hellhound, a powerful existence from hell. The voice that spoke earlier was very dissatisfied. Seeing this divine essence, even Lei Ming's expression changed. With the divine essence in his hand, Wuji glanced at Lei Ming and said, Lei Ming. Lei Ming seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. He patted his chest and said, Don't worry, no one will touch his things. You might not know, but in our eyes, he has another name. Hope. Wuji didn't ask what hope was, just like how he didn't ask Zichun how he managed to achieve the yin and yang energy in one body. He put his hand through the fence with ease. During this time, a layer of light appeared to obstruct him, but it couldn't stop this powerful palm. Zichun reached out to take it. He felt an unusual energy from the divine essence in Wuji's hand. It was as if this energy was about to awaken some hidden power in his body. Refine it as soon as possible. When Wuji retracted his hand, he saw that there was already a yin and yang seal on the divine essence. In order to break this seal, he needed energy of the same attribute. Yes. Zichun nodded and put the sealed divine essence into his clothes. Master, what do I need to do to get out of here? After putting away the item, Zichun asked. He was indeed very concerned about this problem. Perhaps a special pardon order will do, Wuji said. I will think of a way to get a special pardon order, Zichun said seriously. Wuji smiled and didn't say anything else. There's not much time left. We should go. Lei Ming took out the food in the food box and left with the empty food box. However, when he passed by the fence, he kept throwing things inside. During this time, clinking sounds could be heard. Like multicolored crystals, they emitted light in the pitch-black space. Don't die so early. Otherwise, it will be boring. Seeing these powerful beings in a daze, Lei Ming said this with a strange expression on his face. After walking out of the prison of God, the two guards jokingly asked Zichun if he had peed his pants. The fire Qilin was still waiting here. The two left the city. Don't be too anxious about the special pardon order. It's very difficult to get. Even if you ask the goddess for help, she won't be able to do anything. If you really want to, you can go visit him more often and bring him more food, Lei Ming said as he sat opposite Zichun on the way back. Zichun nodded to show that he understood. After returning to the crafts manor, Zichun went to his room to cultivate. According to Wuji's instructions, he first had to refine the energy of the divine essence. The yin and yang seal on it was a very simple seal to prevent the divine essence from leaking out. As long as Zichun poured the same energy into it, the seal would naturally be broken. As the seal was broken, Zichun's room was filled with colorful light. After that, Zichun focused and began to refine the divine essence. This was a very pure energy that improved Zichun's physical strength. It could be seen that the gods cared a lot about the physical body. There was no need for a breakthrough in energy. Once Zichun's physical body reached the saint level, he could reach the 9th level on his own. From this point, it could be seen that the world of gods also valued physical strength. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lei Ming's voice came from outside Zichun's room. Zichun, hurry up and come out. The goddess is here. Yiqian. Zichun opened his eyes. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as he immediately walked out of the room. When he came to the hall, Yiqian was already waiting there. Beside her was the servant Lotus. The servant Lotus looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. She seemed to think that it was neglecting the goddess to wait for him. Yiqian gestured for the servant Lotus to leave. Only the two of them were left in the hall. Yiqian took out a letter and said, In a few days, I will undergo the God's awakening. They are holding a competition for fun. This is the invitation letter. The first place will be rewarded with a sacred weapon. A sacred weapon reward? Zichun was very surprised. He took the invitation letter. Only a few very special existences can directly invite you. I haven't congratulated you on defeating Xian Jun. He is very famous in the Divine City. I heard that after you defeated him, it caused quite a commotion. Zichun smiled and gestured for Yiqian to sit down. He personally poured her a cup of tea. I have carefully asked about the way back. Other than those with divine bloodlines who can pass through this world on their own, it is very difficult for others to go out. There is no standard to rely on. The only thing that is certain is that you cannot become a Saint King. There will be 3 exits in the 3 families. Whether you can go out or not depends on whether the rules allow you to go out when the exit's open. But which level is a Saint King? Zichen asked worriedly. There is no standard for this. Even the divine race doesn't know. However, they all agree that the 6th level is the standard. As long as you don't enter the 6th level, there is a high chance that you can advance. Of course, this is only our guess. We have not really tested it. Ichien knew of the divine race here. They could come and go freely in this world. Of course, they would not care about this kind of thing. Therefore, it was already very good that Ichien could find out this information. This token is for you. Ichien's hand flashed, and a token appeared. This is my right as a divine lady. If you have an urgent matter to find me, you can use this token to enter the divine city directly to find me. The moment Zichen heard, his expression froze slightly, and he said, then normally, can I use this token to enter the divine city at will? The divine city that Ichien mentioned was the city within the city that Zichen and the others often talked about. In theory, yes. Seeing the token is like seeing the person. Do you need to go to the divine city often? Ichien asked, puzzled. My master is locked in the prison of God. I want to visit him often and bring him some food, Zichen said. Is your master limitless? Zichen nodded. Why is he locked in the prison of God? Ichien was very surprised. It's a long story. Zichen briefly explained what he knew about Wuji causing havoc in this world. Ichien's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes flashed. She was very surprised. As expected of a legendary figure. He is indeed powerful. Don't worry, you can go in and out at will with that token. Oh right, I have a divine ring here. It is equivalent to the spatial ring outside. This way, you don't have to carry things back and forth. Ichien's hand flashed again, and a colorful ring appeared. She handed it over to Zichen. Chapter 2372. Zichen really needed a divine ring, and coincidentally saw the goddess take it out so easily, so he naturally overlooked the value of the divine ring. In fact, it wasn't just the divine ring. Even the token that Ichien gave him wasn't something an ordinary person could obtain. The token that the craftsman ancestor paid a great price for could only reach the outskirts of the city. Compared to the one in Zichen's hand, it was far inferior. As a goddess, before Ichien underwent her god's awakening, it was inconvenient for her to go out. Thus, she didn't stay for too long and quickly left. Before leaving, she reminded Zichen that he must participate in the competition. Because it was related to a saint weapon, this time, Zichen didn't ostentatiously send Ichien out of the craftsman manor. He only said goodbye to her at the entrance. He had just resolved some problems, so he didn't want to cause any more trouble at this juncture. Reality proved that Zichen's worries were completely unnecessary. No one gathered outside the craftsman manor anymore. As for the past, it was just a plot by some existences with ulterior motives. After he displayed enough power, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After sending Ichien off, Zichen returned to his residence and saw the craftsman ancestor. It was extremely rare. As the master of the craftsman manor, the craftsman ancestor was usually very busy. Zichen had been here for a long time, but he rarely saw him. And every time they met, the craftsman ancestor had something to say. Craftsman ancestor. Zichen bowed towards the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor nodded with a smile. Little child, congratulations. I originally thought that the process would be a bit more difficult. It seems like I overlooked your relationship with the goddess. Ichien? What about her? Zichen looked at the craftsman ancestor in confusion. The craftsman ancestor pointed at the divine ring on Zichen's finger and said, Do you know how many of these things there are in the city of God? Zichen heard this and shook his head. The craftsman ancestor raised his hand and made a 1 sign. Less than 10,000? Zichen was surprised. He didn't expect the value of a divine ring to be so high. In such a big city, there were only so few of them. Who would have thought that when the craftsman ancestor heard this, he would shake his head and laugh, Silly boy. It's not less than 10,000. It's only 1. It's in your hands. When Zichen heard this, his expression immediately changed. There was only 1 divine ring in such a huge city of gods. He immediately looked at the craftsman ancestor, and sure enough, he didn't see a ring on his finger. Don't be so surprised. These things are made by the gods. Without their permission, no one can get them. Back then, I was lucky enough to obtain one. However, after fiddling with it for a few days, the divine ring disappeared with just a thought from the god. The craftsman ancestor looked at Zichun and said, "Your luck is not bad. Not only did I obtain a divine ring, I also obtained a token that allows me to enter and leave the divine city at will." Zichun had already put away the token, but he didn't expect the craftsman ancestor to know about it. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from him in the craftsman manner. Zichun took out the token and asked, "Can I really enter and leave the city as I please?" This is the only token that the goddess can use. It's the token of her personal bodyguard. It means that the goddess has chosen the person she trusts the most, as well as the strongest person. What do you think? Zichun obviously didn't expect that this token would have such a great significance, and he stood there in a daze. "Little guy, it seems that the goddess treats you extraordinarily well. If I'm not wrong, the goddess prepared these 2 items as a reward for the winner of the upcoming competition. Only the strongest person can become the goddess' personal bodyguard. The competition hasn't started yet, but she's already given the reward to you." The craftsman ancestor looked at Zichun and smiled. "How can that be? Then I can't accept these things." Zichun's expression changed. He didn't expect that the 2 items Zichun gave him would have such great significance. "It's too late to refuse now. What you need to do now is to become the winner of the competition. Actually, you have a high chance of winning because the competition's requirements are based on the goddess power after she awakens her divine bloodline. She'll be around the 5th or 6th rank. Thus, the competitors this time are all at the 5th or 6th rank. 5th or 6th rank. Then I can give it a try." Zichun let out a sigh of relief. As long as the gap between their realms wasn't too great, he was still very confident. "Indeed, you can give it a try. As for whether you can win or not, that will depend on whether your potential is strong enough. Oh, I forgot to mention. Among your opponents, even the weakest one is on the same level as the one you fought last time." The craftsman ancestor joked. "Ah, they're from the divine race. They'll participate too?" Zichun was clearly stunned. "They're not from the divine race. They're equivalent to the pseudo-divine race. They live as subordinates of the divine race and possess some divine race battle skills. However, they can't be considered divine race. They definitely won't miss an opportunity to get close to the goddess." As such, Zichun felt a great deal of pressure. He was still confident that he could deal with the 5th rank Xianjun. However, if it was the 6th rank Xianjun, he wasn't completely confident. And according to Yiqian, if he wanted to go back, he couldn't enter the 6th rank. "You're qualified to participate directly. There's no need to go through the selection process. Thus, you'll have a period of time to rest. You can use this time to find Wuji. He's much more familiar with the use of yin and yang energy than you are." Zichun nodded. It seemed like this was the only way. "When you go, tell me 2 days in advance. I'll prepare some things for you." "I'll prepare to go in 2 days." Zichun returned to his residence and began to refine the god's essence again. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for the advancement of his energy because he might become a holy king and never be able to leave. After all, there was no accurate standard. It was funny. When he was in the outside world, he was always thinking about becoming a holy king and increasing his combat power. However, when he was here, he was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that he would suddenly advance. Fortunately, the god's essence increased the strength of his body. Zichun believed that his body couldn't jump to a 9th rank holy body. 2 days later, Lei Ming came to find Zichun. He had already prepared more than 10 boxes of food for him. "Why did you bring so much?" Zichun was surprised. "Previously, I didn't have the ability. Now that you have the divine ring, I brought more. The other people who were imprisoned are quite pitiful. If you don't help them, I believe that they'll die soon. The materials will be refined into holy weapons," Lei Ming said. Zichun nodded and didn't say anything else. He started to put away the food boxes one by one. When Zichun walked out of the crafts house, he didn't see a carriage. He only saw the fire Qilin sitting at the side. "It's too slow to take a carriage back and forth. It's faster to ride it," Lei Ming said. "Is this okay?" Zichun was a little hesitant. This was an ancestor-level existence. I'm just using it to the best of my ability. There's nothing wrong with it. Zichun didn't argue. He did have some questions that he wanted to ask Wuji. Now that he had the token, it would undoubtedly be more convenient. He jumped onto the fire Qilin's back. After waving at Lei Ming, the fire Qilin began to run. Riding the fire Qilin in the city, the number of people who turned their heads was naturally very high. The fire Qilin familiarly came to the gate of the inner city and met the two guards again. Before the guards could stop him, Zichun took out the goddess token. When the two saw the token, their faces changed. They immediately knelt on one knee and bowed. Swoosh! The fire Qilin didn't stop at all. It flew directly into the inner city. After entering the inner city, the fire Qilin ran towards the prison of God. How did you get in? The two guards who previously made fun of Zichun were surprised to see Zichun appear again. Moreover, he came in riding the fire Qilin. It was a little too ostentatious. I'll have to trouble the two of you to open the gate. Zichun took out the token again and smiled at the two. This is the goddess token. The two's faces changed. They hurriedly bowed. Seeing the token was like seeing a person. It was the first time Zichun felt the power of the token. The two hurriedly opened the gate of the prison. Zichun went in alone. The fire Qilin continued to wait outside. He quickly entered the third level, and that powerful pressure appeared once again. Little kid, why are you here again? As soon as he entered the third floor, a loud voice sounded. Then, a pair of bell-like eyes appeared from the bars and stared at Zichun. I'm here to bring you some food, Zichun said with a smile. What? The one who spoke seemed to be in disbelief. I'm here to bring food. Everyone has a share. As he spoke, Zichun took out a lunchbox out of thin air. He opened the lunchbox and handed over a few special dishes. Haha, it's really food. Little kid, you're more conscientious than Lei Ming. The bars in front of Zichun immediately lit up. In the light, Zichun saw a huge and fierce existence. Little kid, you said everyone has a share. Is that true? A second voice sounded. Zichun walked to the second bar and said, as long as you're still alive, you have a share. Then, he took out the second food box. In order to show that they were still alive, rays of light shone from the fences. Soon, the space of the third floor became bright. Zichun followed Lei Ming's instructions and left a food box in front of each of them. With this food, these huge creatures were much easier to get along with, and their words were no longer so rude and overbearing. Each and every one of them had transformed into human form, and the auras on their bodies had also been greatly restrained. Their gazes towards Zichun even contained a hint of flattery. Little kid, is that a divine ring on your body? Yes. Where did you get the divine ring? Someone gave it to me. While they were talking, Zichun walked to the depths of the third floor and stood in front of Wuji. He first called out to his master and mistress. Then, he took out the rest of the food from the divine ring. These were not just food. They also represented energy. Energy that could help them survive in this place. After that, Zichun sat on the ground. Through the bars, he asked Wuji for guidance on how to use yin and yang energy. Wuji said everything she knew and taught Zichun wholeheartedly. Chapter 2373. Because of the token given by the goddess, Zichun could enter and leave the prison of God as he pleased. Hence, in the following period of time, he officially learned from Wuji. The storm regarding Zichun had come to an end. In other words, another major event had occurred in the City of Gods, causing everyone to forget about Zichun and divert their attention away from him. That was the 4 spots reserved by the city within the city. They could enter the City of God directly to compete. Once they won, they would be rewarded with a sacred weapon. Apart from that, if they were lucky enough to gain the goddess' favor, they could even become her personal bodyguard. They could stay in the city within the city for a long time, enjoy many resources, and advance to higher realms. When this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. Especially this time, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter. As long as they were level 5 or level 6, they would be eligible to participate. Some of the people who could already eat and wear in the city were tempted. Although there were only 4 spots, this did not stop them from signing up. Therefore, in the City of God, each and every one of these people who would be able to shake the entire heavens, would fight to the death for the 4 spots to enter the competition. Of course, most of them were just there to join in the fun. After all, this time, there were both level 5 and level 6 people. Furthermore, there were only 4 spots. Naturally, it would be difficult for a level 5 person to get a spot. The powers within the city held a large-scale competition. In this competition, more than 99% of the level 5 people were disqualified. Some unlucky level 6 people were also eliminated. After that, there was a relatively long competition. The pace of the competition was relatively fast. The goal was to determine the 4 spots in the shortest time possible. While they were fighting for the spots, Zichen, who already had a spot, was constantly training with Wuji. He went to find Wuji almost every day. During the day, he listened to Wuji's lessons. At night, he returned to his residence and began to understand the use of yin and yang. It could be said that this was the most systematic learning Zichun had ever done since he grew up. He made great progress in the use of yin and yang energy. This kind of progress was not limited to this world. Even if Zichen returned to the outside world one day, he would still be able to use these techniques. After half a month, he completely refined the god's essence that Wuji gave him. His physical strength had become a lot stronger. His realm did not increase, but his combat power had a tremendous increase. The battle in the City of God was abnormally intense, but Zichun didn't care about it at all. A few days later, Lei Ming told him that the competition was about to start, and he could no longer look for Limitless. Zichun nodded and waited in the mansion for the person who would come to pick him up. A day later, Lei Ming arrived and told the others that he had arrived. The people who came to receive them did not enter the craftsman ancestor. Instead, they waited outside. It was a carriage driver. His forehead was filled with a unique sense of pride, and his head was almost raised to the sky. He glanced indifferently at Zichun and said, "You're so slow. You're the only one left. Let's go." Zichun ignored the other party's arrogance and walked towards the carriage. Because he knew how precious the divine ring was, he didn't wear it on his finger in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, the coachman would definitely put away his arrogant expression and put on a humble appearance. When Zichen walked into the carriage, he was surprised to find that there were other people in the carriage. As he raised his head and looked forward, his gaze froze. There were 4 people in the carriage, and he actually recognized 2 of them. "Zichun, come quickly." One of them was Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. When he saw Zichun, his face was filled with surprise and joy. As for the other person, his gaze was not so friendly. A cold light surged in his eyes. Zichun nodded at Jia Tu and Huang Tu and sat next to him. There were enough seats for 5 people. As Zichun landed, the others clearly felt that the atmosphere had become a little strange. Their gazes all fell on the young man whose eyes were surging with cold light. Zichun looked at the young man and smiled faintly. "Long time no see. I wonder if this is your real body or a doppelganger." The young man coldly snorted. "When you die, you'll know. As I said, I will take back what belongs to me." Zichun spread his hands and said, "I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Hearing the exchange of words between the two, Jia Tu asked curiously, "Zichun, you know him? I was about to introduce him to you. He's Da family's Da Hill. This time, he's the same as me, a 5th-rank fighter." "I know him. Back then, he was extremely arrogant. I killed one of his doppelganger and collected some good spoils of war that helped me a lot. That's why I have a deep impression of him." Zichun nodded. Since the 2 of them were already enemies, there was no need to pretend. Hearing this, Da Hill sneered, "That's not wrong, but it does seem to be quite an achievement for you to fight my avatar with your true body. But it doesn't matter. Once we enter the inner city, we'll settle all our grudges. I hope that during this time, you can silently pray that you don't meet me so early. All of you inside, shut up. Did I say you could speak?" At this time, the coachman's cold voice came from outside. "After entering the divine city, all of you better behave yourselves. You're just here to make up the numbers. Don't think that you're important. If you want to continue watching after you're eliminated, you can stay there. If you don't want to watch, you can scram." This sentence was not polite at all. It represented the attitude of the divine city. Although the coachman was not a divine, He worked for the divine race, so he was naturally very proud. It was as if he was a relative of the emperor. This was also why after Xian Jun's defeat in the battle against Zichun, no one went to find trouble with Zichun. Without Xian Jun's order, those people consciously gave up because they could not afford to provoke him. After that, the cold attitude disappeared, but the whispers were still going on. I saw your battle. You're really strong. Jia Tu looked at Zichun and said in a low voice, we all obtained the slots at this rank, so we'll use this rank to fight. Of course, I'm just going to go through the process and experience it. I don't expect to win. Not to mention anything else, even if I meet the person you're fighting, I'm no match for him. If he had not met Iqian and heard Jia Tu and Huang Tu's words, Zichun might not have understood what they meant. But now he understood. Through these words, Jia Tu and Huang Tu wanted to tell him that he would not break through and would stay in this rank. This also proved that there was a high chance that a 5th rank could go out. Zichun nodded and chatted with Jia Tu and Huang Tu about some unimportant things. Then, he closed his eyes. The carriage went straight to the city within the city. For the divine city, this was the most mysterious place. Just like in the mortal world, the palace where the emperor lived, few people could enter to take a look. After passing through the outermost area, they came to the city within the city. Through the carriage curtains, rays of light shone in. They were full of curiosity about this area, so they opened the curtains and looked outside. What they saw was a colorful glazed world. All kinds of colorful lights became the main style of this world. This place was very big, far bigger than what they saw outside. It should have used the spatial rules. The tall glazed buildings emitted colorful lights. The decorations on both sides of the road were also changing their luster. Even on the flat ground, there were colorful lights that were changing over a long period of time. All of this looked so beautiful. For cultivators like them, beauty was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the energy of heaven and earth floating here was not only more active than the outside world, but also several grades higher than the outside world. It was as if they were in a divine crystal mine, containing extremely pure energy. The carriage driver brought them to a square. The decorations here were even more gorgeous. The crystal stones on the ground were neatly arranged according to some kind of changing color. After indicating for the 5 to get down, the carriage driver raised his arrogant head and left without any explanation. The 5 people left behind looked at each other, not knowing what to do. So, they could only wait. Just like that, they waited for an hour before other people arrived. However, these people all had one thing in common. They completely ignored Zichun's group. In their eyes, the 5 of them were like air. They were obviously the staff of the divine city, and they began to make all kinds of preparations before the competition. During this time, Zichun saw several people come to the center of the square. Then, their hands formed seals, and various kinds of energy light appeared between their fingers and fell on the ground of the square. After a moment, the ground rumbled, and the center of the square suddenly rose out of thin air. Clearly, the area that rose up was the final battle stage. The other people were also busy. During this time, the 5 of them tactfully retreated, trying not to disturb the other party. Far away, there was a spectator's stand. There were only a few dozen seats on the spectator's stand. Zichun did not know who would come to watch this competition, but he knew that Iqian was among those seats. The spectators did not come, and even the other competitors did not come. The 5 of them were like air, standing there awkwardly. After an unknown amount of time, a noise came from the distance. Then, a group of youths walked over. Zichun's group was no longer like air, because when those people arrived, they looked at them. So it's these 5 guys who wasted the 5 spots that should have belonged to us? A dissatisfied voice sounded. Lin, it's not them who wasted our 5 spots. It's us who took their 11 spots. Of the 32 spots, half should have been taken by each side. Another voice sounded. Chapter 2374. Xian Jun was the one who had lost to Zichun back then. Hearing Lin An's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "How am I speaking up for others? It's just the truth." The people who came with him didn't say much, but they looked at Xian Jun with dissatisfaction because they didn't want to admit that it was the truth. It's a waste for these mortals to take the spots. Just one meeting, and they'll all be eliminated. What's the point of giving them spots? Jolson frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "You're really shameless. You took something from others, and now you're blaming others for having it." At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to me?" Jolson turned around and stared coldly at Doff Hill. Doff Hill replied with the same cold tone. "Who do you think you are? You're just a level 5, and you're so arrogant. People who don't know you might think you're a level 9. Mortal, you're courting death." Jolson's eyes flashed coldly. "I'd like to say this to you. You don't know how high the sky is. If we meet in the next battle, I believe I won't let you off the stage alive." Doff Hill's tone was undeniably arrogant, so arrogant that it made the others feel uncomfortable. One of the level 6 beings said, "You're also arrogant. People who don't know you won't be able to tell that you're also a level 5. So what if I'm a level 5? I can still kill a level 6 like you." Doff Hill looked at him with dissatisfaction. "You're shameless." The level 6 sneered. At this moment, many youths had come, but they were obviously not united. At this moment, some of them were standing on the side with their arms crossed, watching the show. The other 2 level 6 beings besides Zichun deliberately distanced themselves from Doff Hill, and at the same time, stayed away from Zichun and Jolson, deliberately showing that they weren't familiar with each other. "Let's not talk too much. The battle is about to start." Jolson and Jolson couldn't help but say, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to us?" Not only Lin En, but the level 6 also looked at Jia Tu and Huang Tu coldly. At the same time, there were many dissatisfied gazes looking in their direction. In their opinion, the 2 LV-6s were sensible enough to stand aside, while the 2 LV-5s dared to clamor here. They really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "I just don't think it's necessary." Jia Tu Huang Tu smiled awkwardly. "Scram. You don't have the right to speak here," Lin En said again. His tone was very impolite. Even though Jia Tu and Huang Tu had a good temper, their expressions changed at this moment. "Why? Are you not convinced?" Lin En looked at Jia Tu mockingly. "Say, can you shut your dog mouth? This was originally a rather quiet place, but you've directly ruined it," said Zichun, who stood to the side. Finally, he could no longer bear to continue watching, and coldly said, "Do you want to die?" Lin En stared at Zichun. "Whether I want to die or not will naturally be revealed on the stage. But you, an idiot, obviously used someone else's slot, but you don't know how to be grateful. You're biting everywhere like a mad dog. You're really disgusting. If you really can't wait to be beaten up, I can fulfill your wish now." Zichun looked at Lin En with an indifferent expression, as if he was talking about something insignificant. "I really didn't expect that mortals nowadays are so arrogant. You're just a LV-5, and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I say, Lin En, as a citizen of the divine city, if you can tolerate this, then we'll look down on you." At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded. This was obviously a provocation, and it couldn't be more obvious. However, Lin En enjoyed it very much. He looked at Zichun and nodded. "Good, very good. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, the aura around him began to be released. The unique rule of God was looming on the surface of his body. "Lin En, this is the square. Private fights are not allowed." Xin Jun reminded him. "So what? He was the one who provoked me first. Besides, we came here to compete. At most, I'll fight him in the first round." Lin En said with a face full of anger. "Since there's a grudge, we can settle it first." "Agreed." A voice sounded from the high platform. At some point in time, more than a dozen figures had appeared on the spectators' stand, and they were all looking in their direction. However, when everyone looked at the platform, they couldn't see their faces clearly. It was as if they were blocked by a mysterious energy. However, Zichun could sense that the person sitting in the middle was Goddess Iqian. "Hee, your time has come." Lin En laughed proudly when he heard the voice coming from above. "You're not allowed to kill without reason." The voice sounded again. Lin En bowed in that direction, then turned to look at Zichun with a sinister smile. "Consider yourself lucky. Since you're not allowed to kill, then I'll just cripple you. Zichen's expression was as calm as ever. If his opponent was a level 6 fighter, perhaps he would be more serious. However, his opponent was only a level 5 fighter. Zichen believed that he could defeat his opponent at the same level. Lin In, don't be careless. He's Zichen. Xin Jun reminded him kindly. Shut up. I don't care if he's Zichen or Heichun. Today, I'll cripple him. Lin In turned around and scolded Xin Jun. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, Oh, he's the guy who defeated you? Do you think I'm as useless as you? Whatever. Xin Jun's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Humph. Lin In snorted coldly and faced Zichen. The others scattered. It was obvious that the battle would take place on the spot. If you can't win, you might as well kill yourself, Da Hill said indifferently as he walked past Zichen. I'll beat him until he can't stand and watch the battle, Zichen said indifferently. These people immediately scattered. They were very surprised that the battle would start in such a way, but they were also looking forward to it. God's wrath. Although Lin An's words were cold and arrogant, he was very serious when it came to the battle. He even used a powerful divine skill. That godly face appeared in midair, bringing with it a vast pressure that landed on Zichen's body. At this moment, there were more than a dozen figures sitting in the stands. There were also figures in other places. They were all existences who lived in the divine city and were all here to watch the battle. Lin In used God's wrath directly. It's obvious that he's still wary of his opponent. A voice rang out from the grandstand. It was a handsome man. Colorful light shrouded his body, and he exuded a godly aura. He was a real god, a truly powerful existence. He was sitting next to Ichien. Other than him, the other people who were qualified to sit here were also gods. They were already considered the upper echelons of the divine city. As for Ichien's guard, the powerful servant Lotus, he could only stand behind Ichien. He was not qualified to sit at all. On the other side of Ichien, there was a woman sitting. She looked at the arena and said with a smile, Goddess, who do you think will win this battle? Zichen. Ichien didn't even think and said directly, Oh, Goddess, you're very confident? The woman's face revealed a look of surprise. Zichen is my friend. I know him very well. He will definitely win. Ichien looked down at Zichen, who was beginning to surge with energy. When Ichien said the word friend, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the other gods. It was unknown whether Ichien did not notice it or did not care at all. She continued to say, I also believe that he will be the final winner. At this moment, the light of energy was released from Zichen's body. He looked up at God's wrath and said, I've seen this move before. I'm really not interested in fighting with you like this. Let's just end it. After saying that, he tapped his foot and his body soared into the air. He rushed directly toward God's wrath's face. Humph! The God's wrath's face, which had already manifested, let out a cold snort. A unique power of rules swept towards Zichen. Lightning flashed around Zichen's body, forming layers of protective shields. He ignored the power of rules and continued to soar. Seeing that his first attack was so easily neutralized, Lin Un's eyes flashed with surprise. He made another seal with his hands. The God's wrath's face, which had completely manifested, let out a low roar, destroy. An extremely strong destructive power, which carried a unique God's rules, descended from the sky. A crazy pressure swept across the arena. A powerful aura that required people to look up to appeared. Buzz. Around Zichen, an even more dazzling light of lightning lit up. This light was like a lightning dragon, protecting Zichen in the middle. It defied the heavens. Boom. The terrifying aura descended, and the lightning dragon shattered. Zichen's body once again closed the distance between him and God's wrath. God's destruction. The seals in Lin An's hands changed rapidly. Above the clear face, the mouth opened, emitting a divine sound like that of a great bell. This divine sound not only had a rule attack, but it also had a spiritual attack. It was very terrifying. God's destruction. Zichen, who was going against the heavens, had a cold look in his eyes. A long saber with a sheath appeared in his left hand. Zichen held the scabbard tightly with his left hand and the hilt of the saber with his right hand. He pulled the saber out of the scabbard, and his cold voice resounded through the area. This god's destruction caused the faces of everyone present to change, including those from the god clan in the stands. A bright saber light flashed toward the huge face. After this strike, Zichun did not sheath his saber. The saber light continued to flash. Another cross saber technique followed this bright saber light and landed on the face. The broken saber in Lin An's hand flashed again, and 3 saber arcs appeared, representing the meanings of heaven, earth, and man. They followed the cross saber technique. In the face of the saber light that came one after another, the god's rules around the face began to surge. Waves of destructive power escaped, trying to shatter the saber light. In the blink of an eye, the overturning saber technique and the cross saber technique were shattered. Chapter 2375. Zichun had destroyed God's wrath in 3 strikes. Such battle prowess stunned the spectators present. The careless expressions on those people's faces were already receding, and their expressions gradually became solemn. God's wrath was extremely important in their hearts. Not only did it represent God's laws, but it also represented the god race's rule. Especially in this place, where God's power was added, God's wrath was invincible. However, Zichun's 3 strikes had easily destroyed the invincible god's wrath in their hearts. At this moment, the expressions of those who had looked down on Lin Feng all changed. After destroying God's wrath, Zichun descended from the sky. The broken sword in his hand flashed as it flew towards Lin En. Fleet-foot steps. Lin En tapped his foot and changed his position, dodging this attack. Following this, a long sword appeared in his hand. He poured God's laws into the long sword, and he charged towards Zichun with his sword. Clang! Zichun blocked with his sword. Sword arcs flashed continuously, and a powerful force spread out in all directions with each clash. Watching Zichun fight, Xianjun muttered, "He's even stronger than before." After fighting Zichun personally, he knew very well how powerful Zichun was. Looking at Zichun now, he found that Zichun was even stronger than before. Clang! Clanging sounds continuously sounded out on the battlefield. As the 2 sides continued to exchange blows, Lin En continuously retreated. This was because Zichun's attacks contained too much power. If he did not retreat, he would not be able to completely neutralize those attacks. After facing them head-on, he truly understood how powerful Zichun was. Zichun's attacks continuously forced him back, which made him feel very uneasy. If this continued, the first one to be unable to hold on would definitely be him. Therefore, he took advantage of the confrontation and quickly retreated. During this time, he used the fleet-foot stride and changed directions several times to prevent Zichun from catching up. Zichun did not give chase. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at Lin En, who had appeared, and said calmly, "If you have any tricks up your sleeves, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Being underestimated like this, Lin En's face showed a touch of anger. He snorted coldly and formed a seal with his hands. The space above began to distort and colorful light lingered. World-destroying divine seal. As Jolson shouted in a low voice, a divine seal emitting colorful light appeared in the distorted void. The divine seal surged with terrifying divine power, spinning in the sky. As Jolson's finger fell, it pressed down on Zichun. Zichun felt like he was being dyed in colorful light as a vast pressure fell on his body. This was clearly a divine skill with extraordinary power. Zichun raised his head and looked at the sound calmly. His black hair danced wildly in the airflow. Not only did he not feel the slightest pressure, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is more interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken sword was unsheathed again. But this time, the light on the broken sword was no longer a bright sword light, but 2. They were the colors of yin and yang, flashing with the light of thunder. Swoosh! When the divine seal was almost within reach, the 2-colored sword light went against the sky and turned into a sword light that swept through the middle of the divine seal. The entire descending divine seal was directly split into 2. The broken blade flew hundreds of meters in defiance of the heavens before dissipating. This time, it was a single sword. Just a single sword. The expressions of the other spectators changed again, from solemn to shocked. As a level 5, Lin En was definitely the best among those of the same level. He was even stronger than Xian Jun. Although Zichen defeated Xian Jun, it was said that the two of them fought for a long time, and Xian Jun was lucky to win. After that, no one cared about such a mortal. Instead, they mocked Xian Jun for being too weak. But now, from the beginning of the battle, Lin En had been passive. That breathtaking saber strike just now made them feel a kind of palpitating feeling. It is indeed the energy of yin and yang. On the high platform, the man sitting at the edge said. His eyes, which occasionally flashed with colorful light, stared at Zichun, and his expression changed. Isn't this the same as Wuji back then? On the other side, a voice sounded. There was an indescribable feeling in that voice. It seemed to carry some fear, but a god should not be afraid. Wuji made the divine city a mess back then. This time, there is the energy of yin and yang. Will it become another Wuji? A worried voice sounded. If they were to ask what had been the most troublesome thing in the past few years, they would definitely say Wuji. They could not kill him, but they could not let him go. Wuji back then had almost shaken the divine city. Of course, it was not just Wuji alone. There was also the power behind Wuji, the old man that even they were afraid of. This was also the main reason why Wuji could live until now. No, he can't be the next Wuji, the divine clan man sitting beside Yi Qian said. When the other divine clan people heard this, they were obviously relieved. As long as it was not the next Wuji, it was fine. But then, the man said again, because he has the energy of both yin and yang. If he grows up, he will be stronger than Wuji and more terrifying. When the other divine clan people heard this, they were all moved. They could not help but show worry in their eyes. Only Yi Qian was not interested in their conversation. She just looked at the battle below. The smile on her face never disappeared. She only had eyes for that figure. After interacting with these people for a long time, she also knew that although these people were powerful Protoss, they were also paranoid all day long. It was quite boring. If he is stronger than Wuji in the future, doesn't that mean that he will cause more chaos in the Divine City? Should we? One of them asked tentatively. I want to watch the battle. Can you please keep quiet? At this moment, Yi Qian frowned and said. The Divine Clan people put away their other expressions, sat up straight, and began to focus on watching the battle. They did not mention Zichen's energy of both yin and yang anymore. It seemed that they were very afraid of this future divine lady. In the middle of the battlefield, Zichen had broken the divine seal with a single strike. Such a clean and nimble manner gave Lin En a huge fright. I said before, if you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, the battle should be over. Zichen's indifferent voice suddenly rang in Lin En's ears. He saw that Zichen, who was standing in front of him, was disappearing like a phantom. Damn it! Lin En cursed. Without hesitation, he used the fleet-foot stride and quickly moved to the side. He saw a bright arc of a blade slashing across the place where he had been standing. Lin En appeared on the other side. He looked sideways at his arm and saw that there was a wound there, and blood was flowing out. You. He looked at Zichun in disbelief. He did not understand how his opponent could be so fast. It seems that you did not do your homework. Zichun shook his head helplessly. His body flashed again, and like a bolt of lightning, he went straight for Lin En. Lin En used the fleet-foot stride again, but this time, he did not escape Zichen's pursuit. The light under Zichen's feet turned into two colors in an instant. It was still the same as the gold and silver energy just now. His speed increased sharply, and he arrived at the place where Lin En appeared first. As a result, Jolson, who had just appeared, met with a flash of a blade arc, which swept toward his neck. His face was full of fear, and he quickly dodged. Puff! That slash landed on his chest, leaving behind a long gash. Lin En's figure flashed again, wanting to increase the distance between the two of them. However, Zichen once again arrived at the position he wanted to reach before him. Puff! Another arc of a blade appeared on his body. His speed is faster than the fleet-foot stride? How is this possible? The fleet-foot stride is the fastest speed in the world. In this world, how can there be a speed that is faster than the fleet-foot stride? The surrounding young spectators were all shocked at this moment. Their faces were full of disbelief, and they could not accept this reality. In their minds, God was the most powerful, and the divine skill was the most powerful. Previously, Zichen, as a mortal, easily destroyed the divine skill, which shocked them. Now, even the world's fastest fleet-foot stride was suppressed by a mortal. Hearing the cries of surprise, Dofsil couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he didn't like the two guys on the viewing platform, these people were even more annoying. He sneered. Are you all idiots? When did the world's fastest speed become the fleet-foot stride? Is this what you call it? Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Zichun is using the world's fastest speed, and it is recognized as the world's fastest speed. How dare you? The world's fastest speed is the fleet-foot stride. As soon as Dofhill's words came out, many people rebutted. Dofhill just rolled his eyes and muttered that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He knew where he was. He could be shameless to these fake gods, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction to the divine race. In fact, there was no need for him to explain, because the situation on the battlefield had already explained everything. Zichun had already put away his broken blade and switched to using his fists. Obviously, he was afraid that if he could not stop, he would directly kill his opponent. Using his fists was much more direct, and he could control his strength. Boom! The powerful punch landed on Lin En's body. The terrifying power passed through Lin En's body and entered his body. Cracking sounds could be heard as several bones in Lin En's body were broken. Crack! Immediately after, Zichen's figure flashed again and appeared beside Lin En. He grabbed Lin En's wrist and poured a powerful force into it, breaking Lin En's entire arm. I said that I would not let you stand and watch the whole battle. Zichen's cold voice sounded. His figure appeared on the other side and kicked Lin En's leg. After that, there was a sound of bones breaking, and Lin En's body fell to the ground. Crack! Zichun did not show mercy and attacked again. The divine rule around Lin En's body could not protect him at this moment, and his other leg was broken. In fact, Zichun did not want to attack before, but Lin En was too arrogant. His attitude towards Jia Tu and Huang Tu made him very unhappy because Jia Tu was his friend and had protected him many times. Bang! Chapter 2396. Lei Ting seemed to have fainted. Zichen's shout didn't wake him up. Dofhill, who was standing in front of Lei Ting, kicked him and said disdainfully, "You idiot! Why did you run to our Dof family's territory?" A flow of energy entered Lei Ting's body through Dofhill's foot. Lei Ting's face looked more painful, but he woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, he slowly raised his head and looked around. When he saw the Saint Kings around him, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he fixed his gaze on Zichun. Apparently, both of them had the same aura. Not only did they come from the Life Star, but they also came from the Thunder Clan. However, Lei Ting didn't know Zichun, so he was bewildered. What do you think? Dofhill looked at Zichun and smiled mockingly. Let him go first, Zichun said in a low voice. Do you think I'm a fool? Give me the saint weapon first. Otherwise, he will die in front of you. Don't try to bargain with me. You should know that this saint weapon is mine to begin with, Dofusier said coldly. A saint weapon for his dog life? My patience is limited. Who are you? Why did you save me? Lei Ting ignored Dofhill and looked at Zichun with a puzzled face. I'm Zichun from the Thunder Clan. Zichun said. I know that, but I don't know you. Lei Ting said again. Apparently, he didn't know why this stranger wanted to save him. I went to the Thunder Clan's base and saw the Thunder Ancestor. He left. Thinking about the Thunder Ancestor, Zichun looked sad. I expected this when I left, but I don't know you. Why did you save me? Moreover, you are willing to use a saint weapon to save me? Do you have the ability to protect me? Lei Ting asked again, but his tone sounded distant. The Thunder Ancestor asked me to do this. Also, I'm a heaven-defying one of the Life Star. That's why I have a reason to save you. Zichun said. Heaven-defying. This identity is indeed very frightening. However, in all these years, I've never heard of anyone defying the heavens. Doff sneered and said, Our Doff family once recruited many heaven-defying lackeys, but I didn't see how strong they were. My patience is limited. Hurry up and bring me the saint weapon. This scene was witnessed by the people of the Jiatu family. At this moment, the Jiatu emperor finally understood how Doff had made Zichun give up. So it was because of this person, but it was obvious that this person did not know Zichun. Moreover, from his words, he seemed to be conflicted with Zichun and did not approve of him. Would Zichun give up his saint weapon for such a person? Let him go first, and I'll give you the sacred weapon. Zichun did not hesitate for too long and said indifferently, You know that what I care about is different from what you care about. Sacred weapons are not the most important thing in my eyes. Doff slowly shook his head and said, No, that's not possible. Either he took the saint weapon, or he died. Choose one. This was a dead end. If Zichun did not hand over the saint weapon, Lei Ting would definitely die. But even if he did, Lei Ting might not survive. And even if he did, Doff might threaten him and force him to hand over something else. He fell into silence as his mind raced, trying to think of a way to break out of this dead end. I know who you are. Suddenly, Lei Ting's voice rang out. He looked at Zichun and said, I know why we met. You know? Zichun was stunned. He did not know why they met. It's fate. Lei Ting said again and stood up. Fate? Zichun did not understand. Stop pretending. Doff coldly snorted, and the other Saint Kings also sneered. In this world controlled by the gods, everything was under their control. What kind of fate was there? If one were to talk about fate, then the Daofu family was the fate of the two of them. But soon, a Saint King noticed a problem. He looked at Lei Ting in shock and said, How did you stand up? The other Saint Kings were shocked. According to the seal they had set up, Lei Ting's body would be in great pain even if he moved slightly. Moreover, this seal had been in effect for many years. Usually, Lei Ting would not even dare to move. But today, not only did he stand up, he did not even look like he was in pain. Lei Ting slowly turned around and said to the Saint Kings, Do you think you can trap me with just you idiots? The reason why I cooperated with you was that I had not seen fate. Now that I have seen it, it's time for me to leave. You're courting death. The Saint Kings roared and immediately made hand seals to strengthen the seal. Buzz. Lei Ting's body began to shine, and then his body began to shrink bit by bit. As Lei Ting's body shrank, the chains supporting the seal also shrank in size. It's useless. This seal will change according to your body. Doff looked at this scene with a cold smile, looking very confident. I admit that this seal is very strong, but I don't believe that you can even seal light. Lei Ting's indifferent voice rang out. His body continued to shrink until he finally became a ray of light. This ray of light floated to Zichun's side, and then turned back into Lei Ting. He had escaped just like that. All the Saint Kings were stunned, and the smile on Doff's face froze. Everything seemed so inconceivable. Zichun was also very surprised, but fortunately, this deadlock was finally broken. Doff said with a cold face, Very good. Now it's more interesting to kill. Zichun looked back at Lei Ting and asked, How are your injuries? Lei Ting's body was shining with the light of lightning. He shook his head and said, No injuries at all. Zichun threw the spear in his hand to Lei Ting and said, Be careful. Lei Ting took the spear and nodded. Don't worry, no one can kill me. But you, be careful, that guy is not ordinary. Lei Ting was obviously referring to Doff. Without a saint weapon, what are you going to use to fight me? Doff walked forward, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped because Zichun's hand flashed, and a long saber appeared. This long saber exuded saint aura. The long saber was a saint weapon, Zichun's second saint weapon. I forgot that you're from the crafts manor. After saying that, Doff rushed towards Zichun. As he rushed forward, he jumped up and stepped towards Zichun. Zichun swung his saber in the air, and the saber light went against the heavens like a waterfall. Boom! The sky shook as Doff stepped on the saber light and instantly shattered it. At the same time, he did not slow down and went straight for Zichun's head. Clang! Zichun held his saber with both hands and blocked the attack above his head. A loud clang was heard, and a powerful energy burst out, forcing Zichen to retreat. As he retreated, the saint weapon in Zichen's hand released a strong light, and he quickly slashed to the side. Wherever the saber light passed, a Saint King's body was cut in half. But soon, the Saint King's body was filled with energy, and under the immortal indestructibility, his body was reconstructed. However, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect Zichen to launch a sneak attack on them while he was fighting Daf Hill. Damn it! Seeing this, Daf Hill's eyes flashed with anger. He suddenly stepped in the air, and a ripple spread out, and his body went straight for Zichen. Zichen held his saint weapon tightly and slashed forward. But as the saber slashed down, a violent energy burst out, and at the same time, Zichen's body flew backward, and the saint weapon in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Obviously, the saint weapon made by the craftsman ancestor could not be compared to the leg of the heavenly god. On the other side, Lei Ting used the 9 flashes of lightning and moved among the Saint Kings. He did not want to kill the enemy, but only wanted to protect himself, so he was not in any danger for now. However, there were many Saint Kings, and if the battle went on for too long, Lei Ting would not be able to hold on. Zichen used his extreme speed to avoid Daf Hill's direct attack, and his body flashed in front of a Saint King, and he raised his saber and slashed. The Saint King's head flew high, but this attack was not fatal. Under the surging vitality of the immortal indestructibility, the Saint King's body was reconstructed. This was the biggest difference between a saint and a Saint King. Zichen could easily kill a saint, and he could easily deal with a Saint King, but to kill one in an instant was still very difficult. After using the heavenly thunder wings, Zichen's speed became even faster. Every time he arrived in front of a Saint King, the latter could not dodge his attack, but no matter how strong his attack was, he could not kill in one hit. As long as he could not kill them, the surging vitality in the Saint King's body would instantly repair their bodies. Unless it was like before, Zichen could chase after a Saint King and kill him continuously, preventing him from repairing his body. However, this was obviously not realistic, because there were not only 10 Saint Kings around, but also the even stronger Daf Hill. Therefore, the battle seemed to be in a stalemate, and both sides were equally matched. However, this scene was enough to shock the people from the Jiatu clan on the other side of the passage, because Zichen was only a saint, but he was able to block the attacks of so many experts. Go to hell! Daf Hill roared and rushed towards Zichen. As he stepped out, Zichen was kicked away, but he also had a strong physical body, so Daf Hill's attack could not hurt him at all. However, he was also unable to do anything to these people. In the continuous collisions, both Zichen and Lei Ting felt that their energy consumption was getting higher and higher. If the battle continued like this, it was obviously not a good idea. Sigh. In the end, Zichen sighed and said, "Let the battle end here." With that, he put away his saint weapon, and with a flash of light, a simple and unadorned long saber with a sheath appeared in his hand. The sheath was black, and so was the hilt. It was filled with an ancient feeling. Chapter 2397. It was a simple scabbard and a simple hilt. Although there was no aura flowing around them, it did not stop the Saint Kings from being wary of it. Zichen had already taken out 2 saint weapons. At this moment, he took out this weapon with such a serious expression. No one would believe that it was a divine weapon. Zichen put away the saint's sword from before. He held the scabbard with his left hand and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt. It's that broken sword. Seeing that Zichen had changed his weapon again, Jiatu and Huangtu were surprised. Their eyes flashed with doubt. They knew Zichen very well. They knew that this was not a saint weapon, but a broken sword. Its quality might be equivalent to a saint weapon, but it was definitely not one. What? You want to end the battle with a broken sword? Daf Hill had obviously seen Zichen use this sword before. He could not help but laugh sarcastically. The other Saint King's serious expressions eased a little. From Daf Hill's expression, they could see that he valued this sword far less than the previous 2 saint weapons. Kill him. That's not a saint weapon at all. "It's just a broken sword," Daf Hill said with a serious face. Hearing this, the Saint Kings charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Surging energy surged, and the entire void shook. The terrifying aura continued to wreak havoc, spreading out like a storm. As the target of the Saint King's attacks, Zichun felt even more pressure. Many Saint King's auras fell on him alone. His body surged with the light of yin and yang energy, blocking all the Saint King's auras. At the same time, his right hand, which was holding the hilt, began to exert force. Blue veins popped out on the back of his hand. He exerted force and drew the sword. Swoosh! The bright sword light appeared in the next moment. The saint's aura instantly enveloped the area. Different from before, the saint's aura this time was even more intense and terrifying. Above the sword light, the light of yin and yang energy surged. The blazing sword light swept forward. This sword was very bright, very dazzling, and very swift. This was no longer the saber drawing technique, but the ultimate strike after drawing the saber. It was the first time the saber, one of the strongest holy weapons on this life star, appeared in this world after so many years. The one who wielded the saber was a saint, and his opponents were a group of Saint Kings. The saber light expanded and swept in all directions in an instant. Crack! 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 All the weapons that came into contact with the saber light instantly snapped. At the same time, the saber light shot forward, breaking through the defenses of the saint rulers and cutting them in half. He could clearly sense that the surging life force around these saint rulers was rapidly vanishing. The undying and indestructible life force seemed to have met its nemesis at this moment, and it instantly dissipated. With a flash of the blade, the saint rulers were blown away. However, 3 of them failed to retreat. Their lives had been obliterated by the destructive force of the strike. Not far away, the disdain on Daf Hill's face froze and turned into deep shock. He saw that the saber in Zichen's hand was no longer a broken saber, but a complete one. The aura released from the saber was so strong that even Daf Hill felt threatened, killing 3 Saint Kings with one strike. The eyes of the saint rulers who were blown away were filled with terror. Across the passage, the people of the Jiatu family were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Killing 3 Saint Kings with one strike, how powerful was that? At this moment, they were deeply shocked by Zichen's fighting strength. When their eyes fell on the unsheathed saber, there was deep fear in their eyes. The saber had not been sheathed yet, which meant that the battle was not over. Zichen's body flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, a cross-shaped saber light appeared in front of a Saint King. The saber light swept past the Saint King's body in an instant. Swoosh! Zichen's figure continued to flash. After flashing, he appeared again, and the saber light flashed again. At this moment, the power of the saber was perfectly displayed by Zichen. Every time the saber light swept past, a Saint King would fall. After falling, they would definitely die. Behind him, Lei Ting, who was also extremely shocked, suddenly heard Zichen's voice transmission. He moved and rushed toward the dead Saint Kings. The essence blood of those Saint Kings was really good stuff. For the current him, it was extremely useful. Retreat, all of you. Retreat quickly. Daf Hill, who had reacted, shouted loudly. However, several Saint Kings were still killed. A powerful aura surged around him as he rushed towards Zichen. Zichen kept dodging his attacks, not giving him a chance to fight head-on. He kept chasing after the Saint Kings and killing them. These Saint Kings quickly fled, their eyes filled with fear. With the complete saber, Zichen had reached the point where he could slaughter them. They couldn't resist him. Boom! Daf Hill stomped his foot and collided with Zichen's saber. Violent energy exploded in an instant, and the saber light shattered. Daf Hill's body was also sent flying. The Saint Kings had all fled far away, and only the 3 of them were left on the battlefield. Zichen put away the broken saber, clenched his fist, and rushed toward Daf Hill. Next, it was a direct confrontation. Zichen displayed extremely powerful combat strength, and was completely on par with Daf Hill. In terms of explosive power, he was even stronger than Daf Hill. Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus. With a low shout, Zichen used his self-created technique. The yang energy in his left hand and the yin energy in his right. The two types of energy quickly met, and in the midst of the collision, a terrifying yin-yang thunder lotus was formed. It had to be said that after learning from Wuji, Zichun had truly understood the yin and yang energy. At this moment, it was much easier for him to combine them. The moment he saw the yin-yang thunder lotus, Daf Hill's pupil shrank. His clone had once been defeated by this technique. Whoosh! Zichun shook his hand, and the yin-yang thunder lotus flew forward. Wherever it passed, the void would constantly distort, and a terrifying energy aura would constantly dissipate. Huh! Daf Hill shouted loudly. His entire body was glowing, and the heavenly god's energy was circulating around his body. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a giant, and he ruthlessly stomped his foot on the yin-yang thunder lotus. Boom! The yin-yang thunder lotus exploded under this stomp, and a terrifying energy burst out, forming a destructive force. Daf Hill bore the brunt of the impact and was sent flying by this force. As he flew, he kept coughing out blood. At this moment, Daf Hill was clearly injured. Zichun did not hesitate to rush forward, and a powerful energy surged above his fist. The heart of the heavenly god also provided a terrifying amount of energy to the heavenly god's arm. Boom! This punch landed on Daf Hill's body, and a powerful energy shockwave shook Daf Hill's body, causing his bones to crack. After all, the only strong parts of his body were his legs and head. Relatively speaking, his bones were not very strong. Facing Zichun's all-out attack, several of his bones were broken. After this attack, Zichun's figure flashed again. Among those of the same level, the Heavenly Thunderwing's 9 Deaths Lightning was the fastest in the world. Boom! Zichun landed another punch on Daf Hill's head, but he was pushed back by a rebounding force. After that, Zichun cleverly avoided several of Daf Hill's defenses, and one attack after another landed on him. Facing Zichun's attacks, Daf Hill could only choose to passively defend. After arriving in this world, not only did the gap between the two sides not decrease, but it even increased. When the Saint Kings and Saints in the distance saw this scene, they were shocked and angry, but they could not help. At this moment, Zichun could easily kill them. Daf Hill coughed out blood and glared at Zichun resentfully. Let's end this. The scabbard appeared in Zichun's hand again, and he wanted to slash down to end this battle once and for all. Daf Hill wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill Daf Hill, because if he killed him, the heavenly god's bone in Daf Hill's body would become his. However, just as Zichun pulled out the scabbard, he felt an extremely strong pressure fall on his body. Accompanying this pressure was a low sigh. The low sigh came from the depths of the void, and it resounded all around. Hearing this low sigh, the Saint King's faces changed drastically. As for the saints, their faces turned pale, and their sea of consciousness was violently shaken. An extremely strong pressure appeared in the void. After feeling this pressure, the void seemed to be frozen, and no one could move. Feeling this pressure, the people of the Jiata clan were horrified. At this moment, their bodies were unable to move. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that a supreme saint had come. This was the highest level existence in the world, except for the gods. The void distorted, forming a passage, and an old man walked out of it. His gaze fell on Zichun, and he said, "Little boy, you have such combat strength. You're extraordinary." This was a compliment, but there was no trace of praise in his tone. The old man's words were cold, and his eyes flashed with cold lightning. The saints from the Daf clan, who were also unable to move, were pleasantly surprised. It was obvious that this old man was from the Daf clan. Zichun stood there, unable to move because of the pressure from the Supreme Saint. At this moment, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and his mind was shocked to the extreme. "What? You're not convinced?" The Supreme Saint walked out of the passage and looked at Zichun indifferently. Zichun did not say a word. His eyes were firm, and he was naturally not convinced. A dignified Supreme Saint had attacked a saint. How could he be convinced? Unwilling in his heart, he forcibly operated the yin and yang energy in his body. In addition, he also fully mobilized the laws of destruction. The heart of the god was beating violently, sending waves of energy to all parts of his body, stimulating his body's potential and resisting the Supreme Saint's pressure. After seeing Zichen's actions, the Supreme Saint in front of him laughed sarcastically. How could a mere saint resist the might of a Supreme Saint? But in the next moment, the Supreme Saint's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Chapter 2398. Under the pressure of the great sage, Zichen's qi was completely suppressed in his body. His body could not move, as if it was fixed in place. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Zichen did not accept his fate. Instead, he chose to resist. The energy and physical body in his body fiercely resisted the great sage's pressure. In the process of resisting, his body underwent changes. Buzz. The yin-yang energy in his body trembled and changed in the tremor. Zichen's soul, facing the pressure of the great sage's pressure, underwent a transformation. His soul became more condensed, stronger, and more transparent. As his soul underwent a transformation, a powerful aura emerged from Zichen's body. This aura was very surging and much stronger than before. It completely dispersed the great sage's aura that was suppressing his body. At this moment, the great sage's aura was no longer suppressing Zichen. His body could already move, and he easily expelled the great sage's pressure. However, he did not take any further action. Instead, he closed his eyes and stood quietly in the void. When the people around saw Zichen at this moment, their faces were once again filled with shock. As expected of a defiant of the heavens, this talent is really amazing. Looking at the current Zichen, Jia Tu and Huang Tu let out a heartfelt sigh. In the face of pressure, not only did he not collapse, but he also underwent a transformation. This was shocking. Interesting. You've broken through. The great sage looked at Zichen with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, the energy around Zichen's body was changing. His aura had also changed from that of a saint to that of a saint king. It could be said that in the face of the great sage's pressure, Zichen actually broke through the saint realm and became a saint king. Zichen was already very powerful when he was in the saint realm. Once he became a saint king, how terrifying would his combat strength be? Perhaps he could compete with a great sage? Dafhil's face was very ugly. He had always thought that his combat strength was comparable to Zichen's. If they really fought to the death, his chances of winning might be higher. However, the battle today made him truly feel the difference in strength between the two of them. In addition to the difference in strength, there was also the difference in talent. This was because Zichen had actually broken through to become a saint king when facing the might of a great saint, advancing before him. Such a disparity made Dafhil feel dejected, as if he had suffered a huge blow. You're a genius, but it's a pity that you broke through at the wrong time. Even though killing a genius goes against the spirit of cultivation of our generation, you have always been going against my Daofu clan. Naturally, I can't let you live. After the old man finished speaking, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. When Thunder heard this, his face immediately showed a worried expression. He wanted to go forward and protect Zichen, but his body was unable to move in the face of this terrifying great sage power. The great sage realm was already the pinnacle of the realm. It was the true limit of a cultivator's realm. This level was naturally the strongest. Across the passageway, the saints of the Jiatu clan quietly watched this scene with a trace of pity on their faces. A genius was going to fall just like that. Jiatu Huangtu was very worried for Zichen, but at this moment, he was just a saint. He couldn't change anything at all. Not to mention him, even all of them here couldn't change anything in front of a great sage. No one could change the will of a great sage unless another great sage came to protect Zichen. However, Jiatu Huangtu didn't know whether the Jiatu clan had a great sage or not. Even if there was one, he probably wouldn't appear at this time. The great sage in front of them raised his palm. Between his palm, terrifying energy surged. This energy caused the void to distort violently, filled with the intent of destruction. It wasn't hard to imagine that if this palm landed, Zichen would be killed in an instant. The great sage sneered and slapped his palm towards Zichen. With this palm, The aura of destruction completely appeared and went straight for Zichun. The terrifying pressure of the great sage stimulated Zichun's potential, allowing him to find the opportunity to break through his own realm and advance toward the Saint Ruler. This surprised him very much. At this moment, the energy belonging to a saint in Zichun's body was completely transforming into a Saint Ruler. The energy of a Saint Ruler was much stronger than that of a saint. This allowed him to easily block the pressure of a great sage. When he reached the outside world, he was already able to communicate with his own world. If he wanted all the energy in this world to become a Saint Ruler, it would obviously take a long time. Zichun, who was now on the battlefield, didn't have this time at all. In this urgent situation, he could only convert a portion of the energy in his body into Saint Ruler energy and interrupt his breakthrough. At the same time, he let this energy fill his entire body, making his physical body stronger. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, all of this happened very quickly. When Zichun finished all this and opened his eyes, he just happened to see the great sage sneak an attack on him. The terrifying energy contained in that attack made Zichun feel a strong sense of death. The energy around him surged, dispersing the great sage's aura. The lightning wings on his back surged, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. Boom! The terrifying energy contained in this palm exploded in an instant, forming a destructive wave that spread out in all directions. The great sage, who had a calm expression, looked at Zichun, who was 100 meters away, and said in surprise, "Good lad, you're quite bold." He thought that Zichun would need some time to break through to the Saint Ruler level, at least not in a short period of time. He didn't expect the other party to forcefully interrupt this breakthrough. As a result, although Zichun was still a Saint Ruler, he was the weakest Saint Ruler. It would take a long time for him to convert his energy into Saint Ruler energy. Because he missed the opportunity to break through, it would be very difficult for him to make further progress. Zichun didn't say anything. He glanced at Lei Ting, and in a flash, he went straight for Lei Ting. "Are you going to run? You can't escape." The great sage smiled coldly. He held up the sky with one hand, and the great sage's power in his body surged out crazily and then sealed the space. Zichun and Lei Ting were trapped in this space. As for the others, they were all carried away by the energy and left this place. The great sage stood outside this sealed space. In the next moment, he was about to step in, preparing to personally kill Zichun. "Open for me." At this moment, Zichun instantly drew his sword. The little Saint Ruler's power in his body surged into the blade, and he slashed down. The space that was sealed by the great sage himself began to distort. The powerful energy in the blade moved forward quickly, and it looked like it could break open this space at any time. Zichun had the fastest speed in the world, and the great sage had seen it. If he really let him escape, the great sage didn't have any confidence that he could catch him again. The great sage's expression didn't change, but in the next moment, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He slapped his palm on the blood, and the great sage's power mixed with the blood dissipated forward. Around the constantly distorted sealed space, there was a new layer of energy. Above this layer of energy, there were streams of blood flowing, like a layer of blood wall. The defense of the sealed space was strengthened many times in an instant, which made the power contained in Zichun's blade dissipate in an instant. Such a scene, in the eyes of the spectators, undoubtedly shocked them. After all, Zichun was only a Saint Ruler, and he was the weakest Saint Ruler. However, not only did a great sage make a move personally, but he also used some kind of sealing forbidden technique. Moreover, he used his own blood as a medium to activate it. Such a scene could only be seen when fighting against an opponent of the same level. It was equivalent to a great sage going all out. But now, a great sage who went all out used such a method to deal with the weakest Saint Ruler. Whether it was the people of the Jiatu clan or the Daofu clan, they could see that the great sage attached great importance to Zichun. He was completely eliminating a potential enemy. Damn it! With a curse, Zichun gritted his teeth and slashed out again. This slash almost used up all the Saint Ruler power in his body, but it did not break open the sealed space. It only made the blood-colored barrier distort a few times, and then the blade light dissipated. At this moment, he had lost all means, and the new saint ruler power in his body had not been born. It seemed that he could only wait for death. Beside him, Lei Ting could not move. The great sage stepped into the sealed space and looked at Zichun indifferently. As for Lei Ting, he was completely ignored by him. Die. Both sides did not say much, and the saint ruler slapped out with his palm. Zichun's figure tried to flicker a few times, but he could not avoid the great sage's attack. He could only accept his fate and wait for death. Seeing that death was approaching, at this moment, the falling palm print suddenly stopped when it was still a distance away from Zichun's head. The great sage in front of him looked in front of him in surprise. To be precise, he was looking behind Zichun. Zichun did not understand why the great sage suddenly stopped his attack. When he turned around, he saw a figure emitting colorful light standing in front of him. The colorful light was a special kind of energy called the divine power. In the colorful light, there was an extremely beautiful woman. There was a mark between her eyebrows, and she looked at Zichun with concern. Greetings to the goddess. Such a voice immediately sounded from outside the light barrier. Those from the Jiatu family who had been watching the show all walked out of the passage and stood respectfully at the side. Greetings to the goddess. Dafshir was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and quickly bowed to the young man. At the same time, the other people from the Daofu family also bowed. The great sage, whose expression had changed drastically, lowered his noble head and bowed to the woman who exuded the aura of divinity. The woman did not pay attention to them, but looked at Zichun and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zichun slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Some things delayed me. Fortunately, you are fine," the woman said with lingering fear. She was the goddess of the city of God, Yiqian. Chapter 2399. Yiqian's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations, so much so that they had to put aside their grudges and pay their respects. The people from the Jiatu family, who had been watching the show from the shadows, also came out from the passage and paid their respects. This great saint had never seen Yiqian before, but that didn't stop him from recognizing her. It was just that this goddess with surging divine power seemed to be much weaker than the gods in his impression. After coming to the outside world, everyone had spiritual thoughts and could quickly communicate with each other. Therefore, the people from the Daofu family soon learned of Yiqian's identity and her status in the divine city. Their faces were filled with shock. The spell that sealed the space distorted a few times before disappearing. The great saint lowered his head, his expression changing. After seeing that Zichun wasn't seriously injured, Yiqian turned to the people from the Daofu family and said, "He is my guard. Why did you kill him?" Yiqian's words were very calm, but the saints were extremely cautious when they heard it. No one dared to ignore the words of a god. "This subordinate doesn't know. Please forgive me, goddess." The great saint cupped his fists and said humbly. He didn't even have the intention to explain. Although he was one of the top experts in the world, he was still a human cultivator. He was different from Yiqian. Strictly speaking, Yiqian was no longer a human. She was a god. She was the most powerful life form in the world, and she had long surpassed the scope of humans. Gods were a race and a symbol. They were far beyond what humans could fight against. Daofu Hill lowered his head deeply, not daring to look at Yiqian. Of course, he knew that Zichun was the goddess's guard, but Zichun had already come out. It was reasonable to say that this relationship didn't exist anymore. Even if it did, the goddess wouldn't be able to say anything if he killed him silently. But he didn't expect that the goddess would come out with him. And from the looks of it, the goddess seemed to have come out specifically for Zichun. Zichun was just a human. What did he do to make the goddess come out personally for him? Daofu Hill was very confused, but he didn't dare to say anything. He kept his head down and stood in the crowd, trying his best not to be recognized by the goddess. If the goddess held a grudge and angered her, it wasn't something that he could bear. It might even implicate the entire Daofu family. Yiqian looked at the great saint and said indifferently, "A great saint actually attacked a saint. As the god's representative, even if you don't care about your own face, you should at least consider the god's face." The great saint lowered his head, not daring to say anything. His forehead, of course. In front of the face of the Protoss, a personal hatred of life and death was nothing. God, Daofu Hill of the family of God. Of God Hill of the goddesses twos, goddesses. SSSSSSSS. She might be the goddess, but she didn't have any real power. For the time being, she couldn't do anything to the Daofu family unless she returned to the divine city and steeled her heart to bring the other gods out. The great saint in front of her gave her a lot of pressure. If they fought now, she wouldn't be a match for him. But as the goddess, she wasn't afraid. The members of the Daofu family felt as if they had been pardoned. After bowing once more, they retreated. As for Zichun, no one cared about him. Compared to the fate of the Daofu family, a mere Zichun was nothing. Soon, they disappeared into the void. Greetings, goddess. Congratulations, Saint King Zichun. Jiatu, Qisheng, and the others watched the Daofu family members leave. At this moment, Zichun was no longer a saint, but a saint ruler. Saint King Zichun. Ichian glanced at Jiatu, Qisheng, and the others, but didn't say anything. Zichun cupped his fists at the other party. He didn't show any hostility. After all, Jiatu Huangtu had kindly reminded him that he was the one who insisted on leaving. Jiatu Qisheng wanted to invite the two of them back to the Jiatu family, but in the end, he didn't say it out loud. After Zichun cupped his fist, he said goodbye, and the three of them flew into the distance. This time, his target was the Nephis starfield. He wanted to go back and take a look, then return to the Life Star. Looking at the three leaving figures, Jiatu Qisheng sighed and left with the Daofu family members. He could feel the goddess's gratitude to them was disappearing little by little. Maybe they shouldn't have stood there and watched the show with other intentions. You're Lei Ting? Back then, Daf Hill used your life to threaten Zichun. On the way, Ichian looked at Lei Ting after hearing Zichen's introduction. Oh, there's such a thing? Lei Ting was very surprised. Then, Ichian told him what happened in the Divine City. This made Lei Ting feel very emotional, but he didn't say any words of gratitude because fate had already destined them to meet. Oh, I just noticed that you've become a Saint King, Ichian said in surprise after feeling the aura exuding from Zichen's body. I just faced a crisis and broke through. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, the breakthrough would have been useless. Great saints are indeed the strongest. They're really terrifying, Zichen exclaimed sincerely. The three moved forward quickly. After arriving at the area with the transmission array, they directly entered the transmission array and arrived at the Nephis starfield. As the transmission array lit up, Zichun and the other two appeared in the Nephis starfield. They saw cultivators standing around with weapons in their hands, staring at them vigilantly. These were the guards guarding the transmission array. After seeing these people, they were startled, and then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. They saluted and respectfully called out, "Sir, what's going on?" He glanced around and found that there was only one saint among these people. The rest were all Heaven Realm experts. Moreover, the aura they exuded was from the Life Star. This was the transmission array that led directly to the star field where the Jiatu family was located. It was an important guarded location in the Nephis city. There shouldn't be only one saint guarding it. Where's Xingchun and the others? Zichun spread out his spiritual thoughts. On this planet, he didn't sense Xingchun and the others. In the range of his spiritual thoughts, the number of saints on the planet was pitifully small. The number of saints on their side was even smaller. Sir Xingchun has returned to the Life Star, and the others have followed him. He left us to guard this place. The Saint King cupped his fists and said, "Has the battle begun?" Zichen's face revealed a hint of surprise. It's been a few years. Sir Xingchun has only returned once during this period. After that, he never returned. It's said that the battle there is a little tense. The Saint King said, "How many saints are guarding the Nephis starfield now?" Zichun walked out of the transmission array. Lei Ting and Ichian followed beside him. There are 17 people guarding the Nephis starfield. As for the transmission array, there are 3. There are 20 saints in total. 20 saints controlled the entire Nephis starfield. It had to be said that this number was indeed a little small. Especially in recent years, the Nephis starfield had changed. From time to time, Xingqian would descend from the void, causing the number of saints to increase. The 20 saints were obviously not enough. There are too few people. Zichen shook his head and said, "This is the Star Road. There are many experts here. It wasn't easy to conquer this star field. Nothing must happen. Everything is up to you, sir. We will guard this place with our lives." The saint followed Zichen out. As for the other Heaven Realm experts, they continued to guard the transmission array. However, seeing Zichen return, their expressions were undoubtedly excited. Zichen was a legendary existence on the entire Life Star. After walking out of the transmission array, Zichen did not return to his residence on the Nephis starfield. Instead, he went straight to a trading area. The saint followed closely. During this time, Zichen and the other two did not speak. The silent atmosphere along the way made this saint extremely nervous, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After walking casually for a while, the saint understood why Zichen had suddenly come here. "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop this saint? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. This is the Star Road. How can people from the Life Star behave so atrociously here?" A rude voice came from afar. "Who is he?" Zichen, who had been silent, asked. "He's a saint from another star field. His name is Tatai. It's said that he comes from a big family." The saint said carefully, "He's been here for a while. He has 4 saint guards and a Heaven Realm housekeeper. Although he's usually a little arrogant, he wouldn't be so impolite." When Zichen heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "A rather large aristocratic family. How large is it exactly?" "It's said that there's more than one Saint King in the family." Of course, this is what they said. "We have no way to investigate the specific situation," the saint said. "More than one Saint King? Seems like there's more than one." Zichen sneered and walked straight ahead. In front of him, many cultivators had gathered. In the middle stood a very young saint. He was pointing at the head of a person in charge of the market and saying something with an arrogant expression. Behind the young saint stood 4 saints. They all stared coldly at the person in charge of the market. Next to him stood a hunchbacked old man. He was a Heaven Realm expert. The person in charge of the market came from the Life Star, but Zichen didn't know him. He should be a new existence. Behind him stood a Heaven Realm expert of a foreign race. His face was pale, and he looked terrified. "If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. There's nothing I can't get." The young saint pointed at the nose of the person in charge of the market and said coldly. His words were very rude. "What's going on?" An indifferent voice sounded. The saint quickly walked out of the crowd. Chapter 2400. Another saint walked out of the crowd. No doubt, he was from the Life Star. It could be seen that before Xingchen left, he had arranged for the saints from the Life Star to guard this place. The saints who had stayed here were all sent back to the Life Star. Thus, they didn't need to worry that the saints from the native area would cause trouble when the war was urgent. Anyway, this place was too important. They couldn't let anything happen to it. This man broke the rules of the market. He wanted to buy a sacred grade material, said the manager of the market. The saint who came later looked at the young man and said coldly, "The market has its rules. If you break the rules, you will be punished." "Punished? You outsiders dare to make a move against this saint?" The young man sneered. "Don't think that I don't know what this place used to be. This place used to be the territory of the people from the Star Path. You slaves from the Life Star had plotted and occupied this place. In our eyes, you were just slaves. What right do you have to control us?" It was quiet everywhere. Although this young man had said what many aliens were thinking, at this moment, no one dared to say anything. Because this star area had developed for so many years, the people from the Life Star had taken over this place. They could be considered deep-rooted here. At this moment, on this evil star, there were many people from other Life Stars. Most importantly, they had been living in peace for many years. Robberies had never happened. Every city square had its own rules. Robberies had never happened. There had never been a case of him stealing something that was good for his own use. To most alien tribes, they were used to the rule of the Life Star. At least, this place had the fairness that the Star Path hadn't had for a long time. During this period, Many Heaven Realm experts had come here and stayed in this star area for a long time. The saint from the life star glanced at the young man indifferently. Then, he looked at the 4 saint guards behind him and said coldly, "Seems like you don't want to buy things by force. You're here to cause trouble." He turned to look at the terrified Heaven Realm expert and said, "Don't worry and stay in the market. As long as this market still exists, no one will dare to do anything to you." As soon as he finished speaking, there was another whizzing sound in the distance. 3 streaks of light flew over. Each streak of light surged with the powerful aura of a saint. Without a doubt, 3 more saints had come to this life star. In the crowd, there were other saints watching the battle, so Zichun and the others were not too eye-catching. He watched quietly and was not in a hurry to appear. And with Zichun around, the saint beside him was even more assured. In their eyes, Zichun was a legend. Back then, he had wandered the star path alone. Under such a harsh environment, he had still managed to rule a star field. It could be seen how extraordinary he was. In the blink of an eye, 5 saints had arrived, the same number as the young man, but there was no fear on the young man's face. He looked at the 5 of them and said mockingly, "I thought you would have a lot of strength after ruling this place. I didn't expect that after so long, only 5 saints have arrived. What right do you 5 slaves have to stand here?" Besides Zichun, the saint whispered, "Sir, should we inform the others to come?" Zichun shook his head and said, "No need. It's not a big deal. It seems that someone is envious of this place." Beside him, Ichien, who had been silent, said lightly, "Not necessarily envious of this star field." Zichun chuckled and didn't say anything else, because another saint had arrived on their side. There were 6 saints in total. This was the most they could gather in a short time. Only this many? The young man shook his head in disappointment and said, "Too few. It's not enough to kill." With that, he took the initiative to retreat. At the same time, the 4 saints also took a step back, leaving only the hunchbacked old man there. The old man was only in the Heaven Realm. What could he change by standing there? He looked very old. From the beginning, he had kept his head down, like an old housekeeper. No one would notice him. However, at this moment, he raised his head and smiled at the 6 saints. For some reason, that smile made the 6 saints feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. "Gentlemen, since you're determined to die, then don't blame this old man. Remember, I am Tuaimo from the Tuain star field." With that, the Heaven Realm aura around the old man began to surge. In an instant, he had become a saint, which shocked everyone. However, the saint realm was not the end. It was the beginning. His aura continued to surge until he reached the Saint King realm. It had been a long time since a Saint King expert had appeared in this star field. As soon as the Saint King aura appeared, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought that an insignificant Heaven Realm old man would actually be a powerful Saint King? They looked at the scene in shock, their expressions changing greatly. Obviously, a saint was not someone 6 saints could fight against. The 6 saints from the Life Star had ugly expressions. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they took out their weapons and coldly stared at the Saint King. A bunch of reckless juniors. Do you think that a Saint King can be dealt with by numbers? The Saint King sneered and struck out with his palm. As the palm struck out, the terrifying Saint King power wreaked havoc in the surroundings like a terrible storm. The spectators all retreated, their faces filled with fear. The 6 saints shouted. Saint power surged around them. Their eyes were determined. They would not retreat even if they died. Idiots. The young man with the martial saint realm wore a disdainful smile when he saw this. A saint fighting against a Saint King was simply courting death. The 4 saints beside him also sneered. Just as the Holy King's attack was about to land, life and death were about to be decided. The Holy King's attack suddenly stopped in midair. The Holy King's expression changed greatly. He felt an obscure aura locking onto him. That aura made him feel danger. The Saint King's attack suddenly stopped. This stunned the spectators. They did not know what was going on. The young man and the 4 saints also looked ahead in confusion. Who is it? Get the hell out of here. The old saint ruler withdrew his palm and glanced around as he said coldly, It's not that I'm hiding. It's that you're too weak to sense my location. A voice came from the crowd. A young man in a black robe walked out of the crowd. It's you. The Saint King looked at the young Zichun. His expression was uncertain. He did not believe that the person who had made him feel like death was him. Of course it's me. Zichun chuckled and walked forward. The 6 Saint Kings, who had not hesitated to fight with their lives, were excited when they saw that it was Zichun who walked out of the crowd. They then respectfully greeted him. Then, a series of respectful greetings came from the crowd. Their expressions were also filled with excitement, because the legend had returned. You're also a slave from the Life Star. It seems like your status is not low? The young Saint King said as he stared at Zichun. This star field belongs to me. Do you think my status is low? Zichun looked at the young Saint King and smiled faintly. The young man's expression clearly changed when he heard this. Since he had come to this star field to cause trouble, he clearly had a certain understanding of this star field. He was also very familiar with the matter of several saints joining forces to fight against a saint ruler that had spread like wildfire during this period of time. It was said that the other party's combat strength was very strong. He was definitely one of the best among his peers. Didn't they say that the other party had left and might never return? Why was he here? Moreover, he found that he could not see through the other party. Zichun no longer paid any attention to the young man. He looked at the saint ruler and said, I don't care why you've come here, but you broke the rules of the market first, so we can't just let this go. What do you want? The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Zichun. He also found that he could not see through the other party. Zichun looked back at the Heaven Realm expert in front of the crowd and asked, Did they want to buy your things by force? The Heaven Realm expert was very nervous. He did not know how to answer, so he nodded nervously. Zichun smiled and said, Don't be nervous. You're trading in our market, so you're my guest. No one dares to attack my guest. How about this? They threatened you and wanted to buy your things by force. Not only did they break the rules, but they were also disrespectful to the guest. How about you let this Saint King leave his 2 arms as an apology? Zichun's smile was very gentle, but his words were too frightening. It almost scared the Heaven Realm expert to tears. He was far from the Saint Realm. In the eyes of a Saint King, he was not even an ant. How could he dare to let a Saint King cut off his arms as an apology? The crowd was in an uproar. All the alien races who came to watch the show were stunned by Zichun's words. Only the Heaven Realm experts who came from the Life Stars straightened their backs after hearing Zichun's words, their faces filled with pride. Let's see. Letting a Saint King cut off his arms to apologize to a Heaven Realm expert was something that only happened in the Sin Star area. Only the legend in their hearts, Zichun, could do such a thing. Haha. The old man laughed out loud. It was a laugh of extreme anger. He looked at Zichun and said, Let me use my arms to apologize. Does he deserve it? Do you deserve it? Kid, you're too arrogant. The young Saint Realm expert was also enraged. Zichun shook his head and said slowly, It's not a matter of whether I deserve it or not. It's the rule of the market. Moreover, it depends on whether this Heaven Realm little brother agrees or not. If he doesn't, then we have to negotiate. For example, add 2 more legs. You're talking big. The old man looked at Zichun and said coldly, Your market has rules, don't you? Now, I really want to tear down your market, peel your skin, pull out your tendons, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. Then, I'll keep your head and seal your soul. I'll let you see what your territory will become. Zichun wasn't angry. He just smiled and said, If so, there's no need to negotiate. Since you don't want to follow our rules, I don't want your arms or legs. I'll just take your life. Do you deserve it? The Saint King was still smiling coldly. This time, Zichun didn't answer. A light flashed in his hand, and a long saber with a sheath appeared. Chapter 2401. The scabbard was simple and unadorned. There was no aura leaking out. It was completely restrained. Zichun held the scabbard with his left hand and slowly reached for the hilt with his right. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichun was very focused. He only had eyes for the scabbard and the scabbard. He did not look at the Holy King. What a trick! Seeing this, the Holy King's eyes flashed with disdain. The Holy King's power in his body surged again, and a powerful aura was released. At this moment, the raging Holy King's aura was much stronger than before. This forced the spectators to step back again. Under the surging aura, the Holy King's aura surged. He stared at Zichun indifferently. In the crowd, Lei Ting shook his head at this scene. He thought that this Holy King was really reckless. Yiqian did not say anything. She just watched quietly. There was no anticipation in her eyes because the outcome was already decided when Zichun took out the scabbard. The crowd held their breaths. In their opinion, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Who would win? The Holy King or the master of this starfield? Everyone was full of anticipation. Go to hell. The Holy King slapped at Zichun. Terrifying Holy King's power surged. Cold murderous intent had already locked onto Zichun. Facing the Holy King's attack, Zichun activated his Holy King's power and poured it into the scabbard. He pulled the scabbard with his right hand. Whoosh! Bright scabbard light flashed. Surging holy might began to surge. A scabbard light shot forward. Poof! The scabbard light destroyed the Holy King's attack. The scabbard light continued forward and swept past the Holy King's palm. His palm fell. The scabbard light continued forward and swept past the Holy King's body. The Holy King's power around him was extinguished, and the scabbard light appeared behind him. The Holy King's powerful attack disappeared. Zichun's scabbard was also over. He stood in place without moving. The scabbard in his hand was already back in its scabbard. The surging energy had already dissipated in an instant. The surroundings returned to calmness. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an arm lying on the ground, everyone would have thought that the battle hadn't started yet. Everyone looked forward. Many people had puzzled looks on their faces because they couldn't see what was going on. Zichun sheathed his saber and looked at the frozen expression of the old man in front of him. He said, "I've said it before. Since you don't abide by the rules of the market, then I can only take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, the light in the Saint King's eyes disappeared. The surging vitality in his body dissipated in an instant. His body slanted and fell to the ground. The blood in the Saint King's body spread out in an instant, bringing with it a pressure that made the heaven realm feel suffocated. At this moment, the expressions of the spectators all froze. Even their breathing stopped. Everyone was petrified as they stared at the battlefield in disbelief. With just one strike, he had actually killed a Saint King. Compared to the petrified crowd, the cultivators from the Life Stars were so excited. When they looked at those arrogant people again, they found that their faces were filled with fear, which was the complete opposite of their arrogance just now. Good stuff. Don't waste it. In the quiet battlefield, Zichun's indifferent voice resounded. A beam of energy moved forward, sweeping the Saint King's body and the blood on the ground back to his side and disappearing. Putting away the Saint King's body, Zichun looked at the frightened young man and said, "He didn't abide by the rules, so he died. Now it's your turn. 2 arms. Don't go too far." "We're—" The frightened young man didn't seem to wake up from his shock. A saint next to him suddenly spoke. He stared at Zichun angrily, but before he could finish, he saw 2 beams of light shooting out from Zichun's eyes. Poof! Poof! These 2 beams of light quickly came to his side and cut his body like 2 sharp blades. Almost in the blink of an eye, his body was cut into several pieces, and his vitality was gone. The saint died with just one look. What kind of strength was this? Everyone, including the young saint, was trembling with fear. "My patience is limited." Zichun looked at the young saint and said indifferently, "Good, good, good. I, Tuatai, will remember what happened today. Let's wait and see. I won't let you off." Tuatai said coldly. Energy surged in his hands, and he was about to cut off his own arms. "Wait," Zichun suddenly said. Tuatai looked at Zichun and sneered. "Why, are you afraid? Let me tell you, it's too late. You provoked me, Tuatai, and killed a member of the Tua family. Soon." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zichun. "You talk too much nonsense. What I mean is, you don't need to cut off your arms. Just die." "You." Tuatai's expression changed drastically. His mocking expression instantly turned into fear. He shouted, "Help!" Zichun did not give him time to escape. Immediately, gold and silver light surged in his eyes. Two rays of light shot toward Tuatai. Tuatai retreated in fear. A saint guard beside him immediately stepped forward. Saint power surged around him, and he slashed at the two rays of light. Chi! Chi! The slash was much slower than Zichun's attack. The rays of light landed on the guard first. They broke through his saint light defense, and then cut open his body. During this time, Tuatai kept retreating. At the same time, a middle-aged man in the crowd was rushing toward him. His aura surged. In the blink of an eye, the pressure of a Saint King was completely revealed. The middle-aged man sped up again. He came in front of Tuatai and grabbed him. Zichun looked up at the two of them. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I'm from the Tua family. I hope you can forgive us. We were a little reckless." Zichun looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Just a little reckless?" He had already raised the scabbard in his hand. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt. 5 saints and 2 Saint Kings came to the Sin Star. For a piece of Saint-grade material, they wanted to fight someone from this force. They did not even hesitate to kill him. It was not reckless at all. "What do you want? We're not the only family in the Tua family." The middle-aged man pulled Tuatai and started retreating. "I'm most afraid of being threatened. To overcome this fear, I can only kill those who threaten me." A cold light flashed in Zichun's eyes. He pulled out his saber decisively. A bright saber light flashed forward. In the eyes of the crowd, this saber was stunning and bright. Naturally, it was also very powerful and terrifying. As a fully restored saber, it was already one of the strongest saint weapons in the world. It was made on the Life Star and was much more powerful than saint weapons made by humans. As the saber light passed, the Saint King and the young saint were all killed. The Saint King's surging vitality did not have any effect under this saber light. It dissipated in an instant. After killing the two of them with a single slash, only the 2 terrified saint-level guards were left. Zichun sheathed his sword and looked at the two of them. The two of them were trembling, not daring to say a word, because those who had spoken before were all dead. "I won't kill you." Zichun looked at the two and said coldly, "Go back and tell your master. No matter what his thoughts and intentions are, don't come to the Sin Star Zone to cause trouble. This is just a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll personally kill my way to your star zone and make sure there are no more saints in your star zone. Make sure there are no more saints in your star zone." How domineering was that? The 2 saints from the copying star zone cupped their fists at Zichun and quickly left. They knew that they were only alive because Zichun needed a messenger. Otherwise, they would not be alive. After all, it was just a matter of taking a few more glances. The 2 left. Lei Ting went to collect the corpses on the ground. The surroundings were quiet. Today's scene was unforgettable for them. It had been many years since a Saint King appeared in this star zone. It had been many years since a Saint King was killed, and it was done in an instant. After Lei Ting finished collecting those things, Zichun looked back at the person in charge of the market and said, "Give this Heaven Realm young man 10 drops of saint blood as compensation for the shock. Remember, from now on, if anyone breaks the rules of the market, kill without mercy." "Yes." The saint nodded and saluted. As for the Heaven Realm man, he was so scared that he even forgot to thank him. After ending this farce, Zichun turned and walked back to his residence. Lei Ting and Yiqian followed behind him. In this star path, there were only 3 forces that represented God. They were existences like Jiatu, Daf, and Huate. The last time Zichun saw Daf's great saint, he was shocked. However, he did not think that the Tuain star zone, which he had never heard of, would have a great saint. As long as there were no great saints, he was not afraid of anyone below the Saint King level. Moreover, he was not baseless when he said that the Tuain star zone would not have a saint. He needed to intimidate and make an example out of them. If the Tuain star zone took the initiative to stick out their heads, then he had to get rid of them first. After returning to his residence, Zichun pondered for a moment and said, "I have to go back to the Life Star first. Are you worried that something will happen there?" Yiqian looked at him. "I am a little worried, but mainly to deal with the forces on the star path. I have to make some arrangements. Zichun said in a deep voice, there are too many experts on the star path. The weakest one is in the heaven realm, and there are also many saints. Before they are mobilized, we have to find a way to use them for us. When are you going to leave? As soon as possible. After staying here for a day, Zichen and Yiqian headed for the most important transfer array after indicating that Lei Ting would be overseeing this place. After seeing the existence guarding the transmission formation, Zichun was obviously stunned. The other party turned out to be the existence who had refined the saber spirit for him. Zichen, who had entered the city of God, knew very well that the other party was the little disciple of the craftsman ancestor, and also the junior brother of Old Man Wei. Chapter 2402. Zichen was surprised to see that the person guarding the transportation array was this old senior. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. The old man looked at Zichen and nodded, a kind smile appearing in his eyes. Zichen, welcome back. Obviously, he already knew what had happened. I was wondering who was guarding such an important place. I didn't expect it to be you, senior. Zichen smiled. If he hadn't appeared today, the matter of the Tuayin star zone coming to cause trouble would have been suppressed. One had to know that this old senior was the craftsman ancestor's disciple, an existence who had lived for an unknown number of years. Even the current Zichen couldn't see through him. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill 2 Saint Kings. My realm hasn't recovered yet, so my strength is relatively weak. I can't compare with them. I can only guard the door here. The old man smiled, looked at Zichen and said, Why? Are you going back? Zichen said, I'm going back to take a look. I'll also discuss how to borrow the experts of the star passages. The old man reminded, Then you must be careful. Although there are many experts here, many of them are from our side. This is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, it's a sharp weapon. If you don't use it well, it will hurt your own people. Zichen nodded. I have considered this point. When I came out this time, the craftsman ancestor and senior Wei asked me to greet you on their behalf. They were very happy when they heard that you were still alive. They are indeed still alive. The old man smiled, his indifferent mood seeming somewhat excited at this moment. After a while, he calmed down and asked, How are they doing? Very good. The craftsman ancestor established the craftsman palace there and gathered many experts from the life star. Zichen let out a disappointed sigh and said, It's a pity that they can't come out. Otherwise, this invasion wouldn't have happened. What he said was true. As long as the craftsman ancestor and the others came out, as long as they stood in the void, which alien race would dare to invade? Then again, if the craftsman ancestor and the others could come out, then the other existences would definitely be able to come out as well. At that time, the situation would still be the same, or perhaps even worse. After all, there was only one artisan manor in the city of God, but there were many powerful existences in the other forces. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Sitting by the teleport formation and chatting with the old man for a while, Zichen and Yiqian stepped on the teleport formation, heading to the Life Star. This transportation formation led directly to the Martial Heaven continent, the holy land of the everlasting sect. Back in the day, this place was called a barbarian land. Its resources were desolate, and even Dan Yuan was unwilling to stay here. However, since the rise of Zichun, this area had become a sacred place. During that time, this name had constantly been ridiculed. But now, it had become the most important place in the entire Martial Heaven continent. The security here was clearly much tighter than the Nephis starfield. As soon as Zichun appeared, he sensed more than 10 saints. There were more than 10 saints standing around the teleportation array. Their auras were locked in that direction. Each of them was prepared to attack. As soon as they sensed any abnormality, they would immediately attack. However, when they saw that it was Zichun, they were stunned for 3 seconds. Then their expressions became incomparably excited, and they repeatedly cried out, Sect Master! It's the Sect Master! The Sect Master has returned. These saints were very excited. Although the Sect Master of the everlasting sect had changed over and over again, in their hearts, Zichen's importance as the sect master hadn't decreased in the slightest. It was just like the everlasting sect's representative in the past. Now that the everlasting sect was mentioned, the first person that came to mind was Zichen. After appearing, Zichen raised his head and looked at the sky. The enormous everlasting sect was now completely enveloped by a grand formation. Each formation base was emitting bright light, replenishing the formation's energy. There was a formation master overseeing each formation base. Outside the formation, there were figures of the foreign races. They stood above the formation just like that as wave after wave of attacks rained down from above, battering the entire formation. Among them, there were quite a number of foreign race saints. Looking at these foreign race saints above him, Zichen frowned slightly and said, "Is the battle already so serious? Have they already attacked the everlasting sect? Where are Demon Ape, Lunghu, LV Pong, and the others?" A saint next to him cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master, the lords have all gone out to help." The chain formation set up back then blocked the foreign race's heavenly realm, but it's very difficult to stop the foreign race saints. Many places have been breached. The lords have also been constantly on the move during this period. The saint looked up at the restriction that was under attack and said, "As for these people, they know that our formation's defense is very strong, and they also know that they can't break through it. Of course, they also know that our powerhouses aren't here." It turned out that the chain formation that Su Mingyao had designed back then could provide support at any time, but after the foreign race saints invaded, it couldn't last long because of its quality. The saints' attacks were too strong, so they could only provide support continuously. As a result, all the top forces in the everlasting sect were transferred away. Formation Master LV Pong also left with a large number of formation masters. Some of them led people to strengthen the formation, while the others led others to evacuate. They almost didn't have time to come back. "What about Great Saint Blue Dragon and the others?" Zichen asked. These were the top forces. They all went to the Zhanwu continent. It's said that there are signs of foreign race saints there too. A violent energy wave suddenly came from above, causing the formation to tremble. At the same time, a voice came through the formation. "Does no one from the everlasting sect dare to fight? A few days ago, you sent out a girl, and now you can't even send out a girl. Isn't the number 1 sect a little too weak?" Zichen looked at this saint. The saint said shamefully, "Last time, it was sect leader Sun Ling who fought, but she couldn't beat the enemy. Now she's still recovering." Sun Ling was Zichen's first disciple. She had a purine body. If she became a saint, she should be very strong. Zichen asked, "What's the opponent's cultivation level?" "It's a saint, but she's a heaven-defying saint." Zichen was relieved. It was very difficult for heaven-defying saints to become saints, but as long as they became saints, their combat strength would be very strong. He didn't think that he was the only one who was lucky enough to become a saint as a heaven-defying saint. "Zichen, you're back." At this moment, a voice rang out, and a woman in red walked over. Looking at the other party's pale face and unstable aura, Zichen forgave the other party for his disrespect. "Oh, you brought a beauty with you?" The woman in red looked Ichien up and down. Ichien smiled at her. "All right, let's talk properly. This is Ichien, and this is Sun Ling, my first disciple." Zichen introduced. "Hello Ichien, I'm Ling Er. I won't call you master's wife." The woman in red was Sun Ling. At this moment, she looked at Ichien and said. Her words made Ichien blush. "Hurry up and recuperate. You can't even deal with a heaven-defying saint. How can you call yourself my disciple?" Facing Zichen's teasing, Ling Er smiled and said, "That's why I've always called you by your name." Zichen had a headache about this first disciple. He could only change the topic and said, "Where's Qinfeng and Lei Ling?" Lei Ling's life and death are unknown. He hasn't come back. Qinfeng went out to fight. He's probably going to be sent back soon. Ling Er said, "What do you mean he's going to be beaten to a pulp? He's your junior brother. Can't you care about him?" Zichen said unhappily, "Zichen, do you know how many people die every day during this war? Even saints are constantly dying. The only reason why he was able to keep his life was because the cultivation technique you imparted to him was strong and his physical body was strong. He's been beaten to a pulp, but he's still fighting. This is already very good." Zichen waved his hand. There was no way for him to communicate with him. When Iqian saw Zichen's helpless expression, she laughed softly without saying anything. She rarely saw Zichen so helpless. What? Is there no one else in the everlasting sect? Are all of you cowards? The mocking voice rang out once again from above. At the same time, the formation suffered a powerful attack. Hearing this voice, Sun Ling's eyes revealed a trace of anger. She said, "It's this guy who injured me. Since you've come back, take revenge for me. As long as you kill him, the everlasting sect will be safe for a long time." Of course, Zichen wouldn't listen to Sun Ling. After all, he was the master of the two. He ignored Sun Ling and walked forward. Along the way, he saw many injured people, and this was only a portion of them. They were all lightly injured and didn't leave the front lines. As for the heavily injured, they had all returned to the Time Castle to be treated. Along the way, when these people saw Zichen, they were all very excited. They've all participated in the battle. Although the everlasting sect still has many experts, there aren't many who can directly participate in the battle. Sun Ling caught up from behind. Of course, we're miserable, but our enemies are even more miserable. You don't know, but when they first invaded, they were all dumbfounded when they saw so many saints on the Martial Heaven continent. In that battle, they suffered great losses. The first batch of saints who entered were all annihilated. The everlasting sect had as many experts as there were clouds. If they were just guarding this place, no one would be able to attack. But now, the everlasting sect's experts were practically in charge of the entire southern continent. They were even constantly sending reinforcements to various places. As a result, the sect's experts had suffered great casualties. Along the way, Zichen looked at the injured and saw them holding their posts despite their injuries. Seeing them salute him one by one, Zichen was filled with emotions. War had always been cruel. Zichen was very clear on this point. But how could he avoid this war? The answer was no. Even if Iqian revealed her identity as the goddess, she couldn't stop this war. When a person's power was limited, the only way to end a war was to kill. Only by killing until the opponent was terrified would the war end. Unknowingly, Zichen had already walked to the everlasting sect's entrance. He looked up at the formation above and saw the foreign races who were constantly clamoring outside. He said indifferently, "Open the door." Yes. The group of guards shouted in unison. They were very excited and worked together to open the sect that had been closed for a long time. Zichen walked out of the sect. He stood outside the sect and slowly floated in the air. When he was still a distance away from the formation, he waved his hand and said, "Close the sect protecting formation." Chapter 2403. Deactivate the sect protecting formation. Zichen's words echoed throughout the boundless sect. After hearing this, the formation masters controlling the formation were stunned. They did not follow Zichen's orders and hesitated for a moment. This was because once the formation was deactivated, the entire boundless sect would be exposed to the foreign races. At this moment, there were many injured people in the boundless sect, and there were very few who could fight at full strength. They trusted Zichen and worshipped Zichen without reservation. However, when faced with the lives of so many cultivators and the future of the boundless sect, they had to think twice. Deactivate the sect protecting formation. Zichen spoke again. His voice was filled with decisiveness and irrefutability. He did not say this because Saint King Zichen had returned, and he needed to show off in front of the boundless sect's disciples who trusted him. Instead, he wanted to do something for real. When he came, the first thing he saw was the formation enveloping the boundless sect. The second thing he noticed was the formation masters controlling the formation. The current boundless sect was no longer the small sect of the past. After expanding time and time again, the boundless sect had reached an unbelievable size. As a result, over the years, the formation had expanded time and time again, and its quality had increased time and time again. In order to maintain such a huge array formation, in addition to the huge consumption of energy, it also required many array masters to maintain it. The boundless sect did not lack formation masters because when the boundless sect was founded, Zichen had arranged for LV Peng to personally lead a group of formation masters. Those formation masters had already matured, and after many years of development, the Boundless Sect's formation masters had reached an unprecedented level. It was even larger than the Five Elements clans and the other old clans. This was the difference between sects and clans. Sects prioritized recruiting geniuses from anywhere, and they would provide them with resources without reservation. Clans were different. They prioritized the disciples of their clans. Speaking of which, with such a large group of formation masters, maintaining the sect protecting formation was not a problem at all. It was even possible to use the sect protecting formation to launch an attack. However, Zichun did not see this scene. All the array formation masters he saw were taking over several positions. They were multitasking and sitting cross-legged to control the array formation. Every single one of them looked exhausted and mentally exhausted. Zichun came back and saw how tired they were. He wanted everyone to remove the array formation and have a good rest to replenish their energy. He believed that with his strength, temporarily blocking the attacks of these people should not be a very difficult thing to do. He didn't want to prove anything to these disciples who trusted him so much. He just wanted to share some of their burden and help them. As he repeated it again, the irresistible feeling appeared, and Zichun's personal charm was fully displayed. These array masters no longer hesitated. One by one, they formed hand seals and stopped the energy transfer. At this moment, all of them had the same thought in their minds. So be it if they were to die. Of course, they also knew that Zichun would never harm them. After stopping the transmission of energy, the Great Formation slowly stopped operating. The light of energy above could dissipate at any moment. All array masters, head to the time castle and adjust your energy. Zichun's voice rang out again. When the array masters heard this, they felt a lump in their throat. They were inexplicably moved. It turned out that this was the real reason why Zichun wanted them to remove the array formation. He saw how tired they were and wanted them to rest. Why did the array formation stop? Who turned off the array formation? Did a traitor invade? As the array formation was turned off, the existences who were healing in the rooms felt that something was wrong and walked out one after another. At the same time, the saints who were recovering in the time castle also appeared. Their expressions were uncertain. When they came out, they held weapons in their hands and were full of vigilance. When they came out, they saw that the array formation that had stopped operating was being attacked by the foreign races. After a few flashes of light, the array formation completely disappeared. Damn it, the array formation has been broken. Everyone, be on guard. The injured saints shouted in low voices. However, the expected scene of the foreign races swarming over did not appear. On the Wuji sect's side, a person soared into the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. When the saints saw that figure, they were stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. It's him. He's back. Someone blinked and then confirmed his guess and cried out involuntarily. Sir is finally back. Among the saints, there were some unique existences. They came from the star path and were all foreign races. At this moment, when they saw Zichun, they were extremely excited. At this moment, the entire Wuji sect's eyes fell on Zichun. He was already the center of attention. I was wondering how many people came and even abandoned the array formation. I didn't expect that only one person came out. What? Your people finally couldn't hold on and gave up on the array formation? As Zichun soared into the air, the mocking voice sounded again. A man stood above him. His expression was arrogant and his words were cold. He stood high above and looked down at Zichun. Heaven-defying saint power surged around him. His aura was indeed much stronger than that of a saint in the same realm. In addition to him, Zichun also saw over a dozen saints of foreign races and over 1,000 heaven realm experts. As for existences of other realms, they didn't appear. This was the Wuji sect, the place with the strongest defenses in the entire martial heaven continent. Even heaven realm experts wouldn't be able to break through the defenses here. Heaven realm was the lowest level that could come here. Zichun's gaze swept over these people. Then he looked up at the heaven-defying saint and said indifferently, "You should have more people. Tell those who are hiding to come out. Your Wuji sect only has the old, weak, sick, and disabled left. Are these people not enough to kill your way in?" sneered the saint. At this moment, Those who had been healing in the Wuji sect, whether they could leave or not, all came out. They all looked up at the confrontation between the two sides. They didn't say anything. The entire Wuji sect was silent. Although they were silent, their eyes were filled with excitement. They were about to see their sect master fight again. Zichun stood there indifferently. A scabbard appeared in his hand. He said, "If you don't come out now, you won't have a chance later." No chance? With just you? Or the old, young, sick, and disabled here? That heaven-defying saint sneered again. The other saints and heaven realm experts behind him also burst into laughter. They couldn't be blamed for being so presumptuous. That was because they didn't know Zichun. The heaven-defying experts who knew Zichun back then had either fled or died. Now that the foreign races had invaded again, those people didn't dare to come to Zichun's territory. It was the same for the heaven realm experts back then. After seeing the power of Zichun and the Wuji sect, they didn't dare to take the initiative to come here. Even those who dared to come had all died in the great battle a few years ago. Thus, these people didn't know Zichun. That was why they could be so relaxed. I, Zhuwan, would like to see how strong you are. You actually dared to come here alone. The energy around the saint began to surge. It seemed that he was very confident in his combat strength. The other party seemed to be too confident. Zichun didn't want to draw his scabbard in front of the other party. He put the scabbard back and looked at Zhuwan. I heard that you injured a girl a while ago. I've injured too many people. Speaking of smelly, there was one. She said that she had the strongest combat strength in the Wuji sect, but she was too weak. Why? Are you here to avenge that smelly person? Are you her lover? Zhuwan stared at Zichun with contempt. Zichun shook his head and said seriously, "She's not smelly, and I'm not her lover. I'm her master." That smelly person was so weak. I don't think you're much of a master. Zhuwan looked at Zichun with disdain. However, Zichun didn't respond this time. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? If you're not going to make a move, I'm going to. Zhuwan said again. Sure. Zichun's voice rang out behind him. Zhuwan's expression changed drastically. When he looked in front of him again, he saw that Zichun's figure was slowly disappearing. When did he move? Zhuwan's heart was filled with fear. He immediately turned around and threw a punch behind him. The heaven-defying energy was greatly mobilized by this punch. It was aimed at Zichun's head behind him. Go to hell. Wherever the fist passed, it was accompanied by Zhuwan's loud shout, and a surge of energy surged out. Facing this punch, Zichun didn't dodge. He only stretched out his left hand to block it when the fist was about to reach him. Slap. There was a soft sound. Zichun's palm caught Zhuwan's powerful punch. During this time, the energy on the fist was wreaking havoc, but it couldn't pass through Zichun's palm at all. Zichun stood there, motionless. As the energy wreaked havoc, his robe and black hair danced in the wind. His expression was cold and emotionless. This punch was like a clay ox entering the sea. It made Zhuwan feel unfathomable. He knew that this was bad and was about to retreat. However, he found that his fist was tightly held by his opponent. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Get out of my way, Zhuwan shouted. The heaven-defying energy was channeled into his fist, forming shockwaves. However, such terrifying energy shockwaves couldn't cause the slightest ripple in front of his opponent's palm. At this moment, Zhuwan finally felt that his opponent was difficult to deal with. He had encountered a true powerhouse. Is this your attack? Zichun grabbed his opponent's wrist and looked at him indifferently. Go to hell. Since he couldn't break free, Zhuwan made up his mind. He clenched his other hand into a fist and threw a punch at Zichun's side. You hurt my disciple. How can I kill you so easily? Zichun said indifferently and threw out a punch as well. Zhuwan's fist carried a powerful and heaven-defying energy fluctuation. Zichun's punch was just a punch. It didn't even have the light of energy. Could such a punch go up against Zhuwan's fist? Just as everyone watched nervously, the two fists met in midair. Crack! The moment the fists met, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The heaven-defying saint power on Zhuwan's fist dissipated in an instant, as if it had met its nemesis. At the same time, his arms were all broken, and he was pulled down in fear. The intense pain caused Zhuwan to look up and scream. Chapter 2404. Upon hearing Zhu Wen's cry and seeing his broken arm, the foreign race saints who had mocked Zichen earlier were all stunned. The speed that Zichen had displayed earlier had already shocked them. However, they had not expected that his combat strength would be so strong. The heaven-defying Saint Zhu Wen had actually been defeated by a single punch. "I won't kill you so easily." Zichen looked at Zhu Wen indifferently. He clenched his fist again and punched Zhu Wen. Crack! The punch landed on Zhu Wen's chest, and the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. This was a pure physical attack without any energy in it, so it was not fatal. It only broke some of Zhu Wen's bones again. Zhu Wen could not help but cry out in pain again. His voice was somewhat mournful. He wanted to resist, but the heaven-defying energy in his body was not under his control at all. It was as if it was being suppressed by some kind of energy. Just like that, Zichen punched a third time, and Zhu Wen's mournful cry was heard again. "Stop, stop!" The foreign race saints who were watching the battle from afar finally reacted, and they all rushed over. "Don't worry about me. Charge into the Wuji sect and destroy this sect." Zhu Wen was tough enough. At this moment, he endured the pain and said with a hint of madness and viciousness in his eyes. Zichen's expression did not change. He had no intention of stopping. He clenched his fist again and punched Zhu Wen again. This punch contained a wave of energy that mainly targeted the soul. It could magnify the pain by more than 10 times. Zhu Wen, who was enduring the pain, could not help but cry out again when he felt the pain coming from his soul. Of course, the other saints would not leave him alone. One by one, they rushed over. Everyone in the Wuji sect could not help but feel worried when they saw so many saints rushing towards Zichen. After all, those were saints and not heaven realm cultivators. Only the foreign race saints from the star path knew how powerful Zichen was. A mere dozen saints were nothing. As for killing this guy named Zhu Wen, it was actually very simple. It was just a matter of one punch. However, to their surprise, Zichen did not kill Zhu Wen with one punch. Instead, he continued to punch as if he did not notice the arrival of these saints. Just as the saints were about to reach him, a beam of gold and silver light appeared beside him. The light landed in the void and transformed into Zichen. He was holding a long saber in his hand. The moment he appeared with the long sword, a surge of saint might raged across the world. The unique suppressive force of a saint weapon made the faces of the foreign race saints change drastically. The gold and silver light transformed into Zichen's golden body. After appearing, he didn't say anything. He just held the blade in his right hand and poured the energy in his body into the blade. Then, he quickly slashed horizontally. A blade light, like a waterfall, rapidly swept forward. As the blade light continued to move forward, its size also continued to expand. The dozens of saints who were charging forward were instantly enveloped by the saber radiance. Swoosh! The light around them only flickered a few times before completely disappearing. The blade light swept past their bodies. The blade light flew for a while and disappeared. Saint blood splattered in the sky. The halves of the saints' corpses fell from the sky. Of the dozens of saints who had just charged forward, only 4 were lucky enough to survive. They stood in the distance and looked at the falling saints' corpses in horror. More than 10 saints were killed with one slash. The alien heavenly realm experts in the distance, who were preparing to attack, all stopped and retreated in fear. That slash just now could kill dozens of saints. If it were them, half of them would have died instantly. Saint weapon. It's a saint weapon. Exclamations began to rise and fall. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. To be precise, they were looking at the hand of Zichen's golden body. Most of them had only heard of saint weapons. Few had seen them with their own eyes. The saint might was so strong at this moment. In the Wuji sect, all the disciples were very excited. That slash just now was too amazing. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 saints were the last to arrive, they would have been killed by the saber light in an instant. But the battle wasn't over yet. Zichen's golden body flew forward. The golden body had the same combat power as Zichen. Now that it had a heavenly weapon, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Amidst the lightning, Zichen quickly arrived in front of a saint and slashed down with his blade. Poof! The golden body's speed and attack were unbelievably fast. The saint didn't have time to react before he fell into a pool of blood, dead. The golden body flashed again and appeared in front of the second foreign race saint as if it had teleported. The saint weapon in its hand slashed down again. Poof! The second saint died. At this moment, facing the golden body with a saint weapon, a saint was nothing. It was like cutting melons and grass. One slash was all it took. While the golden body was slaughtering the saints, the Zhu one, who had been tormented by Zichun, let out a mournful howl once again. Along with this howl, an intense ray of light appeared. The light shot into the sky and opened a passage in the space there. Waves of powerful aura appeared from the passage. Isn't it a little too late to call for help now? Zichun's indifferent expression showed a hint of mockery. He ignored the passage above him and clenched his fist again, punching at Zhuwan. This was punishment. Zichun had said before that he wouldn't kill him so easily. At this moment, the golden body's fourth slash had slashed down. The last surviving saint was also dead. The saint corpse fell on the ground, still emitting a pressure that suffocated the heavenly realm. After that, the golden body went down and waved its hand. Rays of colorful energy appeared from its body and extended forward like spiritual snakes. They wrapped around the saint corpse and flew in the direction of the Wuji sect. Just as the golden body was collecting the spoils of war unhurriedly, the passageway above opened completely, and one saint after another appeared from within. The aura of the two people in the lead was very similar to Zhu Wen's. It was obvious that they were two heaven-defying saints. In addition to the two heaven-defying saints, there were dozens of other saints behind them. It had to be said that this was a powerful team. If they entered the Wuji sect, it would be a disaster for the Wuji sect. After they appeared, the first thing they noticed was that the enormous Wuji sect was completely exposed. The sect protection formation had completely disappeared. This scene surprised them, but soon, they saw someone grabbing Zhuwan and beating him up. His fists landed on Zhuwan's body continuously, causing Zhuwan to scream in pain. "Stop!" The heaven-defying saint shouted and rushed towards Yichun. As he rushed forward, he said, "Ba Fu, you guys kill your way into the Wuji sect. I'll take care of this." Before he finished speaking, he saw a person appear in front of him. This person was surrounded by light and held a saber in his hand. The same saint aura that he emitted made him feel very oppressed. He was very surprised by the opponent's aura, but he didn't expect the opponent to have a saint weapon. After fighting for so long, almost no saint weapons had appeared. After he shouted, "Get lost," he launched an attack at the golden body. At this moment, the golden body raised its long saber and slashed forward. As the saint aura raged, the heaven-defying saint only noticed the abnormality. Horror appeared on his face, but it was too late to react. The saber slashed down on his head. Poof! Although the heaven-defying saint was powerful, he was not as powerful as the golden body with a saint weapon. He and Zichun had the same combat strength. The only difference was that they didn't have the heavenly god skeleton. The heaven-defying saint who had just appeared was directly cut in half. His vitality was completely gone, and he fell to the ground. Zhuwan thought that he had called for help, but when he saw that the opponent was killed with a single slash, he was completely desperate. On the other side, the surge of Saint Aura attracted Ba Fu's attention. He looked back and saw that his companion had been killed. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. "You guys kill your way in. I'll deal with him." Although he was stunned, he quickly reacted. These saints shouted in unison and continued to rush toward the Wuji sect. The injured saints of the Wuji sect were also stimulated by Zichen's killing method. They were all ready to fight. However, they didn't need to do anything. Zichun had already arranged everything. 2 rays of light flew out from his body. The rays of light were gold and silver. After landing, they turned into 2 Zichun. They were the yin and yang clones. When the 2 clones appeared, each of them held a sword in their hand. The sword surged with strong saint aura. The sword was a saint weapon. It was still a saint weapon. Both were saint weapons. The 2 clones rushed toward the saints and swept the saint swords in their hands. Pooh! 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 It was unknown how many saints were killed in the wake of the 2 saint swords' light. In the eyes of the crowd, the powerful saints were like weeds, dying one after another. The appearance of the three saint weapons was extremely shocking. During the invasion of the foreign tribes, they had witnessed the terror of saint weapons for the first time. The three saint weapons in the hands of the three clones swept through the entire battlefield. Powerful saints were constantly being killed in seconds. Before Ba Fu could face the golden body, he heard a scream behind him. Then, he turned around and saw two saint weapons sweeping across. Shocked, his mind went blank for a moment. Then, he turned around and ran without hesitation. He cursed Zhu Wan in his heart. How did he manage to lure out such a terrifying existence? Swoosh! At that moment, the golden body used its extreme speed to block him. Then, it slashed down. Previously, Ba Fu thought that he could block the attack. However, after feeling the power of the slash, he knew the true difference between the two of them. He was shocked. He didn't understand how there could be such a powerful attack in the world. It was even stronger than him, a heaven-defying cultivator of the same level. The blade light dissipated. Ba Fu's corpse fell to the ground. On the other side, dozens of saints were facing the yin and yang clones with saint weapons. It was a one-sided massacre. At this moment, Zichun showed the world not only his powerful battle prowess, but he also showed off his wealth. Who could have three saint weapons at the same time? Seeing the reinforcements die in an instant, Zhu Wan was in despair. While he was still alive, he looked at Zichun and said, "Who are you?" Zichun. Chapter 2405. When Zichun's final punch landed, a surge of energy surged out. The energy contained within it surged into Zhu Wen's soul. The flames of life within Zhu Wen's soul were rapidly extinguished. As death approached, Zhu Wen's mind echoed with Zichun's name. He was no stranger to this name. He was known as the most powerful heaven-defying cultivator and the nightmare of many heaven-defying cultivators. But he had never seen Zichun before, so he didn't think so. He felt that the rumors were exaggerated. Everyone was a heaven-defying cultivator, so how strong could Zichun be? Even if he was rumored to be the most likely heaven-defying cultivator, and he was already a saint. If he really did meet Zichun, even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least put up a fight. As such, he took the initiative to come to the Boundless sect. Those who had come with him had the same idea. They didn't believe that Zichun was that strong. In the end, they were all dead. Zhu Wan, who had been full of confidence, hadn't even suffered a crushing defeat in front of Zichun, because the two of them weren't even on the same level. Before his soul was extinguished, Zhu Wan truly understood how powerful Zichun was. A trace of regret surfaced in his heart, but it was all too late. His soul was extinguished, and his corpse was swept away by a beam of energy, flying into the depths of the Boundless sect. Next, a portion of his saint energy would be used by the other saints to recover from their injuries, while the other portion would be used to motivate the Heavenly Realm cultivators so that they could kill even more outsiders. After killing Zhu Wan, Zichun looked around and found that there was no one else in sight. As for the Heavenly Realm cultivators from before, after seeing such a terrifying massacre, they had all fled without a trace. Zichun had single-handedly protected the Boundless sect. Not good at all. Holy King Luofu, the commander of the Southern Continent's forces, heard a shout. Then, a Heaven Realm expert rushed into the room in a panic, without even reporting to the outside. Luofu frowned and said, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic?" "Sir, something has happened to the Boundless sect." This Heaven Realm cultivator had already run to where Saint King Luofu was, but when he recalled the scene just now, he was still terrified. What exactly happened? Luofu's voice became cold and harsh. The Wuji sect suddenly removed the sect-protecting formation, and then a saint walked out. "He killed everyone," the Heaven Realm expert said in a panic. "A mere saint could kill everyone. Do you think I'm an idiot?" The Saint King was furious. "He has a saint weapon, several saint weapons. When I came here, Zhu Wansheng was still alive, but he should be dead soon." The Heaven Realm expert recounted what had happened back then in a panic. Because he had run too fast, he had not heard Zichun's name. However, Holy King Luofu did not hear what the other party said at all. At this moment, His attention was focused elsewhere. Are you sure he's a saint and has a saint weapon? The Saint King asked in a low voice. Yes, I'm very sure. And he has a total of 3 saint weapons. The Heaven Realm expert said solemnly. 3 saint weapons? That's quite a lot. I'll go take a look now. The Saint King stood up with a smile on his face, but a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. Sir, are you going alone? Do you want... What? Do you think I can't deal with a mere saint? Before the Heaven Realm expert could finish, he was interrupted by the Saint King. Looking at the Saint King's cold gaze, the Heaven Realm expert was terrified and repeatedly said no. With a cold snort, the Saint King left. If a saint possessed 3 saint weapons, then he had to be a little faster. Otherwise, if the news spread to the other Saint Kings, then it would be troublesome. Because he was in a hurry to obtain a saint weapon, the holy ruler's speed was very fast. Just as Zichun recalled his clone and put away all the saint weapons, the holy ruler arrived. A terrifying pressure swept over from afar, bringing with it a suffocating aura that enveloped the entire everlasting sect. Feeling this aura, all the cultivators of the everlasting sect were shocked. The saints all cried out the Saint King's name. Haha! Saint King Luofu laughed loudly and appeared in the air. I heard that an expert from the everlasting sect came. Who are you? Zichun looked up at the Saint King who appeared. I am Saint King Luofu, the commander of this region. Luofu didn't hide his identity. Zichun was not surprised by this. It was normal for there to be a Saint King overseeing such a huge battle. It would be abnormal if there was a supreme saint overseeing it. The alien races could only send Saint Kings now. As for supreme saints, they should be trapped in the Zhanwu continent by the Azure Dragon Supreme Saint and the others. In the everlasting sect, most disciples began to worry for Zichun. After all, this was a Saint King, who was second only to a supreme saint. Luofu looked around and finally rested his eyes on Zichun. Looks like that expert is you. I heard that you killed many of our people. Not a lot of people, but a lot of saints, including 3 heaven-defying saints. Zichun added. You're quite confident. Saint King Luofu sneered. I heard that you have 3 saint weapons? Zichun shook his head. What? You don't have any? Luofu's expression turned cold. Zichun replied, Yes, but it's not 3, it's 4. Oh? Luofu's eyes brightened. As for the everlasting sect, there was an uproar. Clearly, they were also shocked by the number of saint weapons Zichun had. Under normal circumstances, having 1 saint weapon was already very impressive. Who would have thought that Zichun would actually have 4? Wanna see? This is the 4th one. Zichun reached out. With a flash, a sheathed sword appeared in his hand. That's a saint weapon? Luofu's spiritual thoughts landed on the sheathed sword, but he didn't feel anything strange. He frowned. Of course. Zichun smiled faintly. He grabbed the sheath with his left hand and reached for the hilt with his right. Are you going to attack me? Just as well. Let this Saint King see just how much battle strength a mere saint can have even with a saint weapon in hand. After Luofu finished speaking, he reached toward the sky with one hand. It looked like he was holding up the sky with his palm. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky started to move and the space began to distort crazily. The Saint King's Saint King power surged into the distorted space above. In an instant, a huge square seal was formed above. On the square seal, runes flashed. The Saint King's aura spread, surging with a suffocating pressure. This was a square seal formed purely by the Saint King's power. Because the aura was too strong, it could only stay in the void. Around the seal, the void had been shattered, revealing 4 black holes. Once such an attack landed, it would be a devastating blow to the defenseless Wuji sect. At the very least, the energy shockwaves from the seal could kill too many Wuji sect cultivators. Even the injured saints might die because of it. Therefore, he couldn't let this attack land. Thus, Zichun rushed into the sky, his body shining with saint light. Die! The Saint King roared and slammed his palm down. Following this action, a rumbling sound came from the sky. The seal formed completely by the Saint King's power fell from the sky, heading towards Zichun. Zichun, who had risen against the sky, began to surge with Saint King power in his palm. Although he had reached the Saint King realm, there was more Saint King power in his body. Therefore, when he didn't deliberately show his Saint King power, he was still just a saint. Whoosh! A bright blade light rose against the sky and collided with the Saint King's attack. Whoosh! The horrifying square seal in the sky was instantly split apart by the saber. The Saint King power in it didn't even have time to explode before it was extinguished. Zichen's figure passed through the split seal and swung his blade at the Saint King. Cross-blade technique. A cross-shaped saber arc formed by two extreme slashes flew straight at the Saint King. The confident Saint King's expression changed drastically at this moment. Facing the cross-shaped blade arc, he retreated. His Saint King power surged, trying to break through the attack. Boom! The surging energy shook the cross and dissipated, but the Saint King was still sent flying. His face was pale, and his body was quite shaken. The strength of this attack was far beyond his expectations. "You're too slow." However, when the Saint King looked up again, he found that the saint in front of him had disappeared. At the same time, a cold voice sounded behind him. The Saint King turned around in fear. His Saint King power surged again, and as he turned around, he attacked behind him. This strike collided with a fist shining with golden light. Pacha! In the fierce collision of energy, there was the sound of bones breaking. The Saint King was sent flying by Zichen's punch, and his hand was broken. The difference in strength between the two sides made the Saint King's eyes filled with unimaginable shock. Below, the Wuji sect burst into cheers when they saw Zichen's strength. "Damn it, he's so strong." Deeply sensing the strength of his opponent, Luo Fu's Saint King power surged in his arm. While recovering his broken arm, he didn't stop retreating. He was preparing to escape. "You won't be able to escape." Zichun sensed Luo Fu's intention. Coldness flashed in his eyes. Light flashed under his feet. The little Saint King power he had left was mobilized, and he quickly chased after Luo Fu. "This is a Saint King." Luo Fu sensed Zichen's Saint King power. He screamed in horror and started running with all his might. Soon, the two turned into streaks of light and disappeared one after another, leaving behind the shocked Wuji sect cultivators. Sect leader has become a Saint King? At this moment, everyone had the same thought. They were all very shocked. A moment later, Zichun returned. Beside him was the Saint King's corpse that was wrapped in the light of energy. Chapter 2406. The Boundless sect erupted into cheers when they saw Holy Monarch Luofu's corpse. After all, Holy Monarch Luofu was the commander of this region. Now that even he was dead, who would dare to cause trouble in the Boundless sect? They believed that the Boundless sect would have a very long period of peace. During this period of peace, no one would dare to come here. With such a powerful sect master overseeing things, the exhausted formation masters returned to the Castle of Time to rest at ease. They would be able to properly recuperate for a period of time. However, this period of time was actually only a day. A day later, they walked out of the Castle of Time one after another. Due to the acceleration of time, their essence, chi, and spirit had all recovered to their peak state. After that, they didn't continue to guard the Boundless sect's grand formation. Instead, they stepped onto the transportation formation and headed to other places to help LV Pong and the other formation masters maintain the formations as quickly as possible. At this point, all the formation masters of the Boundless sect had left and were arranged to various places. As for Zichun, he sat cross-legged in the air above the Boundless sect, acting as the sect's grand formation. Due to Holy Monarch Luofu's death, a huge storm swept through the entire Martial Sky continent. Even the intense battles had a temporary pause. News of Zichen's return was like a whirlwind that blew across the entire Martial Sky continent. When the native cultivators heard this news, they were naturally excited. In their eyes, Zichen's name was synonymous with miracles. It was as if after hearing these two words, they had found their backbone. In the eyes of the foreign races, this wasn't a good thing, especially after learning that Luofu had been killed by Zichun. The commanders of the other three continents quickly gathered together. They wanted to find a way to deal with Zichen's return. In the end, they could only go to the Martial Sky continent to find some reinforcements. It would be best if they could find a great sage. If they couldn't, then finding some holy monarch reinforcements would be excellent. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, the foreign races would occasionally appear in extremely distant places. However, as soon as they saw Zichen sitting cross-legged in the air above the boundless sect, they would decisively leave. In Zichen's expectations, the scene of other Saint Kings teaming up to kill him did not appear, which made him feel rather regretful. In such an intense battle, he needed more Saint King resources to motivate the saints. Yiqian walked out of the room and flew towards the cross-legged Zichen. No one knew what the two of them discussed, but Yiqian quickly left. This time, she was returning to the alien cosmos where she was born. With Yiqian's identity, no one dared to do anything to her for the time being, so Zichen was not worried about her safety at all. Another 2 days passed. A murderous aura surged out of a teleportation array in the Wuji sect. Then, a tall figure appeared. His aura was violent, causing the expressions of the cultivators around him to change drastically. The one who had appeared was the sky-splitting battle ape. He raised his head and gazed towards the sky. When he saw the seated Zichen, a trace of excitement appeared in his scarlet-red eyes, which contained a few traces of coldness. Zichen discovered the demonic ape as well. He descended from the sky and arrived before the demonic ape. The two of them gave each other a bear hug. "I hurried back as soon as I heard that you'd returned," the demonic ape said. His emotions fluctuated greatly. The demonic ape was currently covered in wounds of various sizes. Some of the wounds had already formed scabs, while others still had remnants of energy on them, preventing them from healing. Looking at the wounds on the demonic ape, Zichen asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" "They're all superficial wounds. They'll heal in a few days," the demonic ape said without any concern. After the devil ape returned, the others also returned one after another. Just as Sunling said, Chun Feng returned with injuries all over his body. Moreover, his injuries were also very serious. When he saw Zichen, he grinned and called out, "Master." Then his vision darkened and he fainted. The two saints who had brought him back bowed towards Zichen before bringing him back to the time castle. The flying divine tiger and Su Mingyao returned very quickly as well. Looking at the haggard look on her beautiful face, Zichen said apologetically, "You've suffered. You're the one who's truly suffered," Su Mingyao said gently. Su Mingyao said softly. She fell into Zichen's arms and said softly, "I thought you would never come back." Zichen gently hugged Su Mingyao and comforted her. He turned his head to look at the flying divine tiger. He saw countless wounds of various sizes on his body. Many of them were still bleeding. Zichen nodded at the flying divine tiger and said, "Go heal first." Swish! With a flash, the flying divine tiger turned into a streak of light and flew towards the time castle. In the time castle, Zichen had already taken all the resources of the Saint Kings he had killed. The Saint King's energy would be used first by the heavily injured saints. War was cruel, and this kind of world-ending battle was even more so. After that, Zichen saw many familiar existences. After seeing them, Zichen saw wounds and injuries the most. Lin Shui, Shangguan Yu and Wang Xian had also returned. They didn't have any injuries, but they looked extremely haggard and listless. Beside them were powerful existences, such as Longhu, Xingqian, and the others. They had many wounds on their bodies. Seeing Zichen, the three women were undoubtedly very excited. Shangguan Yu couldn't help but cry tears of joy. "After receiving the news of your return, we began to deal with the things around us and rushed back as soon as possible. In the past few days, the frequency of the attacks of the foreign races has decreased, so we have time to come back." Xingqian came in front of Zichen and said with a smile. Zichen nodded and signaled Xingqian to treat his wounds first. After that, Mingyu and Brilliant also appeared. Although the two of them were women, their combat strength was very strong. They were on par with Xingqian. After greeting Zichen, the two of them went to look for Su Mingyao. They still had some things to report to her. After the war started again, Su Mingyao became the commander-in-chief of the Wuji sect. She would usually stay in the Wuji sect and only leave the Wuji sect when there were special circumstances. After that, LV Peng also returned. Then, Zichun was very surprised to see Zhang Haoyin. After giving him a bear hug, Zichun asked, "When did you come out of seclusion?" "I came out not long after the war started." Zhang Haoyin was wearing tight black clothes. Even under the sun, he looked like a shadow. His expression was cold. Normally, he didn't smile, but today, when he saw Zichun, his eyes were filled with excitement, but he didn't smile much. It was clear that the Netherthorn trial had a great effect on him. Even Zichun, who was very familiar with him, could feel the unfamiliar aura coming from Zhang Haoyin's body. Aside from the women, he was the only one who didn't have any injuries. However, that unfamiliar feeling made Zichun feel uncomfortable. Thus, he patted Zhang Haoyin's shoulder and said, "When you're free, you should communicate with everyone." Zhang Haoyin squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine. It's just that the Netherthorn trial has worn away too much of my temperament." "It's good that you're fine." Seeing his familiar companions appear one by one, even if they were all injured, Zichun still had a smile on his face. He was very satisfied. Every time he saw one more person, his mood would relax a little. This was a cruel world-destroying war that concerned the life and death of the Sky Martial continent. Death was something that could happen at any time. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't die in such a situation. Thus, every time he saw his companions return alive, he was very happy. Even if they were heavily injured, they were still alive. The last person Zichun saw was the evil good monk. He was still fat. After seeing Zichun, he laughed loudly and said, "You really didn't disappoint me. You really came back." Zichun smiled and the two of them gave each other a fierce hug. After that, the monk said in a strange tone, "You're not weak. You're so strong that I can't breathe." Zichun smiled faintly. "You're not bad either. What are you interested in sparring?" The monk stretched out his hand. Pure Buddhist light surged on his hand. His eyes were filled with provocation. "Sure." Zichun also stretched out his hand. A trace of Sage King power surged out of his fingertips. "Sage King." The monk cried out in surprise. Zichun smiled proudly. He crooked his finger at the monk and said, "What? You don't dare to fight? Are you kidding?" The monk's shocked expression returned to normal. He said, "I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? You don't have a sense of humor." Zichun withdrew his Sage King power. He didn't plan to fight with the monk who was covered in injuries. He just wanted to tease him. "What's your next plan?" The two of them walked forward side by side. "I plan to borrow the forces on the Star Passage to attack these alien races. I'll let them fight each other," Zichun said. The forces on the Star Passage were controlled by the three aristocratic families. Once the three aristocratic families had the intention to attack, all the experts on the Star Passage would be used by them. At that time, they would definitely attack the Life Star. Fortunately, Zichun had gone to the Star Passage to borrow some people before they made a move. He had them kill each other and wear each other out. "We've thought about this problem, but I'm afraid it won't work. Because you can't guarantee whether the people who come here are enemies or allies," the monk said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was no longer joking when it came to serious matters. "I have a way to identify them for the time being. It should come in handy when the time comes." After chatting with the monk for a while, the monk went to the Time Fortress to recover from his injuries. After that, Zichun arranged for the others to send invitations to the leaders of the other forces on the continent. He indicated that they should all come to the Everlasting Sect within 3 days for a meeting. Chapter 2407. The Zhanwu continent was a land of continuous war, and it was also the place that suffered the most attacks from the foreign tribes. It could be said that more than 70% of the foreign tribes' main forces were placed in the Zhanwu continent. Similarly, more than 70% of the area was now occupied and ruled by the foreign tribes. During the war, the indigenous people here gave up all their businesses in the outer regions and returned to the cities or their families. Under such a fierce war, no force could be spared, so there was a rare unity in this area. Even the Heavenly Kill Alliance chose to deal with the foreign tribes instead of attacking anyone as long as there were resources to be obtained. After arriving at the Jianwu continent, the place Zichun wanted to go the most was Huping City, but he didn't have time for that at the moment. His original body had come in person because there was something important. He had to find those great saints first. Therefore, after arriving at the Jianwu continent, Zichun went directly to the first continent. However, there would be interruptions in the teleportation formation to the first continent. Zichun could only enter one city and then use the teleportation formation to go to the second city. However, if the second city was suddenly attacked by the foreign tribes, the teleportation formation would be destroyed before the city was destroyed. Zichun could only leave the city and fly away at top speed. Everyone, don't wait here. Flying City has disappeared, and the teleportation channel has collapsed. From now on, there will be no more Flying City. Zichun heard such a voice from afar. When he walked closer, he saw more than a dozen heavenly realm experts and a saint surrounding a teleportation formation. The person who spoke was an old guard guarding the teleportation formation. There was not much regret on his weathered face. It seemed that he had experienced too many similar things. Then what should we do? A heavenly realm expert said worriedly, "We still have to rush to the next continent." The guard shook his head and said, "Then there's no other way. We can only stay here or go out of the city and take the risk. However, that will be very dangerous. Are there any other teleportation formations available? We are responsible for transporting resources. Now, we are waiting to return to the third continent." The only saint among them asked. Because there were 9 continents in the Jianwu continent, the resources during each period were different. After the outbreak of the war, because of the shortage of resources, the profession of resource transporter was created. They had to transport resources to the regions that needed them, to help the people in those regions grow as quickly as possible, or to recover from their injuries as quickly as possible. It could be said that they were the people closest to danger. This profession was admired by everyone. Even this bodyguard who was used to seeing life and death was the same. He was filled with respect for everyone. However, it was true that the teleportation formation could no longer be used. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? I'll go talk to the captain and see if we can get a team to escort you to the third continent." "Where are you heading to the third continent?" At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out, and a young man walked over. The young man wore a black robe and had a dignified appearance. He looked at the saint and asked, "We went to the third mainland to report back to the Luo family and brought back some useful resources." The saint was unable to see through the young man and did not sense any hostility from him, so he patiently explained, "The Luo family?" The young man smiled and seemed to be a bit emotional. After a moment, he said, "How many people do you have? Go and count them. Come with me." "You?" The saint looked at the young man. The young man was naturally Zichun. He originally wanted to leave directly, but after hearing the identity of these people, he decided to take them on a journey. Resource transporter was an admirable profession in the Jianwu continent. After Zichun learned of their existence, he also admired them very much. Perhaps one day, after the chain formation of the Tianwu continent was destroyed, such a profession would also appear. "Little brother, do you have a team that is preparing to gather and leave?" The bodyguard cupped his fists and asked. Zichun shook his head. "I don't have a team. It's just me." After that, Zichun looked at the saint and said, "Trust me, I can definitely bring all of you to the Luo family." With such confidence, he was obviously an expert. The saint's expression changed, and he immediately asked respectfully, "Sir, are you also going to the Luo family?" "I wasn't going, but if I send you there, I'll take a look there." "Sir, do you have old friends in the Luo family?" "Barely, but the premise is that they are willing to see me." Zichun smiled, then turned and walked out of the city without saying anything. He did not ask if they were willing to follow, because it was meaningless. If they were willing, they would naturally follow. The saint hesitated for a moment, then nodded abruptly and said, "Time is of the essence. Let's go." The other heavenly realm experts nodded and followed Zichun out of the city. As for the bodyguard in charge of the transmission array, he kept looking at Zichun's back. He felt that this young man looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him. "Sir, my name is Luo Xiao. Thank you for escorting me." The saint followed and cupped his fists to Zichun. Zichun nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. Soon, the group arrived at the city gate. After arriving, they could feel the aura of saints coming from the city wall. Without Zichen's instructions, Luo Xiao tactfully stepped forward and took out a token to show his identity. Seeing the token in Luo Xiao's hand, the saint captain asked in a deep voice, "It's very chaotic outside. Flying Wall City has just fallen, and the foreign race army may come at any time. Are you sure you want to go out?" Luo Xiao hesitated and looked back at Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "Captain, please open the door." As if infected by Zichen's confidence, Luo Xiao nodded and said, "We have something important to report, so we can't delay." The saint captain hesitated for a moment and said, "How about I assign a saint to you? It will be safer this way. You don't have many people here, so there's no need. Just open the door. After we go out, we have our own arrangements." Zichen stepped forward and said, "All right then." The saint waved his hand and motioned for the city gate to open. Outside the city gate was the great city protection array. With a ripple of light, a door appeared above the array. Zichen and the saints walked out. After they went out, the saint wanted to put away the heavenly realm experts. Zichen waved his hand and said, "No need, let's go." The saint nodded and was even more certain that this was a hidden expert. Just as the group walked a few miles, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Then, a powerful aura emerged from the horizon. Oh no, it's the foreign race army. When the group of guards on the city wall saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly and they cried out involuntarily, "They're here so soon?" The saint captain jumped onto the city wall. When he saw the black mass of the foreign race army, his expression changed drastically. He shouted at Zichen and the others through the great city protection array, "Come back quickly!" The saints and the heavenly realm experts who were transporting the resources had stopped. It seemed that they were ready to run back, but they were too slow because there were 6 saints in the foreign race army. In the blink of an eye, the group was surrounded by the foreign race saints. Then, the foreign race cultivators caught up and surrounded them. "Damn it, let's go out and save them." The saint captain cursed angrily and was about to walk out. He knew very well that of those who were surrounded, the heaven realm experts would definitely all die. Only that saint might, or that overconfident green ox might also survive. But before the saint captain could jump off the city wall, he heard a cry of alarm. "Captain, look! What? They're all." The saint team leader's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that everyone was dead, but when he lifted his head to look outside, he saw a golden beam of energy appear in the middle of the encirclement. This light formed a circle and spread out in all directions. The spreading light swept past the foreign race cultivators in all directions, and then even further away. At the same time, as the circle spread, an extremely strong wave appeared. When this wave neared the great city protection array, it also caused the array to distort. Above and below the city walls, everyone looked at this scene in shock, and then looked outside in shock. Where the light swept past, all the foreign race cultivators' bodies were split down the middle and fell to the ground. In an instant, there were no longer any foreign race cultivators standing in the crowded surroundings. Only the resource transporters stood there in a daze. In front of them, the black-robed youth stood indifferently with a sheathed long saber in his hand. The foreign race cultivators, and even the foreign race army from before, all fell to the ground and died. All the human cultivators on the city wall who saw this scene were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. This scene was simply too shocking. In the distance, the foreign race army that still dared to come stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with fear. One move, and he killed a group of people, including 6 saints. What kind of combat power was this? A deep chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. When Zichen looked up at them, the foreign race army turned and ran without a word. "Let's go." The scabbard in Zichen's hand disappeared. He reminded the few people who were still in a daze and then walked forward. The resource transporters finally came to their senses. They looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. Then, they carefully avoided the corpses on the ground and followed Zichen, who had already walked far away. A moment later, a ripple appeared on the great city protection array. The cultivators in the city ran out and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. As for the saint captain, He cupped his fists and bowed deeply in the direction Zichun had left in and thanked him. These dead foreign race cultivators would be refined as resources to replenish the city and strengthen the city's combat power. Chapter 2408. Luo Xiao was still replaying the scene that had just happened. When they were surrounded, they were terrified and had lost all hope. A beam of light appeared in the unknown lord's hand. The light turned into a sheathed saber, and he unsheathed the saber. Then, a flash of saber light appeared. The lord circled around, and the saber light swept out in a circle. After that, there were no more foreign races standing in front of them. Everyone was dead, including the 6 foreign race saints. He racked his brains to guess the lord's identity, but he could not figure it out. The group of Heaven Realm cultivators beside him were also confused and shocked. They did not know that some of the older generation in the city had already guessed Zichun's identity and caused an uproar in the city. The legend had returned. Luo Xiao witnessed how powerful Zichun was along the way. A small team like theirs was very conspicuous. During this period of time, they would be intercepted and killed by all kinds of foreign races. But no matter what realm they were in, they could not last more than one round in front of Zichun. Everywhere they went, all the foreign races who came looking for trouble were killed. They went on like this until they reached the next human city. Then, they stepped into the teleportation formation and began to go deeper into the third mainland. Amidst the endless slaughter, their small team finally attracted the attention of the foreign race experts. At the border of the third mainland, they were intercepted by the Saint King. "You're the one who killed many of our people along the way?" The Saint King stared at Zichun and said coldly. Zichun's response was a slash of his saber. The bright saber light went against the sky and swept past the Saint King's body, splitting him into 2. The Saint King's life force was extinguished and he died. Although they had already known how powerful Zichun was and guessed that Zichun's weapon was a saint weapon, Luo Xiao and the others did not expect Zichun to be so powerful. Even the Saint King was killed by one slash of his saber. The foreign race saints who were watching from afar were also stunned by this scene. Then, they saw the person who killed the Saint King flying towards them. After that, none of them managed to escape alive. Just like that, they didn't encounter any other foreign races until they reached the Luo family. When they arrived outside the city where the Luo family resided, Luo Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was worried that something might happen on the way, but he was too nervous to follow such a powerful being. Just as he was thinking about how he should introduce this lord to the elders of his family and explain how powerful he was, he saw that the entire Luo family was in chaos. The Luo family, which had never been in a state of chaos even in the face of foreign invasions, fell into chaos at this moment. Afterwards, the head of the Luo family and the elders of the Luo family all ran out. These were all the high-ranking members of the Luo family. They seemed very nervous when they arrived. After arriving in front of Zichun, they hurriedly bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, sir. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite." Zichun waved his hand and said. However, these people didn't dare to not salute. They would never forget Zichun who blocked their door for a long time. Even now, that scene was still fresh in their minds. "Impudent. Why aren't you saluting, Sir Zichun?" The head of the family looked at the stunned Luo Xiao and the others and immediately said coldly, "Sir Zichun?" Luo Xiao was stunned. Then, a name appeared in his mind. His eyes widened as he looked at the young man beside him in disbelief. Zichun smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm just a guard. Since you're here, I'll take my leave." "Sir, you just arrived. How can you leave so soon? If the news spreads, I'm afraid others will think that the Luo family didn't treat you well." The head of the Luo family hurriedly said with some fear and trepidation. Zichun couldn't refuse such hospitality. He could only enter the Luo family. After staying there for half a day, he used the transmission formation here to go to the second continent. As for Luo Xiao, he was still in a daze. He had never imagined that the expert who had escorted them and even joked with them was actually the illustrious Sir Zichun. While Zichun's main body was heading to the first continent, Zichun's golden body was sitting at the head of the hall. In front of him were the people in charge of all the major powers of the martial heaven continent. Among them were the representatives of the Five Elements family, the Tyrant Tao family, and the other families. In an inconspicuous corner stood the highest manager of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. He was like a shadow. These people knew where Zichun had gone. Now that they saw Zichun return, they were very excited. When the battle was extremely tense, Zichun's return was like a cardiac stimulant, making everyone feel completely at ease. Zichun sat at the head of the hall, while Su Mingyao and the others sat to the side. Some of the higher-ups of the everlasting sect walked in front. Looking around, Zichun said, "Everyone, I've called you all here today to discuss the distribution of resources." All the people in charge listened quietly. They didn't express any objections. Facts had proven that the everlasting sect had helped all the major powers in the world before the battle. Now, almost all the major powers had received the everlasting sect's favor. Even now, the everlasting sect's formation masters were still outside. They hadn't returned to guard this city. So no matter how Zichun redistributed the resources, they trusted that Zichun wouldn't treat them unfairly. The resources we're gathering this time are mainly for saints. As for heavenly resources, we'll also collect them appropriately. Zichun looked at everyone. In the upcoming battle, all the saint resources must be handed over to the everlasting sect. Remember, all the resources. In addition, when you go back, you have to contribute half of the saint resources in your family and bring them to the everlasting sect. Sir, why do you suddenly want so many resources? What are you going to do? A family head asked. I'm going to open up the star path completely and let the heaven realm and saints in the star path come in and compete with the foreign races here. Before anyone could question anything, Zichun said, I know everyone's concerns. Before that, I have a small screening method that can barely screen out a group of reliable people. The only condition for controlling the star path heavenly realm to fight is saint resources. As for those star path saints, I'll prepare other resources for them. So, all the resources will be put in the everlasting sect and distributed in a unified manner. After that, I'll set up some merit points. In the future, the resources will be exchanged with merit points. This is also effective for you, but you still have one more thing to do. During the battle, be on guard against the people from the star path secretly attacking our people. No one had any objections to this. The current battle was too tense, and they had suffered great losses. Especially for those families, such losses could not be made up in a short period of time. If giving up some resources could reduce the losses of their families, why not? I wonder if the merit points set up by Sir are specifically for the existence of the star path or for all forces. A voice sounded from a corner. It was the highest steward of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. Normally, this person would be despised wherever he went, but ever since he reached an agreement with Zichun, this organization was now extremely popular in the entire Tianwu continent. At this moment, hearing what the other party said, the other family heads chuckled. The people of the Heavenly Kill Alliance were very strong in one-on-one combat and were good at assassination, so they were very concerned about resources. Everyone is equal, Zichun said in a deep voice. As long as you have enough merit points, we'll gather the resources to advance to the Saint King realm. When we have enough strength one day, maybe we can even open up the merit points exchange for the Great Saint realm. Does anyone have any objections to this? Zichun looked at everyone and asked. Everyone whispered for a while, then shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. In fact, this was equivalent to everyone putting all their resources in the Wuji sect, and then the Wuji sect would distribute them. The only difference was that there would be competition between them. Moreover, how many resources did their families have in total? It had to be known that on the first day Zichun returned, he had killed a Saint King and dozens of saints. Compared to the resources in the Wuji sect, their families' resources were pitifully small. In addition, there was the star path behind the Wuji sect. That place was the place with the most resources. After that, everyone discussed some details, such as how to calculate the merit points and who should do it. This was the most crucial part, and it required a lot of manpower and material resources, and it was also the most difficult part. Fortunately, the merit points this time were only for the Heaven Realm and Saint Realm, so the difficulty was relatively lower. After discussing some things, everyone dispersed. Zichun discussed some specific details with Su Mingyao and the others, and then the golden body entered the transmission array. After that, a notice was sent out in the entire Nephis star field. This notice was for all the Heaven Realm and Saint Realm independent cultivators. The content of the notice was very simple. It was to exchange merit points for resources. For example, Heaven Realm experts could exchange for Saint Realm blood essence to strengthen themselves and temper their bodies. As for saints, they could use merit points to exchange for Saint King blood essence to further condense their own energy. In addition to the Nephis starfield, this channel was also sent to the other starfields Zichun had been to, such as the Zambo family and the forces that had cooperated with Zichun in the past. The friendship that had been built under the interests of the past also played a great role at this moment. As the news spread, many Heaven Realm experts and a small number of saints came to the Nephis starfield. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.